It's a little bit different, I think, when you run the Ultron instead of the Mantis.
Yeah, I think we're still just waiting to see how much dimension there is, how much depth there is to what Sentinels are playing, because they just made those switches yesterday, right? And even in those switches, they initially came out on that triple strategist again, this time having Raimazing on that Ultron. And in the next map, when Ultron was banned, Raimazing did share that with us in the post-match interview. He said, like, what are we going to do when they ban out the Ultron? And that's where Raimazing came in and was like, I can play Iron Man, you know, like if you let me, if Ultron is out of the mix. So that was kind of their go-to in case Ultron is taken out of the mix. But will that work every time, or is it too one-dimensional?
It might be. I mean, it's like, it's tough because in the past when we did see Iron Man, completely different meta though, obviously, but like it did feel like it was good against these dives. Like you can play counter dive with Ultron, or with Iron Man rather, and it can work. So he's right. But as Vicky said, this guy's like a freaking ravenous dog trying to play Ultron, or sorry, Iron Man at all instances. So you never know, I guess.
Well, we're about to find out what they have in store for us as we're heading into map 2. It's match point for Sentinels.
All right, Vicky, what do you think of the change about this ban phase?
I saw right now the Gambit getting banned out, so it's looking very similar, Dogman, because we did see like the Elsa ban out too from Sentinels first, as well from the other side rather, with Cafe Rose making sure that you sure cannot get popped off on that role, considering that he was just going crazy off of a Phoenix alone. So maybe seeing a similar source to that. You have more open sight lines here too, but it's about getting through that initial choke for Sentinels when they come out of the attack. Do they get away with their Daredevil? I'm wondering here, because we know that this team, they may like the triple strat, but it's also very flexible if they do need to make some of these shifts. Are we going to see the Ultron again, because you still have that verticality? Is something else that I could expect here too?
Yeah, I think there's a lot that you could think. I think maybe we're overthinking even, maybe like the fact that we've protected Vanpool, and I like Vanpool, don't get me wrong, I think he's really strong. But I think going over from domination onto convergence, this Elsa should be even stronger. It should be even easier to get large Oxes, I believe, in these like super, you know, linear pathways. So that's a kind of out of Warlock, which is interesting. So we might have ourselves a potential triple composition, but it's matched by that Mantis ban. So Sentinel's kind of reacting slowly to what Cafe Rose are doing, and they're able to still get this full Gambit team-up stuff that they've been playing.
Wait, strap in, Dogman, because this is what I want to look forward to. If we get the Raimaze, or rather the what we saw from Kurova versus No Binds, or rather Pro Builder Adam, it could be a ditto matchup. We got to see. It may happen. It may roll out with it, but is Kurova stuck and not being able to play Adam Warlock jail? We're going to have to find out here, because Flamme at least has that Gambit. Dongban will be able to follow up with the Rage and Royal Flush together with Yusher, and Kurova is indeed not going over to the Adam Warlock. I got excited sometimes, but with no Loki, that means you won't have those infinite res comps. Whereas Cafe Rose, though, do have Loki available for them, which is where respect is going to be, so you're going to be hearing the Born Agains ring through your ears over and over.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. And you have with the Loki, too, you're right. This has always been a phenomenal Loki point in map, so it's good to have it back. Like, just it's good to be back on Shibuya after a year of not seeing it, basically, in the hero pool. Like, it feels like even before Ignite started, we just haven't had it in the hero pool, which is a little crazy. You know, maybe pray that we see Royal Palace again, maybe. Who knows? But, you know, I like it for Cafe Rose. It's still odd. I don't even know if, like, these are the most proactive triple strategist teams we've seen so far. Like, I know they both play it, Vicky, but I mean, surely we've seen a little bit more, like, proactivity out of, like, these Mantis stuff. Like, Sentinels, it seems like they've given up on Mantis, by the way, considering it's not banned for them. But they don't even want to play it most of the time.
No, if anything, it's just because Raimazing is letting himself unleash up in the skies. This guy is always up in the air in some way, and if he's going to be able to pop off with the Ultron, it's about getting that extermination to have much more of that impact, and together with the Rage and Royal Flush, you'll be able to actually melt them down from the air, maybe bring a tear to their eyes. We're going to see, because already Sentinels seems like they're not having an issue going in through the show. Cafe Rose playing very spread out. This is also another map where we have to make a point where this is a fantastic map for Loki.
Yeah, you talk about being in the sky. Everybody's trying to play in height, but oh my goodness, No Binds just gets stuffed by Dungman. Nice shots from him, able to walk towards that point, and this is kind of a linchpin, I think, for Sentinels of succeeding, is Dongman taking advantage of the space he's provided, and that's 2 in the fight for him. Just walks up, hits the shots on Magneto. Pro Builder back in the fight, but I mean, Vicky, they haven't even gotten res. This is the first time they've used this soul bond, and they're not even together right now. They lose Zanji away from their Adam Warlock.
Yeah, and now look how much damage they're taking too. You currently have Amazing coming right back over to here. We're back uncontested in that side room where the health pack is. But with the recontention from No Binds, I like this portal play. Still trying to build in space, but also the stall potential for Cafe Rose. While Crimzo comes in on the Venom. Great timing and communication to find that dive and pick up onto Lyric. That's both the Vanguards out of the table for Cafe Rose, which means Sentinels have the number advantage and they clear out Cafe Rose and an ace.
Yeah, I just kind of wish in hindsight that we didn't protect the, I hate it to say this, but like the protect the Vanpool instead of the Elsa. Because Zanji's going to be over to that Phoenix. You already banned like Rocket Raccoon, so you're not really getting like a soft counter there a little bit with the Phoenix. Pro Builders over the side lock, so they're playing that 2-2-2 style, and that's nice. But I don't know, like Lyric on that first point, I guess it was tough for him to get much going, and maybe for them, they need to play this 2-2-2 style, just kind of get more aggression on the backline, because Sentinels, you mentioned it, Amazing in the Sky has been free.
And I also think that's the pressure from Crimzo, right? Being on the Venom, waiting to get the diving opportunity, and hearing the comms, okay, they're one, dive in, get that pick off, and you also stall out more of that ult potential. The Extermination is coming out for Sentinels, as Amazing's able to pressure out Cafe Rose from this side building. Look at this, taking free real estate. And this will absolutely take those. As Sanji learns to clap back and shuts down Amazing. Sentinels still have 5 of these ultimates as a Raging Royal Flush tries to match, and it's going to be the win condition for Usher to have the Galactic Legend.
They tried to match with the Luna dance floor, and it's enough to keep everybody alive besides the Loki who can come back. So that's actually not too bad. And you have Kurova hit by that band hammer. Meanwhile, Pro Builder still goes down, though, a little bit too far forward. You know, maybe they can sort of slowly work themselves into it, that Phoenix ult afterwards, but they do find one at least. Usher going down to Pixel and trade. This is not that bad for the offense still, though, because these are KOs after KOs, and they're using ults to not even win the entire team fight, so it's kind of still awkward, like we saw in previous maps.
Oh, my mic was muted? Hey!
Having those ultimates between the Galactic Legend.
I said, what's good, guys? What's poppin'? What's poppin'? It's your boy PxKAIZEN, aka Pharaoh, and welcome back to Ignite Day 3. I missed out on the first 2 games, but we here. We are here. And I was talking about how I had a dream about playing Luna, so I'm gonna be running some Luna today. And I just remembered Deadpool has jersey skin for each team, but I've noticed none of the teams who play Deadpool have their own jersey on. If I was in a team, I'd definitely rock a jersey. And I didn't know Phoenix, the new skin, when she gets into that flight mode, her hair turns into Super Saiyan. That's new. That's news to me.
Is the way forward. Maybe they can, you know, slowly work themselves back into the series by doing, as you said, taking out Crimzo, although he's going on a Groot, so they've maybe thought of
Amazing is on Ultron.
Ended up getting off that Adam really early too, with Pro Builder being on that side lock and making some swaps. Lyric gets the caught though with the
right, and I've been seeing a lot of side lock player.
Bubble, protecting him in the meantime, thanks to also the Ultron bot to bring him back.
How are you? Oh, what happened? What happened? Oh, did I pause it? Oh, I accidentally paused it.
They walk away, Lyric kind of seeing that they didn't get the impact that they needed. Sanji, because
I'm doing great. I'm excited to play some Marvel Rivals and League of Legends.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is like we need another person there with us on that dive, because they do the Bane Hammer, Pro Builder goes in, but then after that, they have no other follow-up.
Oh, they're playing on old patch, so they don't have skin? Skins aren't even in the game? Ah, I see. What's good, Lena? How's it going? Welcome, welcome.
He goes down. They have to come back to the core without him now. That's a lot of damage removed. Dogman still has the Meteor MS.
I'm seeing a lot of Psylocke players. Is this a side for me to pick up Psylocke?
Unless it's just a tank, but the Phoenix comes in to help stall. No Bind still gone. And one after another losing the Vanguards.
Oh wow, what a great shutdown.
Because both of the very important duelists are gone, and both of their duelists have struggled so far. As long as he goes down to that Groot ultimate, everybody else just kind of ran on in the middle of this invisible boundary. Do we have any damage after this? Maybe No Binds could get a big ultimate, but we lose Pro Builder.
Wow, they killed her. Oh no, that was Psylocke.
At least in the backline, but there is no follow potential, just like you were talking about, Dogman. So they're not really
she came out of nowhere.
They block out the line of sight once again. They've isolated No Binds. It's a matter of time before he's literally one-shot.
You said could be better, like Psylocke?
Lyric is going to be the next victim, and I feel like even with Lyric moving back and Yusher finding that pick, he hasn't been able to have that same amount of impact because there is.
But I'm just chilling, watching MRI.
Yeah. I mean, it's like something needs to change about Cafe Rose, because
Marvel Rivals Ignite
as like the dive comps and stuff, but nobody's really following up on any of these dives from Pro Builder and Lyric. Like,
oh, you're saying could be better.
Wondering kind of. They're just like a little off.
Could be better.
You know, Dive is always
What will make your day better?
Sanji going to the Wolverine.
Maybe perhaps another Samyang Ramyeon?
On this map, so this could be a good change.
I actually like this because it can catch Raimazing up in the sky, and Yusher actually, the extermination is the first thing to go out to try to combat that of the dance of the Cutterfly, bringing everybody up to health and negating.
Sentinel won the first round, yes.
Once again, getting shut down, Yusher.
Oh, is that Wolverine skin available? Is that like his different coma? I don't think I've ever seen that color. I was always rocking the Dragon Ball Z yellow freaking default skin. Oh, there goes that portal.
We'll see you later as that cart moves forward. Everybody's just chilling here, getting 3 on it to make it as fast as possible too. Vicky, this is brutal.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time before that portal goes down, but there's nothing they can do because of the portal block. You hate this.
I like how Vicky's the only American caster, female caster. She's been in every game.
They're waiting. They have to meet a group
and they're rotating the guys. Oh.
It's going to be the locking key to keep them trapped.
Oh god, Kurova gets no binds too, and the Nagamoto. I mean, that should be the nail off of that one. Brutal play from that eye. And everybody else just running towards it.
Damn, Sentinel.
They capped it out.
Their team chemistry is crazy, bro. Bro, did you just wake up? Also, Navi 3-0? What? Really? Yeah, I woke up like an hour ago.
Never get your footing to actually recontest onto that point when
damn, Navi up there, huh? Bro, Terra, bro. It's this thanks to Terra. I'm telling you, Terra was the faker of 100 Thieves and he left. I missed out on the 100 Thieves battle. No, wait, was it? Who was it again? It was Swamp Gaming versus who? It was Swamp Gaming versus somebody, bro. I forgot who.
Yeah, I think if you lose both the Elsa and the Deadpool and then also the Mantis, that might just be like it's over, GG. Because like you kind of need the Mantis a little bit. But this is what I was talking. Yeah, maybe Phoenix. I mean, that's definitely something I think they tried it with Zanji, but like this is what I was talking about, where like it's just such a team game. You know, people will call it individual players.
Delena trying to beat Terra, but he ain't. Is he the one that replaced Tira?
Like no bind's not going for dives. Like,
Tira's position?
Death count, KO count, final hit count, whatever. But if you're
100 D's play tonight at 10.
Like,
okay.
Absolutely dookie on no matter what. Like Mickey, it's brutal for Cafe Rose, considering they just look out of sync at so many different points that it feels like they're not a very good
Crimzo
right now. And maybe that's why they go back over to freaking Moon Knight and Namor alongside the Cloak and Dagger. Just trying to play a little bit more front-to-back style with this portal.
Look at the way that Raimazing just slow looks at the Ankh, deletes it in one burst, and now coming out of the portal, I like the creative ability to try to split the focus because the rest of the team is trying to go down the middle, but this also means that has no sustainability, and now Pixel is just left alone. You're about to clip his jetpack, and Yusher is now following up from Shenji. I mean, Cafe Rose looks like they're lost here, Dogman. It feels like instead of them serving them up a storm as baristas, it's Sentinels that are cooking up in the kitchen.
Why would, yeah, like what exactly? This is brutal. I mean, foaming at the mouth right now is my barista, apparently. I don't know if that's a good thing because there's a Wolverine in the lobby, but like I think
Vicky said
not common these days unless they're gonna get kidnapped, because like No Binds had nowhere to go after that. He was trying to go back through it. Everybody's pulled in, antied by the way. It's just absolutely free roaming high ground right now for the side of Sentinels. They get to do whatever they want because Cafe Rose are getting dove upon. Maybe we can get some cheese shotgun plays out of Zanji. Maybe he can counter Crimzo. That kind of annoying player that you talked about has been...
He got a lot better than last time.
While they're fixated on Crimzo, guess who's harassing them?
He's a hella player.
Amazing and Yusher, who's spinning to win, and then Dogman's out here bubbling him too at the same time. Lyric is trying to give him the backup. That was the opportunity.
DPS for 100 Thieves.
And now the Galactic Legend comes in. The CEO is going to be the next thing to keep Cafe Rose up together and healthy, because they're still going to be able to navigate through the back entrance, and Nobind gets that snipe onto Flamme. Big pickoff, but at least Kurova and Raimazing will have those sustainability with the strat ults.
Yeah, nice shot from No Binds. A nice grab, though, onto Crimzo. Brings him back. Pro Builder switching over to that Wolverine and getting immediate value. Nice job from him. Amazing trying to turn it.
Feel like that Ultron had no value there.
Still Vanpool on the point.
Damn.
Kurova gets removed. It gets the selfie as well, so we're getting more team up, or rather more upgrades built up. Amazing's gonna have to slowly walk away after using cooldowns, but can't escape Vanpool. This guy.
Oh man.
Over Amazing. Shout out to Really Sticky, by the way. Unfortunately, not in the tournament, but Invis boundary committed by Cafe Rose. They think they can still close out, considering Sentinels are down 1.
Oh, Sanji 2 activates the final judgment. Well, currently see the Vanpool just seeing that it's double XP weekend. The Raging Royal Flush from Flamme tries to sneak in through the cracks, seeing if it landed here from the other side. A Meteor goes up.
He only got 2 people with that.
He won't be able to find me. Unfortunately for Yusha, though, he's not as lucky. He gets domed in the head by the Meteor.
Oh, we got the White Fox. Oh, dead.
Amazing, who made the swap over to the White Fox. Unfortunately, falls short after Crypto had tried to portal in to allow everybody from Sentinel to recontest. And Cafe Rose, with some time to spare and making these swaps to the Wolverine, allowing himself to get the benefit.
Yep, full swap, full delay. And
nice.
You know, yeah, huge pull there at the very end. But I mean, it is smart. I think that the Wolverine we've seen so far be incredibly useful. And then it also helps shut down Crimson, like you mentioned. And then Dongman maybe has to use more bubbles in like a safer position. No binds. By the
TTK and Vinny tank. Delina and Tira was the DPS, and I forgot the healers.
So this is
one of the healers is Jeff player, right?
Like hyperactive, but with what Cafe Rose are doing and what we've seen.
Every time they say strategist, it triggers you. Why? Yeah, Milena and Wayne, right? They're the healers. I think Milena is Melina. Melina is the Jeff player. And Wenny is the Sue player, right?
Waste more time just so that way Cafe Rose could get more clearance before Sentinels try to re-engage.
Oh, Crimson going to the cart, and that's what he said about this Phoenix as well being in the lobby. He's kind of been great. Oh, nice shots from Zanji. We've seen it out of him in the previous days as well. I mean, Zanji is definitely somebody who can aim at a very high level. Also, Crimson goes down to Lyrics. So 1 by 1, they're falling. This is actually looking like Cafe Rose did on defense. And, you know, I had a lot of people like ask me, they're like, why are so many teams so much better in attack than defense? Just kind of how the meta works, I guess, right now. You just kind of keep pushing forward. Every pick you find is so bad for these defensive spawns. And until third phase, it just feels like Cafe Rose are able to take every aggressive angle.
Right, he's the Jeff player. Right.
Try to play front to back here. The Gambit never folds with the Royal Flush. Try to get the next the invisible boundary, and it's going to be Sanji with the End Song Infernal, Meteor M to try to allow Dogman to reset because Crimson had gone down and he had that charge coming up. So he
what a great aiming.
Sustainability as well as the stall.
That aim tracking is nasty.
It blocks the sight. Nobody slams it down, and this time misses out on trying to find the Invisible Woman.
I feel like I need to play like the MLG, like sound horns whenever I see Rocket Raccoon gameplay. This guy just hold break, looking back to the map, just doing nothing. That's so funny. But like, regardless, Cafe Rose gets walked on because of Amazing Soul. They used one. Nice. No binds trace it though. Yeah, nice job from him. BRB was used earlier, I believe, on Zanji though, so they're not going to have that. But no binds. Let's go.
Wow.
This fight also has the help from Zanji too, who has been resurrected from earlier. And yeah, we're getting control of the start of him. A minute and 12 seconds. Cafe Rose playing this way better than they did earlier.
You know, it's crazy to see that Cafe Rose.
Hey, they're actually walking. They're actually walking a little.
He's got the Gambit power up because he has been sniping out Sentinels consistently.
Bro.
Lyric here just trying to build up together. That's Pixel puts down the Sia after the Freedom Charge is activated from Crimson, just so that way they can prevent the second.
Oh, nasty.
With the headshot onto Yusher. Genji popping up. This is what we wanted to see in terms of the swaps from Cafe Rose.
Yeah, listen, if they're going to play it like this, I mean, I'm fine with that band.
Wow.
If you're just going to pop off like
crazy headshots.
Getting so much more work done on offense rather than defense. But that's what we talked about. It just felt like how Cafe Rose was playing, they didn't really have like their fallback angles, but on offense.
Respect brought out Sue.
They're going somewhere where the Wolverine can take advantage of inside, right? Like, it just feels like Cafe Rose on offense looked like a well-oiled machine. But, Vicky, they still only have a minute and 50 seconds left to go. They have ultimates, but we need to not use too many in this upcoming fight. Because
you think the casters with all the games they've watched can get at least plat or diamond with the knowledge they've gained?
I'm going to be a little worried. Crimson's coming in from
I'm not sure, honestly. If they're solo queuing, bro, you got to be a brave warrior to be a solo queuer. It's definitely not gonna. I mean, you definitely learn things from here and there, watching tournaments, but it does not play like this in rank. That's the thing. Tournament and rank, they play so differently. But I think if the casters were to really learn the basics of the characters that they announce and they talk about, I believe they could make it, definitely. Because aren't some of them already like in GM, Celestio? Aren't they already up there? Maybe too high, maybe high gold or low plat. Cozy Celestial, I'm not joking. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I feel like some of them already play. I have never seen Vicky play before, but I think Cozy and Shib, they definitely play the game.
That end song Inferno, looking at Pro Builder and Lyric specifically. Look how Lyric is going to try to play this as Yusher's taking up to the skies here. Kurova does have an invisible boundary as well as the Freedom Charge, so Sentinel has all the
Sentinel lock in? Yeah, bro, I'm low-key rooting for Cafe Rose, bro. They're the underdog. I want to see the underdog win. We got to give the underdog a chance, man. Oh, snap.
Nice job with the banhammer to get rid of him. And that meteor M, yeah, where was it? Where did it go?
Tempo is really strong.
In that fight, you're able to track down Dogman too. Remove that bubble. He does have some support because of those healers in the sky. Also, you have Crimson America.
Bro, if we had a Magic right here, clean up. Clean up. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, man. All we need is Magic. Cloak and Dagger and Magic. That's all we need. Everybody else don't matter. Oh, oh. Oh, snap. Wow, what a great cap was on her, bro. Oh, no. Nobody has ult. Respect turned into Captain, no, Doctor Strange. They about to open up a portal. Oh, somebody got a touch. Somebody got a touch. Rocket, you got a touch, bro. Way too late. Way too late, bro. Way too late, bro. That rocket was sitting up there for way too long. Nice try, though. Nice try, Cafe Rose. Nice try. Sentinel won. Magic is getting gunned down by Ultron Twin. We saw this in the practice range. Hey, couldn't be me. Man, I have Sentinel at the first though, so hey, Sentinel got it. Damn, hey. Cafe Rose, they did their best though. They did their best.
Right? And unfortunately, time is of the essence. That's why that first map on Dom, which could be so volatile, is so important. Imagine the retouches that we could have possibly seen from Cafe Rose. Even at the very end, they're unfortunately respect not putting down the portal in time. But Lyric did wake up at the very end there. On the attack, Lyric was popping up.
Maybe Respect played a bit little too safe as Sue. Maybe he should have played a little aggressive. Did some damage maybe?
On the rocket, no binds, just trying to get the copy onto
or get some kills.
Whenever we saw no bind trying to get the Rager Royal Flush for themselves. And then
it was quite literally you though. Hey.
This guy's wings together.
No, I gotta know.
I agree though, Dogman.
It wasn't me, bro.
Both of these teams were
it was
crazy, and it was Dogman.
It was the old me. That's not the new me, okay? That's the old me. That ain't the new me. So we still stuck in the past? Come on, it's time to move on. It's time to move on. Come on. See, I'm in the present. You in the past. You know, it can't be like that, okay? We gotta be in the present together. Present, okay?
Yeah, I feel like both teams weren't necessarily.
Yo, their Star-Lord's aim tracking is nasty.
From them. I do definitely think that their first showings, or rather Sentinel's second showing, and
who is this guy? I've never seen him before. What's his name?
That looked a lot more well-oiled, a lot more coordinated.
Vicky has done commentary for 9 years because I play competitive Smash Ultimate and she did commentary there too. What? So Vicky's just a professional commentator. She did commentating for Smash? That's awesome, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, that's why they're given a week, right? Like, I mean,
oh, we could see more of Zoe's tattoo, bro.
Over Sentinels. This was their best opportunity, and it's just brutal to see them lose it 2-0. But they at least still have that win from earlier on versus FlyQuest. It you know, hopefully for FlyQuest, we'll see if they can bounce back today, because otherwise it just seems like every other team in this group is just taking their turn beating them up. Like, this is brutal for FlyQuest. Not that they're even involved yet today. We'll see if they can come back. Kind of random stray out of nowhere.
No
yeah,
reason,
sorry.
absolutely
Sorry.
They're not even here yet.
So wait your turn. Yeah, no, but like, yeah, this is definitely the opportunity for, I think, Cafe Rose to like get another dub on the board for this group that is very stacked. So, yeah, it might be kicking themselves a little bit. That said, though, I do think Sentinel.
So are they done now? Is Cafe Rose like out the game?
Like the constant pressure and harassment onto that backline from Captain America.
She stopped doing commentary for Smash ever since Rival came out, and she said it's time to move on.
Right, so it was kind of like Cafe Rose. They just couldn't quite figure out where to shift their focus to in order to stay alive.
They probably offered her more
I
money.
agree, because now what their next opponents are going to be,
And it's something new too.
Day 2 and 3 for next week specifically. So for Saturday and Sunday, and I believe it's against 100 Thieves and NRG. So it's what Dogman said.
That's so funny. They actually have exactly the same.
I low-key do wish they have they bring the Evo commentary energy into this.
Swamp Gaming and next
That'd be so funny.
Energy Shock and 100 Thieves.
Evo's commentary.
Yeah, it is.
I like that.
And that it makes you think, like, if you were gonna have the opportunity to get some extra credits, that way we could turn that 0 score review to maybe at least maybe a 50, then it would have been easier there for them. But unfortunately, it fell short.
That's right. Yeah, I do believe we do have an interview ready. It should be Crimzo.
Crimzo.
Long time no see.
Hello.
Different universe, different times, but Crimzo is back. You're also back on Captain America, and man, what a look that's been. You guys like completely like overhauled your approach after that first match this week. Can you
Crimzo.
walk through, what kind of game plan you had going up against Cafe Rose, which did surprise everyone in their opening matches?
Because of how Nintendo is
honestly,
with their competition, they don't interact with tournaments.
I think we kind of just did like the same thing.
I see.
Going back to like Swamp, I think we maybe
They should let me
have the
commentate.
best read on the meta and what was.
You said they should let you commentate? You don't even like
we're
talking
still
on
kind of
voice
in the
chat.
process of figuring things out, but I feel
How are you gonna
we're
commentate?
confident now that we're in a very good place to continue moving forward and hopefully qualify for the playoffs.
Yeah, fair enough. And, you know, I think for you guys, Crimzo, and too, like, I feel like I've rambled it a little bit about it before. I know Rye was talking about it, but, I mean, how challenging is it for, I think, for you guys and for pro players to have to adapt to, like, a brand new patch, right? Like, because we were talking about power rankings weeks ago and, you know, all of that stuff. And then a new patch comes in and you're like, you have to rework everything. So, I mean, what's that like for you as a player? I know that's taken a lot of responsibility in the ban phase to have to adapt to a new patch after it comes out only a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it's really hard. It's very. I feel like honestly, a lot of teams are kind of scrambling, in my opinion. I feel like some teams definitely have kind of like their style that they've kind of decided is like what they're gonna do. But I think some teams as well are still kind of scrambling to find that kind of like identity. And I think that, you know, we're adjusting well to the transition. You know, White Fox all of a sudden is like really powerful, and then there's other things like, you know, more triple support stuff I think is also strong as well. So
But commentating is
pretty
fun.
difficult to adjust.
Talking on voice chat is boring and stressful.
I mean, that's just
Wait, it's
part
been
of the
2 weeks. It's time.
esports
It's time for
experience, I
what?
guess. You have to kind of be ready.
Why the
to,
Christmas tree?
adapt on the fly, basically.
It's time for what?
Okay.
Christmas
Well,
already?
City on top. I need to ask you, Crimzo, with all the haters and
Level
calling you
15
guys
Hulk,
the
let's
triple
go.
super one trick, you know, I want you.
You
to
practicing
explain a little
Hulk,
bit,
Dark
when you look
Phoenix?
At the ultimate nerfs and how that's affected you guys. Are you practicing other compositions and maybe making sure that you guys could be flexible when other teams may not expect it because they keep thinking that you guys are this one title?
Yeah, I mean, the triple support narrative is, I mean, there's definitely something to it. We do have a little bit of magic on triple support for whatever reason. I do think that our team does very well in triple
I heard
support
magic.
generally.
Somebody mentioned magic.
But obviously, yes, we are trying to work on.
He just
our,
mentioned magic. They might play magic next game, guys. They might play
Not rely too
magic.
much on the triple support. However, sometimes you just have to do what your team is good at.
A bit, yeah, on and off for a while. Hey, Hulk is so good.
So yeah,
Yo,
we're
Hulk
gonna
players
probably
are
play a lot
freaking
more triple
crazy.
support, but we will be flexible
The ones that know how to live,
swap
play
over
for
to,
life,
2-2 if
crazy.
We think that's the best situation for us.
And I have a follow-up
Yeah, I
too
mean-
from that actually.
Yo, guys. Hey, first of all, I don't even say yo. Pharaoh in the house. How the hell do you have this account live, bro? How do you have this running?
Does a good job of kind of
You're an
figuring
imposter.
out what we need to do in the moments, and we're
Don't
still
believe in
figuring
this.
out, you know, something
That's a
like the
lowercase
players
L.
and
That is not
and, like, you know,
big
each player
case.
has their own
I'd even
strengths, and we
say
have the flexibility
large
to
case. I,
decide what to do and
bro.
move forward from there, but I'm very confident in all the
Bro,
players
drink
on
your
my team
water,
to
guys. Hey,
be able
that
to
part.
perform when the time is needed.
For
So
real,
it's very
though.
nice to have
Drink
a
your water,
team
y'all.
that's
That's the
really
only. Hey, you know what? You know what you are? Have you guys seen that the movie
difficult though. You will be going up
Substance? Bro. You're like the Substance version of me. No, more like it's a Keanu Reeves movie where he makes an AI. You transfer part of your consciousness into the AI robot, and then you can like have that AI do what they gotta do. Bro, you tripping though. You tripping.
And giving people a reason to buy the Send bundle and not the 100 Thieves bundle. So I'm excited for that. Energy is also a very, very good team.
I love White Fox, Angela, Emma, Rogue players. Hey, I ain't never. That's how you know this is an imposter. Yo, everybody, press the red button. Vote this one out. They're so awesome and cool and are great people. Hey, that part. That part.
Thank you.
I don't know about Angela being a great person though, because Angela's vicious. But Emma, Rogue, yeah. Rogue, not really, because she be bouncing off and on and off on Magneto and Gambit. Like she been around. She been around. But Rogue been around, bro. I don't know if I. Yeah, Rogue. I don't know about Rogue, bro. Rogue is she's a mess. I honestly don't even know why Remy married her. If I'm being completely honest, she's a problem, bro. She's a problem.
That's a real problem, but yeah, I don't know. Like there's a lot of mental aspect of it, and it is overcoming the potential. You know, oh no, we didn't play.
What I find funny for our predictions in America and Group A is 0 accuracy and Group B is 100% accuracy. What? Bro, X-Men 97 made my girl Rogue look like a bop. Sorry to break it to you, Rogue been a bop. It's not even X-Men 97. If anything, X-Men 97 made it clear for the viewers to see that she's a bop. But in every other cartoon and comic book, she been around. She been around. She's for the streets, is what they would say. She belonged to the streets. That's Rogue, if I'm being completely honest. Remy was just one of those unfortunate head over heels type of dude that just fell in love with a bop, bro. You know, like when when like those corn stars talking about I want to retire. I did everything I want. I've experienced everything. Now it's time to settle. Low-key Rogue. Low-key Rogue, bro. That's how Rogue be moving. In the comic book and everything, bro. Hey, but she means well, though, I guess. I saw an edited version of I Can't Touch Her Remy scene where Gambit just calls BS. Exactly. She had many opportunity to touch him, but she was too busy touching other guys. So I honestly didn't like that scene. I didn't even feel bad for Rogue. I felt bad for Remy, bro. When Remy said, "Remember the name," and I was like, "Damn, bro! Like, you're a good man. Like, Remy is such a good man. He deserved better." And Rogue wasn't one of them. Rogue is just one of those women or person where somebody's like, I love you so much, and Rogue's like, okay, whatever. I guess I like you too. It felt like a one-sided relationship, low-key. Yo, it's my boys. The two casters that actually plays Marvel Rival.
Yeah, we lost. And this was a close one. I mean, the word to describe the first match was probably the closest match right there with it that we've seen in Ignite yet.
I feel like when you're in Celestial, Eternity, and One Above All, maybe then people low-key play like it's tournament style. But when you're in anywhere GM and below, bro, it's free for all. It's battle royale. It's battle royale, bro. I'm ranking up right now too in League of Legends. I'm telling you, it's hell. It's hell. I'm ranking up in Overwatch, League of Legends, Marvel Rivals. I don't know why I do this to myself. Solo queuing is so hard. I don't know why I do it to myself. It's crazy.
They just came back into form, and I have to give them credit because they didn't struggle in the MRC, and sometimes when that's your practice... And
I think I'm on my Kaizen arc now, but to be honest, bro. Bro, you cannot. You cannot. Bro, you think you could survive in my shoes, bro?
I think that they are confident right now too. We had the interview with Cartlover, and like I said in the interview,
what is going on? We have an imposter in chat. That's what's going on. We have an imposter in chat.
So they are feeling good, which is a good sign.
Bro, you think you could survive the lifestyle I live? Man, you're gonna have to do a lot of things that you don't want to do. A lot of things, man. You gotta work out when you don't want to work out. There's so much, bro. Hey. Alright, now don't do it to yourself is what I'm trying to say. Don't do it to yourself. It ain't easy being KAIZEN, man. It ain't easy being KAIZEN.
You know, get the right mazing on the Iron Man. Let's see Cap on Crimzo. It felt like we returned to old form.
Yeah, Crimzo stepped up, Rai stepped up, but also Mirror came in instead of Korova, which is a huge change, right? In running that backline, more of a consistent backbone backline, right? Running that invis and looking really solid doing it. But yeah, the entire team just kind of woke up. We talked to Rai in the interview, and he essentially said, you know, we just needed to change our ban phase. Our ban phase was not good day one, and we really paid the price for it. We figured out what we wanted to do, and now we're going to be clean. And
I'm gonna be KAIZEN for a day.
Yeah, I got to say,
what?
What a talented player, but one thing with Mirror is it kind of makes the bans more confusing.
KAIZEN, you merely adapted to the darkness. I was born in it. Exactly. I'm telling you, you cannot be KAIZEN, man. I'm telling you, this is not easy being a KAIZEN. It's not easy. Like, there's a lot. There's a lot you're gonna have to do that has to do with the actual definition of KAIZEN. Mad discipline. Yo, like I'm talking about, you're gonna have to hit reps and sets when you don't want to. Eat healthy when you don't want to, bro. I'm telling you, it's all about discipline. It's not for the weak. KAIZEN is not for the weak. I'm telling you. Don't do it to yourself. Don't do it to yourself.
Welcome back, everyone. Match 4 is about to go down between
Dogman, right? I forgot his name. It was Dogman.
We'll answer some questions regarding the standings in Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, it seems like Group B is definitely, we talked about it at the beginning of the top of the show. It's turning out to be an incredibly competitive group. So is Group A, don't get me wrong.
Yo, KAIZEN crew, at 1.9k sub, I'm dropping Magic and picking up Angela full time. Go ahead and smash that red button so I can drop the Russian limbo lady. You tripping? I would never choose Angela over Magic. That is crazy. That's how you know you're not the real KAIZEN. Oh, hell no. Hell no. Hell no. What? Hell no. You think I'm gonna drop X-Men? You think I'm gonna drop my loyal X-Men team for Angela? Nah, you tripping. You tripping. No, that is not happening. Let's go, Nightmare! I haven't seen Nightmare at all this Ignite. This is going to be my first Nightmare game I get to watch today.
Definitely had some more conservative picks in the mix as well, right?
His name is Smash and he's playing Bucky. I like that.
Against or for, because they just do weird
stuff. But Heaven Falls? Nah. Heaven Falls straight into Limbo. That's the only concept I like. Okay? Angela, I mean, Angela did survive hell too. But
Yeah, they got to go back
Hey,
to the board at least a little bit.
I would
because
never
go back to
betray
the
Magic
basics,
over
right?
anybody.
Because, yeah, we lost is such a different
That
team
is not gonna
from
happen.
everybody
That
else.
is not
I mean,
happening.
Nightmare also like that a little
Hell
bit, right?
nah.
This entire group kind of has that sort of situation. But for Space Gaming or Space Station Gaming, I feel like
Space Station Gaming.
solid team. Like this feels like
Yo,
a
that's
team that,
crazy. You thought
relies heavily
I
on
would
that
ever
like,
drop
technical
Magic
perspective.
for what?
But
Angela?
a lot of help, I think, across the board. Like the fact that they even have SJW on the bench is
Crazy.
considering this guy is one of,
Crazy,
like, the best
crazy,
raw
crazy,
hitters I've
crazy,
ever
crazy,
seen,
crazy,
just
crazy,
straight up.
crazy,
But
la
when you
da,
have somebody like
la
Chris
da
Booth
da.
Specs, and when you have
Hell nah.
everybody kind of synergizing, this team has a really good chance, I believe, to be next level. So it's going to be a really fun matchup, and I'm excited to see it because Space Station Gaming have, like, maybe all their players are kind of coming into their own finally after coming from all
Limbo
different
always
backgrounds,
leads to heaven,
different
though.
varieties
Says
of
who?
things.
Who said that?
Yeah, I would love to hear your thoughts and a little bit of a follow-up there on Nectar, because initially they were playing the
Noticing?
first
Hashtag
match,
noticing?
extremely competent, extremely oppressive. Like, it was just lights out performance from Nectar. Then yesterday we saw them initially in like a triple strategist composition when they went.
Yo, Vicky's eyes are
Liquid Citadel. It
huge.
looked like SSG didn't really want to match what we saw from Liquid Citadel, right? So
She got like a cat's eye. That makes sense. Vicky
which one
Kitty.
did you prefer? Did you like Nectar on that Ultron more, or just like give them?
Let's go,
Elsa
Krakoa!
and roll as well?
Let Nectar unleash on Elsa, because we want to see more.
Let
of that.
Nectar
Elsa,
unleash.
depends on the
Pause.
pick and
Pause.
what map we go to, of course. Because if you let Nectar get away with Elsa, which we see some teams try to prio ban the Gambit instead, it also trickles down to pick your poison. Do you want to deal with Gambit, where you're going to be forced to also waste a ban on a Loki, so that way they don't get double Rage and Royal Flush, or do you allow Nectar to get away with Elsa, and maybe you could try to prio the Elsa? With Krakoa being in the fray, you have a lot of different sight lines, so the Elsa could be a definite problem if you get that Glartrox off to the side of one of those health packs over to the side of Krakoa, and you could get to an environmental KO there too.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think also Nightmare, there were just so many individuals. I think for both rosters is like, what do you really want to prioritize in this ban phase, right? Because you can only take out so much. So are you like targeting the front line, the back line? Like, where are we headed here? If you're looking at Nightmare, because again, like a lot of
This looks like a much more balanced matchup. Meaning a good game, possibly. I think so. Nightmare versus I mean, I haven't seen Nightmare play at all, but it looks like Nightmare's not really doing well right now.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Let's see. I mean, man.
Nobody says it, but it's true. Okay, listen, they say Guang Guang.
I'm very excited to see Nightmare play. I haven't seen Nightmare play at all.
Because the only time I've seen a Vanguard play bad is when he doesn't do anything. Like that's the worst.
Thank you.
Worst thing to do on Vanguard is nothing, right?
Yup.
And none of these. I swear, we've not seen a single bad Vanguard play.
Have you been watching my games? Like, is that what
I have not seen your.
Oh, she plays Vanguard? Yo, she plays? Of course she does. Look at her tattoo, bro. She's a cool ass lady.
We could do a coaching session. It won't go well,
Perfect.
but you might cry a little bit. It'll be okay though. We'll make it. We'll make
I
it through
think
together.
you'll be the one crying when you see my gameplay. Sure,
No, I've seen bad. I've seen bad things.
We see it, though. SSG and Nightmare will definitely perform for us. That. Do you expect a close match here, or do you think this is just going to snowball out of control? Because it's kind of what happened to Space Station Gaming yesterday, right? Like, while it did push back, it kind of slipped through their fingers. They lost momentum, and they really struggled to regain it.
This is what we talk about when we talk about these like sort of teams that are just coming together now. Like I feel like with so many players like across the board.
I love you guys, but let's get to the game.
You said, Vicky, we're getting rid of.
Let's go.
We're trying to keep the Elsa. Never mind, no respect. Rather, we're trying to keep it on our side instead.
All right, just
we up to date. We up to date.
The Ironman. That's definitely not.
We're right on it now. We're right on it. We synced with the TV. We synced with the TV, guys. Just in case y'all don't see what's going on here, just look behind me. Quality might be better. I'm just saying. Now he going Blade? Okay, we got Nectar going Iron Man, about to give him all the beams.
You've had only a limited amount of games here. If you're a Nightmare and you played against, yeah, we lost. Like one of the most unorthodox.
Oh, he's going Hulk.
In that group.
We got a rogue player.
Now it's like, okay, well, we have the opportunity.
Yeah, Emma for the win, bro. I'm telling you. Emma for the win.
Huh, yeah, that is interesting. We're getting rid of Invisible Woman on the opposite side because we know that's going to be a big target. You know, to maybe mess up these dives, but that might actually change a ton, right? In that individual matchup. They talked about, Crimson talked about like the White Fox and stuff getting stronger and stronger through the patches, and you know, maybe like these teams are trying to scrape by in the last day before next week, before we change and see even more strength. Feels now off of the
Angela.
Why would they buff it even more? But
Venom Angela
so
as a Vanguard.
Balanced character. No, that crap, it's broken, Vicky. I'm telling you. But anyway, Nightmare
had to put the Kaizen away.
Very unorthodox stuff as well sometimes.
Away for another 2 weeks. Damn. What happened? I thought you on your Kaizen arc.
Can we get screen shake, like the ability to turn it off?
He'll be back though. Don't even worry about it. Okay. Can't wait to see him again. I mean, personally, I love PxKAIZEN. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I love PxKAIZEN. It's just he just be saying some random things like choosing Angela over the Russian limbo lady. That's crazy. I mean, that's crazy. That's when I'd be like, are you the real KAIZEN? I don't know. The real KAIZEN don't be saying crazy stuff like that. Yeah, I had a dream about Luna. I'm gonna play Luna. It was so fun freezing people and then just their faces.
So I mean, it makes sense to give the Snowflake, but it is interesting. They would go for that ban instead of the Luna, knowing that this is the matchup that you're trying to get regardless. You don't really get like an edge directly in that ban phase.
All right, nice Nightmare, let's go. Match 4. Damn, Nectar.
Actually jumped on his head. Like he was coming out of a book. Nectar does get trapped real quick, but with Mace no longer in the fray, maybe a we're gonna have to see, because now Monster gets de-hulked.
Damn.
Recontention. Space Station, that's so slow and so disruptive.
So Angela just kidnapping people, and Nectar and Venom is doing the damage on him.
Yeah, it's so smart. I mean,
with the healers,
super slow style that Nightmare's playing, you have the one hero that can, you know, have a ton of HP, get support from Ultra on this guy, and disrupt. So really, that's on Mace in terms of positioning, but also they have a very proactive Vanguard on their squad compared to, I think, the other squad that has to slowly walk in to Nectar's shots. I mean,
oh my God, Hulk.
Dude, oh my, if he got that last shot. Oh, and then
that's crazy.
And everybody's stuck inside. He brings
that's crazy.
Nobody is safe in the line of sight of Nectar. Now,
bro.
Here, Dogman, when we were talking about, okay, you really want to try to prioritize the Gambit, or do you want to prioritize the Elsa? Even with both Elsas.
Elsa diff, bro. Elsa diff.
Hasn't even been able to survive, not even breathe the same air.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he's banned from it. It's just brutal.
Space Station is our Space Station the underdog?
It's kind of rough to see.
Are they underdog?
Because you know that they could easily go for like a more proactive comp in terms of like Spider-Man and stuff, but you know, obviously in this case you can't do much. Light comes in with the Ultron's Rage, gets dove upon already, but they're back to the point. They have so much space to work with. They don't even need to fight. Why did
bro slender his main by calling her the Russian limbo lady? No, I'm saying that's what the fake PxKAIZEN said. Ileana Rasputin Magic. I'll never replace her with the quote Angela and the Russian lady. Never. That would never happen on my days. Not even in my deathbed that would happen. Somebody could put me on a gunpoint and be like, choose Angela. I'd be like, hell no, you're gonna have to pull the fucking trigger, bro. Pull the fucking trigger. I'll be back from the limbo. I'll be back.
Nice job by Monster to at least create some space, but no KOs. I mean, the disengage was perfect. Will they find a KO? Nectar finally gets onto one. It's the hook, but it gets deleted on the outside, so I mean, honestly,
he's not gonna let the caster hit. What does that mean? What?
That's brutal.
Ileana Rasputina.
When Nightmare finally had managed to like flip the point, and now they're gonna be trickled down. Look at Vision though, the Glartrox in their pocket, while Doom yeets out here from the other side. Here with the extermination, you saw the Meteor M from Mace hanging out and landing onto some ghosts, unfortunately missing their mark. And then you look over to the other side, they still haven't given up the point, which I love this stall here from Nightmare, but it's just a matter of time.
Nice, nice.
Again, just waiting for the opportunity to group up space.
So when Magneto's shield breaks, you automatically get right click, right? Full charge?
Vision looking for Month, able to do so.
Oh, okay, okay.
Great work from them. Nightmare to reclaim the point, not panic, even though they lost.
Okay, Elsa, back up, back up.
Needs a lot of support, does get it. But still, I mean, Nightmare hold control of the point. Even
almost
though they got picked early, they've been kind of slowly actually taking care of Necrise this time. So whereas Necrise was ultra free earlier, it feels like there's a lot more priority looking at this Angela, and it's enabling Nightmare to finally surpass them in terms of ult percentage. But now something fun.
I really like Ultron's primary though, and I think that's why I like the new tank, the tank lady from Overwatch, because her primary is just like Ultron's.
Because Blur is out, and so is Necrise. The Vanguards are in shambles, and Space Station are in trouble, and so is the Strat. Here with the monster that it forces out the Glartrox, it pushes him back. But it's fine. He lands on the ground, and the Glartrox hits their head.
Wow, Nightmare got that.
With the retake, and
Nightmare got that, bro.
From claiming the ground for this first round.
They glazing Nectar crazy.
Like maybe you could say for the side of Nightmare, you know, they looked a little lost.
He's not gonna let the casters hit. That's hilarious. Hey, Nectar is nasty on Elsa though.
Blur's trying to force
he really is.
Back, and then everybody's looking for him. It might have even been either a freeze. I need to look back at the VOD, but I believe it was either a freeze or a charm out of Skier, or he just died in the middle of his Venom ult. I don't think so though. It must have been a freeze or a charm or something to stasis him, maybe with Monster. Yeah, because he got his ult.
Domina, right. She's broken in general. I love her shield. I love her ult. I love the E.
Just had a death grip on the point, Vicky.
Her abilities are just freaking nice. Explosions and Zapparoonies with the explosions, all that good stuff. You just keep giving it to them. That's what it is. She just gives it to you, even if you don't want it. She's like, take it.
Ultimate-wise, Nightmare have
how are they bunny hopping, bro?
It's about Fidel, though.
How the f do you bunny hop?
Go in for a portal play and jump right in.
Damn! They got no healers. They're gonna have to reset.
Vision's old teammates both in Doomed and Fidel back when they played on Shroud X. Rest in peace.
No way. That's his old teammate. He did that too. Disgusting.
But regardless, huge plays. Nice job. And yeah, that's insane plays out of him. I mean, Vision's absolutely one of the best duelists in the game.
Vision is crazy. Going back here and having that Glartrox ready. Nightmare once again take control of the point. This time around, it's the first time. And this round number 2, before diving right back in, Dinks has the fate of both worlds to have this dance off versus Fidel. And take a look at Vision, who moves up, has the Glartrox.
Wow. Shut down. Shut down.
Exterminates himself back to the spawn room gate. Here comes a
exterminates himself back to the spawn. Oh, that's huge.
It is huge.
Ooh. Oh.
In this buffet.
Let's go. Let's go.
Another wipeout from Nightmare.
Yeah,
hell yeah.
If Nectar got that many shots off, Jesus Christ, he's just flying over the board, man. He's playing freaking.
Yo, Vision, hey, Vision is starts seeing. He starts seeing the vision, bro. He moving different.
On this character, onto.
He warmed up. He warmed up.
All that instinct, you lose all those resets on your, or rather, lower cooldowns on your dashes and stuff. So you kind of just.
Bro, it's making me want to warm up. What? Hold on, let me get my hands warmed up.
Because he has to work back into it. Yeah, it's all the way at no instinct, man. Like, so they need KOs, and because it's way faster, you get one entire bar of instinct every time you get a KO. So the damage doesn't actually build up that quickly. So this entire fight, unless they get a KO out of somewhere, like, he's just not a real character, basically. But on the opposite side, Vision is just an absolute god. It doesn't have enough cooldowns to get the KO. But still, that's a tough situation for him.
Damn, up there? Yeah. Oh, Doom. That's nasty. See, that's what I mean. As soon as Ultron pops his ult, everybody look at him and just shoot him. It's that simple. Wow.
We are once again nothing, except it didn't get canceled. Instead, he gets shut down.
That was
no way Nightmare just fucking took that. That was smooth sailing for them.
Yeah, he's gross, but man.
Okay. They took the point. Oh, never mind. Doctor Strange just said hell no. Doctor Strange said hell no. Oh, he gonna die right here. Yep. Oh. Oh. Clean up, crew.
Back to 3 instincts. So this could be the turnaround, but it has to be full 99, or rather to 100%, which has happened before.
Bro, look at the way he jumping, bro.
Yeah, and I did see light on Spider-Man just real quick before.
That's crazy. Literally, that's how you gotta play a Hulk, huh?
Ultron. Always have to like hint it, right?
Yeah, this is like when you see a movie and you're like a star actor is in it, and you're like, oh my god, he's in the movie, and he's like for like.
You gotta bond the jump squirrel wheel for like bunny hop. Like how? Like scroll it up or scroll it down?
Only two teams that were gonna go with Spider-Man just yesterday, but you know what? We didn't see it, and Light hinted at it. Goes back over to the Ultron.
He about to go into rank a new main after this. Hey, hey. If it gets us the win, we gotta do it. Oh, snap!
Stops the Venom in the middle of the air, keeps him trapped, and Nectar moves up and finds Skier, which is big here because
Skier got unfortunately selected. Oh, Elsa versus Elsa?
I wouldn't expect that. That's like crazy because that ultimate was going to be in this fight. White Fox removed, and now, I mean, if there's any stagger KOs, you can't go down here. Luckily for them, they have absolute gods on
the Vision.
Regardless of the disadvantage.
Vision got the Sharingans, bro. Oh my gosh. That's disgusting.
Okay, Monster then finds Month, so it's a trade-off here.
You better run, Luna.
Do still have control over the
better skedaddle.
Nightmare now, just trying to flip it back in their favor. Meteor M, except Mace can't land it on Doom. Good coverage here. Blurred gets stunned. The Gartrops is hungry, and Skier gets booted out of the non.
Damn.
Oh my goodness, it's just back and forth because of it. I mean, these Ultrons and this guy's trying to find something. Doom missing the team now. You know, Nightmare lost control of the point, but it's shut down to the sky.
Wow.
Again, I mean, he's done that about 3
Yeah,
times
get the healers, bro. Get the healers, bro. Oh, yo, what? Why did they change? Oh, he got stunned. Okay.
They have the point back. Nightmare lost it for a split second, and they might have done it, Vicky. Potentially 0 to 99.
Grab somebody, bro. I want to see you grab somebody, bro.
They've got nothing for Space Station side. They're going full stall now with Nectar.
Blur's coming back too, and with Nectar coming in, with Light also on the Doctor Strange, it's going to be Portal with Doom getting taken out from the opening of the window. Vision, he's got the vision, the third eye is open. Skier comes in, and nobody left on the point. They were on the
crazy Nightmare. Let's go.
Nightmare.
Wow.
Take over for map number 1.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
Space Station 2, considering they had a huge lead both times.
The Elsa skin with the green sleeves is kind of fire.
I mean, they're the odds-on favorite.
Her recolors are nice.
Right, like it's insane how often that happens. But Vision gonna be your MVP with only.
She has a green skin.
And we talked about how good. And we talked about how good Nectar was playing that hero as well, playing Elsa to such a high level. But
huge air stun. Dang. Yup. Hey, Nightmare, bro. I'm telling you, they just have to wake up a little bit.
It's always a team situation. Don't get me wrong. Like, there's more to it than just the Elsa. But yeah, Vision's always one of the best head scan players in the game, and I would be maybe wetting myself a little bit if I had to play against him because he's just gross.
Get the Elsa out of here.
Yep, he's nasty. He was nasty with it. He was nasty with it.
But it's Vision specifically, like the survivability, like you already mentioned, Dogman, and the 12 final hits. It's looking brutal and even better as Nightmare. They take match points in their best of 3. We'll find out what map number 2 is going to look like on the other side of this break.
Somebody said SSG, please pick a map, Midtown A or something. They're begging the opponent team to pick a better map. They literally just asked the opponent team to pick a map for their own favor. Nectar was using it. This one? That's blue. That's not green. That's a white and blue colorway. That is not green. I'll be right back. You're colorblind? Do you have the colorblind settings on when you play Marvel Rivals?
Welcome back, everyone. SSG and Nightmare are up right now, and it was Nightmare running away with this first map. They were playing it so close, but somehow, some way, SSG was not able to shut them out. Like, even though they were in firm control on both of these points, like, what happened? What allowed Nightmare to come back into this?
They locked in. Yep. They had the vision. They had the vision.
Like, neither team is willing to like ban Elsa because both teams want to play them. It's for both of the team. It's a win condition, right? Because Nectar's Elsa is filthy as well. So when they get to play Elsa, like it
Midtown. Why is everybody picking Midtown, bro?
Also, like just crispy and clean.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? And
You think it's gonna go to game 3?
The Elsa player has to think that they are him or they are them. Like you have to come in with.
Makes my game look worse, if anything.
Happy to take the duel.
Yeah,
No, because there's no reason to. Makes my game looks worse than anything.
Team-oriented map type. You know, we're going over to Convoy.
I love the Nightmares logo, bro.
And yes, like 100%. Vision's crazy. Like, but Vision's like a one-of-one aimer. You know, like I said, maybe actually it's interesting. On the bench of SSG, they have SJW, which is another like hit scan kind of god. You know, they showed up on Phoenix before, but I wouldn't be surprised if they play well in this meta. I would like to see SJW play alongside Nectar, maybe. You know, not that I have anything wrong with Doom.
They probably practice a lot on Midtown.
Maybe that's always something to tease because Nectar always plays a little bit Daredevil and stuff. Regardless, Nectar's a top 5, I believe, Elsa player right now in North America. It's just that Vision has a very coordinated team, and I think it wasn't just about the Elsa play. However, maybe it is just about the Elsa play. You know, it's it's like I'm a hypocrite on both sides.
Yeah, I feel like the teams just kind of got into their heads at some point. Like looking at SSG there, so maybe they were starting to overthink it a little bit, and somehow allowing Nightmare to get back into this. It was also like initially Monster wasn't really able to get value out of that Hulk, right? But then suddenly, somehow, once they were in control, Hulk seemed untouchable. Like what an issue Monster caused.
I know that's that's Dogman's favorite, actually. We're just
What? Oh, why the guy in the middle hairline look like a quadratic equation? Bro.
You know, shit plays the straight.
Leave his hairline alone.
You know, Scarlet Witch really is you. I don't know what to say about that. Like that character's disgusting. And
what? Yo, come on, chill on his hairline. Chill on his hairline.
You know, I actually really like this picture.
Chill on his hairline, bro. You gotta find the X though. You gotta find the X.
Back here while we get into the action because Midtown is
find the Y and the X.
Also took Team Liquid Citadel, Dogman, and it was actually close. It was close despite the stat line. It went 2-1. So Space Station, you know, were able to at least get it to the finish line. And now we're taking a look at the pick and bans, and the Elsa is still the server admin in the lobby.
And you're the
Are you only watching American? I don't know if I think European. I think the European one happened already, but I might go back to it and watch it. And I'm also gonna watch everybody else's. What is it? The Japan, Korea, China. I think there's a Hispanic too, right?
It's for a good reason. I mean, they both have really good Elsa players, but this time,
yeah, EU is way too early for me.
On the side of Nightmare.
But I'm always every time I eat dinner or every time I'm like working out or doing other stuff, I always have them on the TV screen and I just watch while I'm doing other stuff.
Apparently there's a lot of layers to the onion. So
but how's it going, Valshio? How you doing, man? Welcome.
Means that they also won't be able to have the
and my time schedule is so different from like their schedule. Like they start battles at like 7 a.m., 10 a.m. That's what I'm asleep at that time because I sleep at 5 a.m.
Yeah, both sides don't want to have to deal with that dive as much.
But I'm just glad I'm not missing out on Nightmare. And then 100 Thieves is next.
I guess a lot of players, so they want to give a little bit more agency to their.
Yup, I'm gonna watch the GOAT Gen Z, man. I have to.
Last map, I think that.
Gen Z is an underdog from Korea, and they've been really putting in work.
I think in Dinks and how they played that sort of peel job onto Blur.
And they're the first Korean team for Marvel Rivals too.
Different map type onto Convoy instead. So, you know, maybe we could.
I have my jersey somewhere. Definitely rocking the jersey for the homies.
It's like the same ban phase, but
definitely.
We're going to see different comps because we're going to not domination.
Yeah, exactly. It's Midtown, right? Until you get to scale.
Let's go. I low-key want to see this map. I mean, I know it's a Doom match, but I hope
pop up if he doesn't.
It would be so fun to fight in this
On the
map.
defense, which is something else to note. We usually see like the triple Vanguard lineup here, and Space Station could be expected
In
that.
rank.
Nightmare just sticking to just having Monster and Mace take the front
You think it'll be
line
too
mid
hectic to play in this map in rank?
Also, while Dinks and Skier do stick to this White Fox and Luna, I mean, even with the pre-patch White Fox buffs, Dogman, this means that with so many teams rocking the White Fox and playing it to its full potential to try to break through a lot of these chokes, I can't even imagine what next weekend's gonna look like.
No, it's gonna be crazy. I mean, like, yeah, you're on the money. Like,
That's such a
White
trip.
Fox, just
That
as
place is
character,
such
the
a
fact that he
trip.
gets a shield on the teleport is so
Oh
annoying.
snap.
It's like,
Daredevil
it's
positioned
invisible
himself.
shield, but like instantaneous in a
He about to
giant
dive
circle, so
back.
You have to shoot and break it. It's annoying.
Nightmare got the Daredevil out.
Off the rip, Space Station gonna go for that Wolverine stuff that we've seen on previous maps, and for Light to go Daredevil, has to back away with the Captain America.
It's always like the slow pan out. It's a bird is playing no. It's the Wolverine trying to get me and kidnap me. Nice little awareness there, and as well as the bubble that was used up. Mace lingering over to the back before the Wolverine comes right back up.
We'll be able to fight in a map like that soon. They're adding a New York City map this season. Oh man, this season, right? Like,
they wake him up.
meaning like in season 7, not season 7.5? Or you think it's coming in season 0.5? Season 7.5. Oh.
As a cap falls low, and he manages to stay alive for Monster.
This is why, I mean, you've seen tweets from people like Aramori talking about how White Fox is more of like a counter dive type hero. You can see it, like Monster has to deal with this White Fox coming back to Peel, and Light too. Monster's stuck by that trap, but the fact that Monster hasn't gone down yet is very impressive. Regardless, there's so much space being created.
Oh, Luna, nice try. She just got gunned down, bro. She got gunned down. Oh, they pushing.
Vanguard lineup.
Space Station pushing now.
Space Station, but the recontest from Nightmare could come out with Mace being on the Doctor Strange with a portal.
It feels like you always want a character to kind of do something, make a play.
Which to me, it looks like the Hollywood one from Big Overwatch. I think 7.5. I don't remember. It does look like, it also looks like not only the Hollywood one, but there's another map. Like the city map, you know, the one where you have to deliver the fire truck from Overwatch? It kind of looks like that map too.
Ended up more powerful, and we're headed to second phase.
Imagine seeing that from left field, at least from like Light's point of view. It's like,
Oh.
where is this Uber driver taking both of our teams right now? We can't do anything about it, and now Nightmare.
I remember when team captain was on that Wolverine skin, and he was making plays that were just like historical. Making unbelievable plays, taking Johnny off the sky. It was crazy, bro. When I saw team captain play Wolverine like that, that's when I picked up Wolverine. And I was like, no, you're not safe in the sky. I've seen what Wolverine is capable of.
This Wolverine just feels so proactive, just because of the fact that you can CC and take somebody into your team, whereas Daredevil usually is very good, but it just feels like he's offering just sort of damage into this fight. We'll see what happens moving forward, though. I'm liking Wolverine at the current moment.
Same, and he's got that final stand here, as well as Blur with the clobbering time. Nectar lingers back, as you can currently see.
Oh. What happened?
Off of it up to the side, and then you have Blur here over to the back line because they're going to be able
What
to
happened to his
harass
clobbering time?
the split up strat line of Nightmare.
Yeah, this is crazy. It's like every time they try to make a play, they even go
Nice.
with Gear's ultimate, just negate it, and then like you mentioned, that CC onto
This Wolverine skin is nasty. In the Overwatch Midtown map. Yeah, it looks like that Midtown. Yeah, the new New York City map that's coming out from Marvel Rivals reminds me of that Midtown. Like the subway station and then all that.
This overall team's snowball and death ball potential.
And you yeet out the Wolverine again, and with the double invisible boundary, it's a Venn diagram, and you call in the Glartrots. It's time for the buffet. They're hungry. You get another kidnap. You get a.
Oh yeah, I was also playing Wolverine in my dream too.
That's gonna be the thing out.
It was Luna and Wolverine. I dreamt about those two. Heavy on the Gambit bands. Oh, yep, yes sir, yes sir.
Vision 2 isolated from the back of his team, and now Space Station have literally not.
Yo, they pushing up. They pushing up.
Yeah, this is,
Okay, so teach me how to bind that, because I want to do bunny hops.
Through like pocket vision, you know.
I thought you had to just time the space bar, but doesn't work.
Like now, Light is going over to Adam Warlock to help with the pocket. But I'm curious if this is like how they're gonna play the game.
Is it the double jump thing? I don't know.
because I don't know if we can just play like this.
He got hit with the enemy's clobbering time that canceled his clobbering time.
Because they don't, I'm a little worried for them. What was that clobbering time?
I don't know what the freak that was, bro.
Maybe he wants to switch.
Bro.
Yeah, that's what you always have to do whenever you fail at an ultimate, right? You got to make it look like it was all intentional, so that way you could switch. Yeah. Oh no, and then
He didn't switch.
Pulls up the passive, but it does it right in front of Nectar.
He did not switch. He just popped that all for no reason.
Doomed and the rest of Space Station, right now they're playing a different game. They're looking to speedrun instead of getting this payload to the finish round, and Dinks is making the swap up. We got the Invisible Woman skier still here in the back line, rather, and it's like...
You could time the spacebar, but easier to scroll wheel.
Yeah, I was wondering too.
I'm about to scroll wheel it.
When you put a Hulk player on anything that's not Hulk,
Scroll wheel. Why is that so hard to say? Scroll wheel. Scroll wheel. That feels so weird on my tongue. Scroll wheel. Scroll wheel.
Maybe they can walk up, but it's this bar
Scroll wheel. That sounds so funny to in my head. Oh, Emma against Emma.
Wait a minute though. Both diamond forms of both.
Yup, heavy pressure.
Out from Blur. Release the cough drops though, as everyone was trying to gag before they could try to recontest on this point, and it's gonna be Matt on the other side.
Nice.
Nectar finds Mace. Brought back in his direction.
Oh.
Born Again at least comes out from
Vision
to try to get this fight going, but I mean at the same time, at least only bringing Mace up. The Kumio Unleash is activated from Month. It gets stunned and immediately booted out.
Nice job by
Vision. Oh, Vision got 2. Pick 2.
He gets that soul bond and then just flies forward.
Pick 3.
Yeah, that's about the cleanest POV you'll see in the entire
That's nasty.
series.
Vision is sharp when it comes to aiming, bro. What?
They did have that huge ult bank. They did use the res. So we'll see as this moves forward, right? We need to see.
They stopped them.
A lot of time on offense. That's the tough part. Space Station switching it up though, Vicky. They're going over Doom onto the Namor. Actually, Visions used to be the Namor on their old team. So it's gonna be fun. He's actually going back over to the Phoenix. I think that makes sense versus specifically.
So you know how when Elsa shoots her right, when she shoots her right button, it marks them. When it marks them and you hit them, does it do critical damage? What is that marking for?
Bringing up on their line of sight, and it's gonna be matched by Necrise. I feel like this is truly that Ditto match, and except it catches Monster. Beautiful timing though on the invisible boundary.
Yup.
Allows them to
Invisible Woman popped that all beautifully.
Over to the Groot instead, blocking out any of the sustain from the strats that had the line of sight of both Monster and Maze, but they weren't ready. Looking behind them, giving them whiplash is the Glartrox, and it's clobbering time on Monster as it hits to shine with the 3K.
What if he popped that ult earlier just to let them know like he doesn't know how to pop ult and then make them feel comfortable, and then boom! It was all part of the plan. It was the setup for this moment right here.
Now we come through the portal. Fast play with ultimate advantage. Look at the precision lights.
Yeah, I can't say score wheel or either. GG. Yeah. It's such a weird word combined together. Scroll wheel. I don't know, my tongue feels uncomfortable when I say that. Squirrel wheel. Ooh, yo, they hungry. Oh, Adam, old res. Well, y'all better run up in there. Y'all better run up in there. Let's go. Adam, you gotta heal that.
They got brought back to their own spawn, and now they flipped sides? This is just wild. Visions is down. So it's kind of worked out for him. Thinks healing nobody. He's like, where is my team? I need to build this invisible boundary, but nobody's here. Pops it.
You got it. You got it. You got it.
In an overtime.
Oh, she got killed? Wow, Nectar's scary, bro. Nectar is scary.
Born Again bringing everyone behind Space Station. And then before they flipped it around too, through the invisible boundary, not having to...
Did she just say release the cough drop? Yup, she did. See, this is what I mean. Like, this is why American casters are so much fun, because they're so quick and witty with their words and terminologies. They're very good at improvising and freestyling when it comes to it.
I feel like they made swaps pretty quickly, right? We saw the Wolverine swap off.
Let the Kumio out.
The group come out too. Blur.
The mark slows them down and gives you a speed boost. Word? Okay. Okay.
It did come in clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I mean,
that looks like my kind of suo. Oh nah, Lotus. If you're popping ults like that, Lotus, you gotta put the invisibility. You gotta hang it up. Hang up the invisibility.
it just felt like their game plan sort of dwindled away, right? It's like they were a bit one-dimensional, right? Like we know what's gonna happen. We're gonna die. We're gonna res with that huge Adam Warlock res.
Bro, this reminds me of Dragon Ball Z so much. This outfit right here. He look like Android X. Get it? Weapon X, Android X.
Spawn. Like that's definitely interesting because like they can hop back and spawn for heals if they want. But it didn't end up mattering because Space Station got the job done. Now for the attack of Nightmare, Light's going over the Wolverine because they like that idea that Space Station had earlier, and it makes sense based on what we've seen.
Today my White Fox got target banned, so I had to play Invisible Women for the first time in 2 seasons, and Magic was touching me and I popped out and died. Oof. Magic for the win. Magic for the win. I did hang up the Invis, bro. I had no other choice because Gambit was banned too. Dang. Hey, learn Cloak and Dagger, I'm telling you. Learn Cloak and Dagger.
Vanguard without the triple strategist, so it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
My friend made a good point. He said, if you're ranking, of course, video game is for the fun, but if you're ranking, you got to play to win. He said, get to a higher rank and then start playing for fun. And I was like,
that's the one tough thing too when it comes to dealing with the emeralds on the other side, right? You'll be able to get that damage on the beam so much faster by just using it on the root walls, but then you have to also worry about getting the choke slam and use it for your own advantage. The moon hunts nobody though. It clears at least some space, but the way that Space Station gets to just hide away, wait for it, the invisible boundary in Fidel's pocket.
Yeah, and they used everything to keep Light alive there too, so they have to get those cooldowns back up. Once they do the Glartrox from Vision, is it big? It got onto Blur.
Nobody died.
He's got the hard pocket, eventually goes down, gets the
nice. Too late.
Nice job with the counter CC with that diamond form from Nace to make sure that the Glartrox does not eat him. However, the defensive ults are late.
I was about to say, how did they get it so fast? They had Loki the whole time.
Monster has a Australian prison.
Crazy, bro. This is the coolest Loki skin. If I ever pick up Loki, I want this skin. And apparently Lady Loki's getting her own skin line now. I think they're doing a Lady Loki president skin.
Down the group from Nightmare. Hand of Khonshu comes in right afterwards, and at least Light is right there to try to cover the basics. But is it going to be enough with Doom finding another victim? Oh no, the pushing.
Yeah, no, the tough part is that they're like Vanguard's going so deep to get these plays off, and well, everybody is. It's just like a crazy amount of damage that the side of Nightmare are taking to get these ultimates off. They lose Necrorise at the very least to come through with the portal play. Nice job, but the invisible boundary is here. Counter portal play happens, and this fight should extend for another few minutes, but it's still not capped out for the side of Nightmare, so a minute left on the clock. Holds happening so far.
A portal sandwich here too, as Light's just trying to break through this choke, try to utilize the damage output from the Loki clones too, and Nectar recognizes this is a problem. They're trying to take care of Light here from the left side before another Hand of Khonshu comes in, and we get another rotation of invisible boundaries between the God of Mischief, but except it's Skier. Dinks then gets the copy slightly earlier, just so that way they can be ready, and through this invisible boundary, that was a good call out because they knew the invisible boundary was about to come down, but with the cop drops coming in, can they take care of
they don't have another counter to that, but Elsa's ult countered it. Yeah. Oh, they have 3 Vanguards.
I kind of just feel bad for Nightmare's strats because like I just feel like I'm seeing Nightmare just like overextend to make the play they want to work, and it's just causing them costing their lives. The only reason they're in a lot of these fights is because they're hard pocketed by their strats. Like their strats are doing so much, but it's not enough. 20 seconds left to go, Vicky. Last fight territory. They're against the Doctor Strange ult too.
Damn, how they gonna push this, bro? 3 tanks is so annoying.
Hanging up behind them, if you can pull off this Eye of Agamotto, but it's the moon that comes in, and it's not with a wombo combo of a strangling prison.
Oh, okay. Vision got one tank out.
It does find Necrise. Doom has a meteor and goes up. Blur gets stunned. Just the Eye of Agamotto. Necrise swaps over to the Angela, and with Doom and the follow-up.
Damn.
Eye of Agamotto, it's found too.
I was about to say, somebody gotta flank them.
Nothing Nightmare can do when they have
somebody gotta get rid of their healers, bro, because the tanks are staying alive for too long.
Oh my God, we're tied up 1-1.
That's crazy.
We got I don't know.
We're getting a third battle, guys. We're getting a third battle. I had a feeling this was gonna be a third battle. You're right. This is a good fight. This is a good fight.
The Moon Knight and the greens are right there. The crystals are right next to
Yeah, why didn't they play Wolverine? What happened?
Been dehydrated in this barren desert.
Yeah, look, Lady Loki is getting a skin, I believe. Maybe Hellfire Gala skin. Hey, when are they dropping the Hellfire Gala Battle Pass again? That was my favorite Battle Pass lineup, bro. Everybody looks swagged out in that Battle Pass. Everybody.
Like Mason Monster are just taking absurd amounts of damage, you know. Like,
oh, you guys still want the game?
I guess you could
hey,
maybe also
good job.
A little bit there too, but like damage block stats a good way to. Like,
I feel like Wolverine would have taken care of 3 tanks, bro.
I love what Monster and Mace were doing,
especially Doctor Strange and Magneto.
A little bit too much to make a play work.
Yeah, hey, you did. You predicted right. This is gonna be this good.
And
3 battles.
To go down a lot more often
they both fighting. That's what I like. I like to see, and I like to play battles where it's like neck to neck. Like the enemy team whipping my ass, we whipping their ass, and then it's literally just like it's a battle until somebody wins. That's what I consider a good game. Like even if I win, I congratulate the enemy. Even if I lose, I congratulate the enemy. Like the mutual respect just exists. Everybody talking about GG, well played. Because everybody's so locked in. Damn. Crazy, bro. Oh, that was a nasty thing all right there. That was nasty. They both aren't the strongest teams, so it's good. It's a good game. They matched them good. So I missed out on Swamp Gaming and NRG. Swamp Gaming won, huh? Okay. Damn, NRG couldn't bring the shock to the game, huh? Okay. See what I did there? Okay. Bro, next game gonna be Fly versus 100 Thieves, bro. Who do you think's gonna win? I think 100 Thieves gonna win. From the way Fly was performing, I think 100 Thieves got it on the bag. But we'll see. Hey, y'all be hitting the whoa? Damn, y'all don't be hitting the whoa no more? Y'all changed. Y'all be hitting this? Hey, bring back TikTok, bro. Bring back TikTok. Bring back the golden age TikTok, man. I miss those days. I miss those TikTok days. You said or Sentinel versus whoever the yesterday, or Sentinel versus Cafe Rose. Those are obviously one-sided games. Yup. You can't put an underdog against the veterans or experienced team. They're gonna get rolled, bro. What's bro talking about? You had to be there. You had to be there, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you missed out. Back in my day sounding as I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Hey, centuries ago, the year was 2020. You feel what I'm saying? The year was 2020. The golden era of TikTok. You just had to be there. I know you weren't born then, you know what I mean? Like 2020 was a long time ago. You probably was still in your daddy's, you know what I mean? Hey, we're gonna leave it there.
Absolutely. We're entering the brawl meta, you know, a little bit. At least with these 2 squads, for sure. Like, I don't know. I mean, when we saw Monster earlier on Hulk, Vicky was right. He was popping off. But then after they've switched up a little bit, this front-to-back style, not as pretty for sure, right?
Yeah, it definitely felt cleaner. Like the performance of both teams in the previous matches felt cleaner, even though the matches have been hectic, like especially for Nightmare. Like their match yesterday was crazy, but the execution just seemed a little bit cleaner. Maybe they're just forced to make more swaps. Maybe they're also forced into compositions.
Subscribe. Subscribe for some more. Hit that like button. Hit that like button.
Picks
I don't do magic like that. Hey, but hey, today I kind of felt like, you know, okay?
Yeah,
Felt like hooking you guys up with some extra entertainment.
And you get one final on the attack. Like it means that these ultimates probably were like not comboed correctly, right? There was really no.
Bro was born in the 1900s. Did I say more? Hey, back in my days, in the, you know what I mean? Hey, you just have to be there. You just have to be there in the 1900s, okay?
Yeah, what do you want to see here?
Ah, man.
I mean,
Good times. Good times.
I could be reading into it too much, but we were talking about this in the green room at the break a little bit. I mean, I feel like this squad of Nightmare just love to play the Ultron stuff, and then when they can't, like, I don't know if they have a necessarily game plan. Like, to me, if I was light, I don't know, maybe I'd be thinking like, okay, I need to pocket this Visions guy.
Hey, you got me looking at everybody's hairline ever since you brought up his hairline. She has a really nice baby hairline going on. Like, it just fills up her face very well. Vicky got a good hairline too. Okay, maybe the bang is kind of covering her forehead, but brother is about to look like Vegeta soon. Got the Vegeta hairline.
You know, you got to break out of your comfort zone sometimes, and it's really tough when you have to change metas so often because we're going to another new.
I can't get over the man's hairline, bro. Hey, but he rocking it though. He rocking it.
Next week and stuff, so
he look good with it. It fits his face.
For that patch to come through, and this we're talking about, like, these teams are trying to like live.
I wonder if I would ever go bald. I don't know. I don't think there's bald genetics in my family bloodline on both sides, Korea and in America. Because my Korean grandfather, he had full sets of hair. Like, I'm talking about you too much hair. Yeah, too much hair. And I don't know anything about my black side. But I don't think anybody's bald, that's for sure. They choose to be bald, like they shave their head, but I don't think they're like genetically bald.
If both teams actually continue to let the other team back in the game when they have a massive advantage, like something internally is going wrong. I don't know if it's the comms, the game plan, if they're just not on the same page.
It's so back and forth and scrappy too. Like, I feel like that's kind of been like the theme that we've had throughout the course of today. So hey, you worded it perfectly when we were all talking, and it feels too messy. You can't really get away with this as not only is it best of 3, right? So you only have so many chances, and it doesn't really go really far that distance when it comes to the map differentials. But you have to figure things out quickly. And now that we're moving on to Convergence, Dogman, you were saying that, you know, you're a little worried to see which of these teams could come out on top depending on how they have that advantage, where they feel more comfortable.
Yeah, you guys set it up well. I think it's going to be kind of.
Let's go.
See how the two teams come out.
Game 3. Who's going to win?
And what takeaways they had. So you guys are right. I mean, they need.
I think Nightmare's going to win, y'all. I think Nightmare's going to win. They going to lock in this time. Where are we playing? Wakanda? Wakanda?
Which team will come out on top? Let's dig in.
I think we will, because Nightmare versus SSG has probably been the closest matchup of the day. I mean, like, the last map maybe didn't prove that, but it does seem, or maybe did prove, yes, with how it went. What do you think, Vicky? Like, I think on this upcoming map, for Nightmare, I mean, you're right, they have to figure out a couple things, right? It does seem like they're a dive squad.
Come on, cockroach at hairline.
Their fundamentals have kind of slowed
Bro. Yeah, he rocking it though. He rocking it.
We also get our
he look good.
Back up here too, and seeing how these teams are going to be going in through the pick and ban phase. A little pixelated from my end here, but if the Elsa gets through, which is what I'm seeing some of these teams linger on to, that means that the Elsa could still be that server M. And okay, we are back. And so being able to see how that pick and ban phase is looking, it looks like the Elsa does get saved. And you were mentioning the Ultron. I like how you brought this up, except it's going to be in the hands of Space Station this time.
Damn, Gambit is gone. They're saving Elsa. They're really playing for Elsa and Ultron right now.
I feel like the Ultron play to me is like a comfort pick, because we saw that out of the same thing from Sentinels. I think like these teams this week specifically, and I know Triple Stratus is good, don't get me wrong, but the best teams we've seen so far are playing that 2-2
Tank Pool ban, Captain ban, Magneto ban, Mantis ban, Gambit ban.
It's good in certain play styles, but it also feels like okay, we don't really know what to do fully. Let's just go Ultron stuff and see if it works. And I could have a bad read on it, don't get me wrong, but to me that's what it reads like. And I think both teams love to play that dive, right? So if they're on that,
Whoa.
keep those Vanguards healthy that are ultra aggressive, like you saw out of Monster and Mace. These guys are very hyper aggressive Vanguards, almost borderline dual.
You should hit him up and say that. Why don't you say it, Lotus?
And feeling more comfortable
I could have y'all talk. Hey, that could be your first like voice chat debut. You could start with your voice chat debut by dropping that line.
Keep that going as we get started on all of them.
Yeah, because damage boost Elsa is broken, Mantis is banned, so the next best damage boost support is Ultron. Does Ultron's drone do damage boost? Does it give you damage boost? I thought it only gives you shield and HP. Gambit save? Nah, they hard ban Gambit both line. Oh, yo, look at Light. Yo, oh my god, look at this aura. Bro, he not playing.
Uh-oh, counter portal. Wait
Uh-oh.
a minute. Where are they going? Where are they going? Off the map. Sorry, Dinks. At least one of them gets actually from the Doctor Strange from Mace. He actually comes right back together because he gets a float up.
What a hard start.
Pick up and a good statement
Epic start, epic start.
On this defense.
Oh, they fight. They battling it out.
Is right there.
Damn, Nectar just shooting him.
Finding themselves here up on this choke, but okay, that's how you add a little cherry on top to our last game of this series.
Well, over there too, they like stagger themselves and now Monster.
Damn, they got Bruce posing like a Greek god statue.
Baby Bruce, poor guy.
Oh, he dead. He shot his J's off of his feet.
They try to do like a Mr. Fantastic play, I guess, outside of it. Latch onto somebody, maybe get a KO quickly. Did not work out. Unfortunately, Light is not Kendrick in this case, and now we're already 50% towards that Ultron's rate.
Light is not Kendrick in this case? Did that joke just go over my head? What am I missing?
Have free reign on the high ground, uncontested, and it's going to continuously harass Light, by the way, before Monster starts swinging around. Fidel helping and keeping everybody else stabilized, with Doom also kind of lingering back, expecting to die from Monster, and Mace
Let's go.
gets shut down. Nectar is on a terror.
I mean, they traded at least. Blur goes down.
I mean, I know I said I'm going for Team Nightmare, but I can't deny the fact that people, when they get a good kill.
Doom's like, where did my team go? They just got eviscerated. And they're back to the spawn. So 2 minutes left to go. Like it's staggered too.
Damn, they're holding this line down. Crazy. The drone, if you press F, it gives shield and damage boost. What?
Even in the diamond form, even with the damage reduction, it's not enough to keep Mace alive. That's a brutal sight to see, I think, for Nightmare, as they don't have ult advantage.
And what is F for you as an Ultron player? Is it an ability that gives yourself shield and stuff? At least I think it's F. Oh, relax. Oh, they said, hell no, you're not going to shine like that. Yo, why their team hating on Nectar? Let him shine, bro.
Yeah, that would have been the 4-piece, you know, if he didn't steal that real quick.
That's what I'm saying. Why they selling his 4-piece combo? Let him have it, bro. They say, you think you gonna shine, bro? If it's an ability that gives you shield. Right, okay. It's the one that goes like this, right? It scans you. Let's go, Sue.
Fidel counters it with the Luna's dance floor. Is Vision gonna have a big large rocks though? Connects onto one, but it gets deleted in the middle of it.
Nice.
And
wow, they're holding it down.
No, nice job with Fidel to keep everybody healthy in the middle of it.
Kumiho. Oh! Yo!
That is another wipe. This time, it's Necrise who wanted the spotlight.
This Carsting shit! Oh, yo, they nasty, bro. Can you let them play a little bit, though? Wait, correct me if I'm wrong. Space Station Gaming is an underdog, right?
So that's going to be interesting. You know, can they take advantage of this Fox ult now? Nectar does have large rocks available too and could stiff everything.
team. Now with the dive down, at the very least, split some more of that attention. Be disruptive on this back line. Monsters doing their best.
Huge controller player Agamotto.
The abyss. With overtime away in 5 seconds, the extermination comes in first from Doom. Skier comes in too in the form of the Ninetales, and Nectar.
Nectar is too nasty, bro. Game. That's game. Holy crap. Let Nectar have it, y'all. Come on, man.
I mean, that's brutal.
It be your own team, bro. It be your own people, bro.
Like that was.
Damn, they did not want Nectar shining with the Quadra at all.
Nightmare. That was insane.
Nightmare. Bro.
And then Convoy Convergence, man, they just fell.
What was that TV show from?
I don't know, man. Like they got to figure something out on domination.
No, it was a video. Somebody did that to an autistic child. It was
I
fucked
feel
up.
like their vanguards always want to make plays, and then they're trying to force.
Or was it a Down syndrome kid? I don't know. But either way, it was them. You don't do that, bro. You don't do that to a special ed. You don't go nightmare to a special ed. Don't do that. That's crazy.
For example, you get charmed, you get frozen. You know, you're kind of like. You look in the mirror and you're like, God, what is my purpose? What am I doing on this planet? And you're like,
literally all they have to do is touch point. Yeah, but they were too scared. They couldn't even approach. And who do we blame for that? Yes, you're right. Very good. The tanks. Can't even make no goddamn space. But it's all good. Now they just got a hole. But watch their tank make mad room.
Big reason as to why it's important to look like Dom and look how volatile it is, because Nightmare, they won.
They should use some penny lineup to get the pick before they TP. Let's see how things go. You said, ooh.
I do not want to flyers here dealing with the output damage of Nectar.
Nah, I mean, all SSG had to do was touch the point to win. True, anybody could have touched the point, honestly, and they could have gone to a different route too. They could have went up this way. They could have went up, you know what I mean? They could have went up this way. They could have went to the other side, but they kept going down main, and they just couldn't do anything. Damn, he smashed that wall down.
I'm actually wrapping up on the other side of this choke right now, and with Space Station trying to oppress.
See, look at what they're doing. Look at what Space Station doing. They coming from 2 different routes. But Vision said, hell no. Ooh, yo, he moving quick. Vision moving. Vision moving. He mad. Oh, let's go.
Monster gets frozen, and Nightmare are still holding up because this is a great spot for Elsa to hold.
Yo, Vision's eyes moving like Madara, bro. Like he's seeing shit I don't even see. I'm like, how? Tracking. He tracking things, bro.
This point is also, you know,
Nightmare Vision kept getting in there, but no help. Exactly. Nightmare, like the Venom, he tried. He really tried. But everybody else was getting destroyed by Nightmare. I mean, destroyed by Nectar and their Space SSG's Doctor Strange.
It looks like it's a better situation for Nightmare to be in, forcing Space Station to reset. Although the Fate of the Worlds is online, I like the restabilization. Fidel.
Let's go. Let's go.
And now with no extermination, they have to look for Diggs.
There we go. They going in. Oh.
They're trying their best on the Venom with not only the armor reset, the face of the abyss, but there is no follow-up.
The Venom tried. That's literally what the Nightmare Venom was doing. Going in by themselves, trying. But if the team don't follow up, it's not gonna work. Oh, is this it? Oh, I think this might be it. Oh, never mind. We still got the Vision. We got Vision. Vision just got to take out some tanks. Oh, extermination. Why did we swap camera? I want to see that. Oh, Vision down. Nectar. Oh, Nectar going in. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh. Breaking all types of ankles.
Nectar's kind of just free at the current moment.
Okay. They back though. Angela over here going crazy. Oh, Venom, Venom, Venom. Oh, Nectar don't play, bro. Wow. Wow. Nectar is scary, bro.
Flip around from domination on Krakoa to the
Wow.
Station just played Midtown and Hall of Jalia.
SSG for the win. Woo! Crazy game, bro. Crazy game. Nectar definitely went crazy in this one, man.
Nectar, the MVP, is no surprise because Nectar was unstoppable. Space Station Gaming.
Scary.
Come out on top.
Scary, bro.
Game 3
Nectar is the one. Nectar is the one.
Yeah, Vision. I like across the board. Like, yeah, he was.
Nectar is easily clocking 15 and plus final hits every fucking game he plays.
In convoy maps, because realistically, like Vision's, you know, you can see the talent.
That's
there
crazy,
in him,
bro.
And the rest of the crew, but like, you gotta let him be him. And how is Vision's gonna be Vision's when my Vanguard player is doing?
Come here, Kino.
I hate to say it.
Yeah, good boy.
I've talked to that guy a lot, and I
Yeah, Kino. Nightmare lost.
because I know him personally.
SSG got it.
Oh god, I hate this Dogman caster guy. He's kicking me while I'm down on my.
Does this mean Nightmare is completely done now?
And like, but that's the thing, is that Mace and Monster are great players. It's just when we move to convoy and conversion,
Crazy.
There's something not right, either about them or their game plans. You know, whatever it may be.
In the pick and ban, maybe.
Yeah, pick and ban, maybe. It's not.
Bro had 3 times more finals than the entire team combined. Let that sink in. Oh, yeah. This was a crazy play too, right here.
Definitely a top team in this group, but we were talking about them. I think that they were one of those top teams.
Good picks. Good picks.
Patch before this, like White Fox and stuff came in, and the Elsa. So, you know, I'm interested to see how they do moving forward, considering. I mean, they're starting off in a deficit now, I believe. They've lost both their starting games to Yaoi Lost and SSG.
My biggest question mark, too, is, like, where does Light slot into this, right? Because if this is, like, them at their prime in domination with the Ultron matchup, Light, you know, kind of shifting around, what happens when the Ultron's off the table? What is the game plan here? What is the different layers to the onion? Zoe, in a Game 3 scenario, Space Station, though, clutch it out in a huge dominating fashion. You would not even believe, like, how close that first domination map was, really.
Yeah, I don't know if that's just like first map jitters, or maybe it is the game mode that just Nightmare excels. Maybe it's that kind of domination chaos. Some teams are just good on those kind of modes. Like, it's just what it is. Because when it comes down to those kind of modes, it's a lot just mechanical skill that is just. And if the mechanical skill is there, right, then you have a chance of edging at victory, even though the game plan or the coordination isn't so on point. That's when on Convergence and on Convoy, like, that's where you guys need to be on the same page. And that's kind of what was lacking today for Nightmare.
Damn.
Where's the Glartrox too from Vision? Like, we saw Vision swap up. Like, we really didn't see that impact too. Like, if you're gonna protect the Elsa, we keep calling Elsa the server, Evan, but when you get diffed on Elsa, like, you could feel it. Your entire team's health bars disappear before your eyes, faster than the invisible boundary.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna push back a little bit against you, Vicky, here, just because. I don't know, like, I feel like he wasn't getting diffed. Like, I feel like, not gonna lie, this is a hot take, but Visions is a better Elsa player than Nectar. It's just Nectar has a better team. Like, maybe that's a bad take from my part. Maybe I'm just being a glazer of Mr. Vision over here, you know?
Kind of low key, high key.
We also didn't see any final hits, I believe, from Light when he was on the Ultron, so there was, like, really no setup. I agree.
Yeah, it's.
But it was definitely team diff.
I don't know.
The tanks, it was a tank diff, bro.
The Elsa stuff.
It was a tank diff.
Right, Vicky?
But Elsa, bro, like, Vision is good at Elsa too, but Nectar was really, really good. And Nectar was very precise when it came to objective. Like, Nectar knew exactly when to get rid of somebody, making mad space and room for their team to take advantage of.
We talked about how close these groups are, really, how close the midfield is, how it's really not certain who's gonna get those top 4 spots, or at least like the middle part, like the 3 and 4, like that's hotly contested.
Because even when every time Nectar killed a tank, it's because tanks, like the very first game when Hulk got murdered, Hulk got destroyed by Nectar, Elsa multiple occasions. That was just a regular thing. Versus their tank weren't getting destroyed by Vision's Elsa regularly.
because we do see a lot of White Fox. Obviously, that rate is just going to increase once we're playing on the most recent patch.
Elsa diff is huge because she loses 2 bars every death as well. So one is always going to have faster cooldown on their dash. Easiest way to avoid that issue is to ban the British Hunter lady. That part. Yeah, right. So because every time they die, the bars go away too. Nectar died once. Vision died multiple times. So Vision had to keep charging it while Nectar is just dashing around, shooting everything. That was a great point. That was a very great point.
You have to forcibly ban out Loki. So I think those are going to be the priorities depending on which of these teams have that to their best strengths. Because we've also had teams protect the Gambit and get immediately demolished. Like, it doesn't work out for them too.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I think it's you have to kind of take into account a lot of these teams that are sort of unbannable, right? Like, I think in that series we saw it towards the end, there were no swaps. Like, we were just playing the same thing the entire map and didn't go to anything else. Whereas if we were watching, like, yeah, we lost, we would have seen them switch to like 3 or 4 different comps by now, right? Like, this is like just unacceptable to not be able to flex this a super high level. Now, it's easy to say, obviously, from the outside looking in, like, this game is not easy. And the fact that there's a ban phase and the fact that there's so many different heroes that play so differently from each other, it's not easy to do that at all. But there's like teams with just hit scan players on the roster. Like, you gotta flex the melee characters, and then you gotta flex to the gun character, like Heartlover said earlier, for a team like, for a player like Zatex who can play that. So you have to, teams are in North America, I think across the board, not realizing that you could be more flexible than you are, because we have a lot of these squads that do flex at when it's needed.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with these kind of games where, I mean, strategy is just a massive part, right? You can't really afford to be a one-trick pony. You can't be a one composition team. Like, that will be taken out so very quickly. So there needs to be so much hero pool depth for each individual player. And then you also need to have enough time, scrim time on those different compositions. Now, of course, with the new patch coming in so shortly, or so short before the season started, I think a lot of teams were just kind of scrambling.
That was crazy.
Like,
that was a crazy battle.
What the best look is for them, and then also you kind of get into your head, right? With the first 2 days of play, you're looking at what other teams are doing, so then maybe you start questioning your own picks, right? Even though you came in with a plan, now suddenly you're like, oh, the other people are doing a different thing, maybe we need to do that too. So it's really easy to get into your head with those kind of things. I do believe we have our interview ready. Exclamation mark or question mark? Nope, it's the exclamation. Let's go for it. Necrai joining us for
I thought he was Mike from Stranger Things for a second. I was like, Mike?
Congratulations to this victory to close out your first.
That's a really good point. He's so right about. He's so right about that, but we still gonna play Widow. Hey, chill.
What do you think went wrong on your first map here, and what exactly did you switch up for map 2 and 3?
I mean, to be honest, the first map just on me. Like, we hadn't really been playing too much with the triple, with like Ultron, but recently we started playing the last few days, and we've been like doing pretty decent on it. Because like one of the characters I play is like Angela, and just having like a drone is like really nice. But like after the first fight, we had like 80%, and we were like 90 to both our support ults. I like overreached and died to the hole, and like every fight after that, I kind of like kept, I guess I got like antsy or whatever, and like just kept overreaching and dying too early. So that first map was just on me, because as soon as I like went mag after, the game was easier, but the second round was like we were already at like an ult deficit, so it was like harder to come back from. So I just had to like make it up.
I put the comma in the wrong spot. W. All good. All good. All good.
We love accountability here, by the way, Necrais. I really appreciate that.
He was a hope, right?
But, you know, you guys got the dub, right? It may have gone to a game number 3, but let me tell you, the Confluent Convergence, Chef's Kiss. You guys obviously had it in the bag and felt a lot more comfortable, especially starting off on the defense in that last map. And I mean, you're Elsa going crazy. I just need to ask you though, your next opponents right now are going to be Yeah, We Lost. You've already had a few days to look.
Oh, that's their name? YWL? Yeah, We Lost?
Very interesting to say the least, and the way that they've rolled out with certain compositions. It's all out there for you guys to follow review. How do you feel about preparing for Yeah We Lost, a team that really is playing kind of their own meta?
I mean, they're like a really good team because they play to their comfort, which is like really good to do. But I think like the best thing is not to overthink it, and like there's metas for a reason, and if we're practicing like what's quote unquote meta and like what we're comfortable on, I don't think there's like too much of a reason to be too scared of like what they're playing, as long as we're like playing our game. But they are like really good, and you have to respect them for like what they play. But I think it's just like not overthinking it and just playing our game.
Do you think that was the issue, by the way, for Nightmare? Because they're kind of forcing a composition that they're not comfortable with, and you kind of mentioning like the teams who could play into their comfort get to really shine more?
Yeah, I do. I think a big...
Yeah, we lost Arda once. Are they better than
even though we haven't been playing too much...
Are they better than 100 Thieves?
Recently, we kind of feel like it's something we'll be good at if we prod Ultron, because I think the meta is going to shift more into like a triple support meta, especially with Fox being really good right now. D is really hard to play into like the triple support with like Ultron, so I feel like having light on Ultron really like weakens their team.
It's fair enough. And Necrise, I think for you too, man, like
he has a Pikachu Happy Meal box, bro.
And that sort of stuff. Like
should I go get some McDonald's today?
You know, partnered organization too to get them, you know, a win today. Like obviously you guys got the bundle and stuff in the shop, but you know, is there? I know there's a lot of pressure on you and stuff. It didn't seem like
Yeah We Lost is not. They're not even close to as good, being as good as 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like I love competing, so it's like I knew I was already like good enough to play at like this level. I just wanted like a chance, and I just want to like prove that I can, because I'm playing with such good players like Nectar. I just want to like show that like I can stand out.
Oh man, I just felt all my ribs, my spine, everything cracked. My kidneys, my lungs, everything cracked. Hey, Bubba. Alright, you wanna come up? Ooh, you do your stretch first? Okay, okay, you ready?
Thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat, and best of luck next week.
Hello, Sire Kino. Hello, Sire Kino.
Thanks.
And a good night.
Say hi to everybody, Kino. You wanna say hi one time? Ready? Hold on.
Wow.
Hello, everybody. It's Kino.
Which puts him in a really good position, because again we just have 2 weeks of group stage play. It's a round robin format. So
hey, me later. What's good, bro? You said VP better than both? Damn. I would love to see NA versus EU.
I mean, they've had really tough challenges so far in Team Liquid, in Nightmare, but
we gonna see my alter ego, Delena.
Right? Like all they have to do is just
Delena. I don't know why saying the word Delena makes me want to eat a sourdough dipped in some olive oil and
it seems like
balsamic vinegar.
PSN had a good match versus Lunex, but it was a 2-1 game, and Lunex is improving, sure, but that's the only team to take a map off of.
Who's a good boy?
To take a map win rather is Lunex.
Yes,
so,
you are.
You know, we'll see how this goes, but Space Station, like you said, Zoe, they look like they're going to be a top 4 team in this group.
There's nothing up here for you, Bubba. No snack, nothing. It's just a bunch of papers and plastics. You don't want papers and plastics.
Especially with the format being what it is. Now we have one more match to close out an exciting first week of play here in the Americas preseason. It's going to be FlyQuest going up against...
How does that even correlate? No. When I set the name Delena, for some reason I just wanted some sourdough dipped in olive oil and balsamic vinegar, right? Hey, okay, so there's a Spanish watch party too? I've noticed a lot of Spanish players love playing Star-Lord. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kino. I thought you wanted to dance, bro. My fault, bro. My fault. Oh, hold on. My headphone is stuck somewhere. Okay.
Struggled a little bit in day 1 to find their footing. Lunex did look strong, but for me, it really all came back together, and you saw that teamwork come to play with TSM.
Delena doesn't know this fraud.
1-2 in a row, Shib, what'd you see?
The guy who pure pressured me into Q
Strong, and I think TSM
got rolled.
But then they just put into this new triple composition. They
Couldn't be me.
Deep front line, triple on the front, and then allowing their,
Hey,
essentially one
Bubba.
duelist on the Star-Lord.
We grooming you today.
But yeah,
After stream,
as soon as that switch came in, it was
you're
like
going
the car stopped
bald.
moving, everything was stationary.
We're shaving you.
For the next 2 maps.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of
You're
Triple
going
Vanguard
bald. Naked mole rat.
back in the
Naked
Catfish
naked
show
Frenchie.
how well Triple Vanguard works at the
You're gonna break the
IC.
internet.
But you have to have an anchor
Nothing but
duelist.
flesh.
A little bit
No
in SSG,
fur.
we saw that whenever you had Nectar as the Star-Lord, and in this case, and today in day 2,
No
Edge's
fur.
Story had to do a lot of the heavy lifting there. And that's because Gale, who's an amazing player,
No
was the
warmth.
Hulk, all right, was playing the Hulk, and is definitely gonna give that team a little bit of a different look.
You smell like,
Just part of their
Kino, you
flexibility
smell
or
like
team packages that they want to run moving forward.
like cream-filled
They've definitely proven themselves as a team.
bread.
It's gonna be tough to beat.
Sure.
You smell like cake.
Again, Regis looked really good in the back line, especially on map 3.
You smell really
Did
sweet
not
and
miss
good.
a single bullet on that Punisher, and that's always hype, right? So the team stayed consistent, but again,
All right,
TSM,
bro.
the compositional change that they
Hello.
made, I don't think that Lunex could find
Hello,
a solution.
my
We'll definitely have to
boy.
look into that in the future.
Hello,
If
my
there's anything we've
boy.
learned is that the MRC
Who's a good
teams
boy?
are not gonna be easy
Who's the
beating
goodest
Lunex
boy in the
and we're
world?
gonna continue to have
I
these
am.
swamp
Yeah.
games, Cafe,
Oh,
or
you
close
too,
at
Kino. You
the
too.
upset of the tournament, at least
You too.
expectation-wise, to get FlyQuest a quick 2-0 in day 1. Now playing what was now
Get a load of this guy. You said my Fox got banned, so I filled Invis, and then the next game Invis gets banned. Get a load of this guy. Hashtag noticing. That boy dirty? Hey, Kino not dirty. Kino stay fresh. Kino the freshest dog in the universe. That's right, Kino, let him know. Yes, sir. What else? Uh-huh. They talking crazy, huh? Kino, they talking crazy.
With different priorities of heroes that they play, it's really powerful. It's tough for teams to scrim against.
Okay.
Which is what he was mentioning.
He said what he said. He said that's enough. I ain't gonna say no more. He said I said what I said.
Come to play, right? It doesn't mean like a player's bad. It's like, okay, this is just a different flexible package we can play. The more heroes you bring into the game, it's gonna be kind of more common that you have these specialists in different.
Hey, me later said they don't know you, just broken supports.
Honestly, so interesting on both the viewer and caster.
Who exactly bans White Fox? I do. I do, because everybody that I play ranking think they're good with White Fox. 98% of the time, hot garbage. Dookie booty. Caca. Doo-doo.
Yeah, Cafe Rose has been stepping up. I think, like you're saying, with the MRC,
Fecal matter.
Kind of assumed that they were going to struggle a bit up at this elo, but they have nothing to lose, and they're proving it. They look dominant out there, and they're not afraid to step up in these moments, taking things like domination to map 3 off the rip and look super confident. And there was a point where I was like, okay, this team.
Everyone plays White Fox. What are you talking about? Straight up lying.
Absolutely. And then it takes us to our last match of the day. If you missed
Oh, because she said nobody plays her unless to match me. Everyone plays White Fox. What are you talking about?
Time Titans, especially in the esport. For me, Liquid, they looked like they were just kind of back to form. I think like day 1, game 1 is like, oh, okay, a little bit of rust maybe, but man, this is proven to be the team to beat.
Kino, isn't it hot?
Yeah, they tweeted something out like, hey, we're going to shake the cobwebs off and our games are going to be easier for us. And yeah, they really
All right,
did
my
just that.
burrito
I mean,
right here,
SSG
man.
is no joke. Obviously, Nectar is disgusting.
My
They tried to match comp
burrito.
and domination, and
My
TLC
burrito,
Liquid
mijo,
just looked
burrito.
so good instead. I mean, I don't know that you can try to copy comp into a team like that. I think you got to try to find a way around it. So they really struggled there. And then they kept running those unique compositions, you bunker busters, and they went to mid.
The cozy cast.
They are the team to beat right now.
Yeah, without question. Day 3 is going to be full of matches as well. There's going to be a heater on y'all's plate to watch.
3, 2, 1.
And we're back for our final series of day 3. It's going to be FlyQuest taking on 100 Thieves. Now, unfortunately for FlyQuest, Energy Shock.
Final round.
On day 1 and handed 100 Thieves an L. So they will come back looking for revenge, looking to make a statement against a team that is clearly in Struggle Town. FlyQuest, like, we are fans of those individual pieces, but from day 1, it just looked disconnected.
Hell yeah, it's a final round, guys. FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves. What's good, YouTube? It's your boy PxKAIZEN, aka Pharaoh, and welcome back to Marvel Rival Ignite 2026. We about to witness greatness. I have my money on 100 Thieves.
You know
Always.
I wanted to hear from Dogman originally.
We about to see how
so I can
things go
spend some
down.
time to like look at the games, but it's pretty.
We got the FlyQuest
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Has
like,
an op.
on paper,
They're the op
this
team
could
right
be
here.
A good squad. I think people are calling it.
Jolly Emilio is the only name I am familiar with.
They're like in their early 20s.
Yeah, I would. Well, you know, sadly, being 25 means you're washed up in esports, as you know. So,
No,
so-
that means that you have experience to guide the rest of your team.
True. So this is.
You got it all wrong.
See, it's a perspective. Hey, she's a wise one. So is so wise.
And I think that
That's why she's aging good. You feel me? It's the
This is a
perspective.
very good team, and I think that they just need to figure out the meta a little bit. Like
She's aging like fine wine.
Incredibly flexible players like Melio. Was
Squirrel
that
Girl
guy,
winning it all. Nah, I
sort
don't.
of took the mantle
Wait, Squirrel
from a lot of
Girl.
Duelist players that were kind of one tricking.
SG?
One is like, no, I want to be that flexible player who can play basically everything.
I'm rooting for FlyQuest. Ooh, good luck. FlyQuest about to get rolled.
China for Rad Esports. But then after that has kind of moved around.
You said 'cause Visa is the one?
Navi over to
Viswa?
FlyQuest here today. And I
Who's
think they definitely
Viswa?
Still have it. I think Ken is also one of the best backlines in the game too, alongside Zelos, who never gets a ton of praise on old FlyQuest.
Swapping game.
That was getting that praise.
Swapping game.
Does have what it takes, and then that Jolly guy coming.
Ooh, I'm gonna move you a little bit like this, Kino.
Old
Thank
teams
you.
like, jobless bums.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they do have what it takes.
You're
to
making
have
me
that
flex my
right
inner
mix
thigh a
of
lot.
like
It's
rookies
uncomfortable.
And experienced players. It's just a matter of starting out an 0-2 deficit after a patch is a brutal look. So I think as long as they can put up a competitive match versus who you said 100 Thieves trying to come back and is it show up, have a good show.
There it is.
That's gonna be rough. So
Goated team right here. Goated.
Feel too bad about them as a FlyQuest fan.
Yeah, but they do have to go up against quite a giant, honestly. I mean, 100 Thieves.
Hey,
they have
Blue Jay
some
hasn't been
incredible
substituted
stuff
once.
last season, coming out on in the upper echelon of pretty much every stage. So yeah,
He's a number one.
it's a tough
He's a number one
match to
rank.
prove
Wait, he's the
yourself.
rank
FlyQuest
one
has
rogue?
said, hey, look, we made adjustments, we're back. But
And you say it's a rank one thrower? Damn, the beef is real right now. I like that. I like that.
Much better spot heading into week 2.
Keep it spicy. Keep it spicy.
But also, 100 Thieves have only got to play once, right? It was at one time that
Right.
they end up losing out against Energy. And imagine if you're FlyQuest right now and you got to look at the gauntlet of teams that you have to go through to at least put a point on the
You know,
board.
it's not
If
hot,
isn't 100
bro. It
Thieves
is
that are
so
the Titans
hot. Your
winning
body
the
is like
series,
a
Next week, it's got to be Energy, the team that literally
freaking,
beat 100 Thieves. Then it's got to be Swamp
a
Gaming,
heater.
the team that is currently leading the pack in Group A. It's kind of like the, hey, can we get some time to breathe? Because Lunex is then the last team that they would have to beat in that last series for the last day of next week. So, I mean, actually, they already played them out. So, not actually having to play through Lunex, rather, that's on the Group B side of things. But it's still that gauntlet run, right? You still have to deal with 100 Thieves. You still got to deal with Energy. And then you have to deal with Swamp Gaming, the 3 big Titans that are leading Group A is going to be really difficult. Like, there's only so much you could do to ping. I think that's something else that we have to mention because a lot of these talented individuals from FlyQuest are unfortunately at that slight deficit. So Bez doing their best, somebody say Bez, like, try to be the foundation for FlyQuest, because if you're Bez right now, you're looking on at the rest of the team and you're trying to keep the morale right for FlyQuest, you have to also remind them, okay, well, now
You think this is going to be 1-1?
we then have to beat
And then going into the third, or just 2-0, 100 Thieves being 2, FlyQuest being 0?
Coming into this season with very little changes, right? The only replacement is Terra. Now you could argue Terra was their star player, so that's obviously a massive change for them. But Self, I think, held their own, right? Like,
Jeff can be goated.
What's the first impression here from you, Dogman? Does the glass slipper fit?
I think it fits, yes, absolutely. I mean, Self is a self-made player who has been able to grind out on Black Panther, I'm sorry, cheesy, and Human Torch and stuff. But he's, if he can flex and build up that hit scan pool, I'm very much looking forward to this guy's future. I mean, he is kind of like a mini Terra to a degree. Like, Terra is not a player that you can come across very often, only because we talk about those star players. A lot of the times, they're not the most flexible, right? Like, there's, I hate to throw Rymazing under the bus a little bit, but he's like playing a ton of that Mantis Ultron, playing a lot of the hit scan stuff. Nectar came in on old Sentinels and was like the flex player, kind of. And that's been really good for Nectar because now they're a star player elsewhere and stuff. But a lot of times, if you have to come in and kind of fill the other characters that the experienced player doesn't play, that can sometimes be a detriment to your individual stats. But if you can step up and level up like Terra has, like we've seen other squads, I think that they have a very bright future ahead of them. Now,
It's
they
hot.
still lost their first match,
You wanna go down?
versus NRG. And
Yeah.
I think Remix, I don't know if he wants me to talk about it, but I was like, man,
Why don't you go down, Kino boy?
Like, how do
Yeah,
you guys
I'm
doing
gonna put
right
you
now
down,
in scrims
okay?
and stuff? And he's like, man, we
Ready?
should have 2-0'd NRG, man. Like, he's like,
ready?
we've been 15-0ing them in
Hold on, let me
scrims. How
move
did we lose
this.
to them on day one? So, you know, I'm sure, like you
There
said,
you
so
go.
they have a point to prove today.
But drink some water, Bubba. It's hot.
That's a real thing. Even though you're an accomplished player, even though you know have all those accolades from last year, it's still a thing because in the end you don't know what to expect from the opposition, and those are high stakes games.
This looking like
can't stress that enough. So
2-0
it happens.
fly quest.
Remix, calm down.
They're looking like
Everything's okay.
0-2 100 thieves. You keep misspelling things. I don't know why you keep misspelling things.
Match this week, and then I also got to sit back and just kind of take a look at what the opposition is doing.
I'm gonna vomit.
They had
Just
to go back to the drawing board.
I'm gonna vomit. You
Alright,
just said
there's only
Jeff
so
could be
much
goated.
Atlanta could do, right?
Better than
Like
Rogue.
a star player that
Who's
really
bro
stood out
feeling
in the
like?
game,
Flats?
that last
OW?
3, of course, with energy shocking. Literally.
All right, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick before this crazy battle, before this crazy roll that 100 Thieves is about to deliver to flat. What are they? Flat Quest? They about to get flatted. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna be back.
If you want to test out anything, if you're 100 Thieves, you could go ahead and try to do that now if you want to talk about the individual differences that each of these players could provide on this roster.
I feel like, you know what, like you mentioned, like with Delena being an absolute god so far in Elsa and stuff, I think it's him and Visions that are like the two best Elsas right now. But like everybody else is still pretty close. Like I feel like Nectar still had a really good performance. Like it's still like a top 5 Elsa. You know, it's kind of like the famous Brian Scalabrine quote from the NBA. You know, he's closer to LeBron than you are to him. Okay, it's a basketball reference. So it's basically the average plat player.
James. Thank you.
He exists in the world. Well, I think I know him. But the point is, your average player is super far away from any of these pros. You know, for example, I saw on Twitter, I was like perusing things, I was like browsing, and I think I saw people were critiquing Flats' tier list, right, on Heroes. And people were like, man, Flats, you're stupid. And then he comes back and he's like, well, you know, most of these pros have the personality of a wet rock or whatever. He said something stupid. And he was basically saying that he's closer to the top 1% and they're closer to the everyman, so he understands them, and I get that point. But like, honestly, like somebody like Flats, who's in the top 1% of the game, is still very far away from the 0.1%, from the pro players of our scene, and I respect that guy as a content creator. But if I have to respect somebody as a content creator, then I think I have to respect the pro players as well that put all this time into the game and put as much effort as these guys do. And I think, like we were talking about earlier, Vicky, you know, Nectar had a phenomenal game, was really close, I think, to Delena and Visions. We're just going to see.
I agree.
This is a struggle all this time, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
like, so
you have that in like every kind of sports where it's easy to judge when you're on the outside looking in. So like it's so easy if you have the bird's eye view of what is happening, and then you have all the sources at hand as well. That doesn't mean you can replicate it.
No, it's hard.
It's true, and it's especially when you have only like a limited amount of like information to base that off of, right? So you go back on it, and you also like take a look at 100 Thieves, and you look at TTK, who's always been a very star standout player himself, and wonder, okay, were some of the vanguards that he rolled out with the decision that should have been leaned on? Because I believe we even saw him go to the Museum of Contemplation, and you know, a map that people are still trying to get a handle of, because being on the attack could be so detrimental. So figuring out, okay, well, if this is not what worked out for us, it did work out at least in their favor. That's where they won the dub, but it was incredibly close. That whole series was close. Like the first Dom was 2-1 in favor for NRG. They came back, if you're 100 Thieves, 5-4, and that was with Madara making a crazy portal play before they ended up closing up. Yeah, like that I lost my mind. It happened like back to back, because it then proceeded to happen on the last map on Shin Shibuya. So if you're struggling on maybe these two maps, you go back to the drawing board. Why did we struggle? Was it because there was not enough protection when we're entering such a dive-centric meta? What are the adjustments we have to make when we go onto the tournament client with the new patch with the buffs over to White Fox 2?
Now we're sorting out some stuff on the server, so I promise you, our yapping is not holding the game hostage.
Not yet.
Promise.
Can we start tier listing, Zoe? Can we?
Usually. It's just that's always the assumption. Is like they have the start button. No, we do not. Trust. Otherwise, we wouldn't start with sports references because that's not our forte.
Not your forte, Zoe.
No, I speak for all of us. I'm the host.
Oh, dang it.
Oh.
That's how it works.
Well, today we learned something. That's awesome.
I'll get the
we're actually
backpack.
gonna.
Well, what I missed?
We're gonna head into a quick break. How about that? So we let everyone get some refreshments to set us up for our last series of the day. So stick around. We're gonna see you on the other side of this.
They started hitting the wiggles. Let's go. Last game. Do I want some snacks too? I'm gonna be right back.
계속 높이 fly away 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나 그 끝을 몰아서 run even zero flight mode we're dancing under moonlight 손은 꺼버려 turning up the heat get it we're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all they want to know how we do it now it's no restrict to flight mode blinding shining lights I feel it skipping way out of control lock it oh yeah we won't stop it flying high it's our destiny lighting up flaming stars
Welcome back, friends. So we are getting ready for our last series of the day. 100 Thieves will be taking on FlyQuest. We already talked at great length about how this might play out. 100 Thieves obviously being the heavy favorites coming into not just this match, but also in general into this season, into this preseason. I think a lot of people had them at the very top of the standings in their group, which is a very stacked group. Currently, they are not where we expected them to be, as Energy Shock did hand them their first loss in our opening day.
Yeah, I think week one has been very surprising. And that's why, like, if we're comparing the series, like the last one we saw with Nightmare and SSG, FlyQuest doesn't have a lot of expectations, right? Like, based on the first couple days, I think people maybe, well, I put them pretty high because I was, you know, not thinking about the long term of it before we were talking about, like, the predictions in game to get units. But, like, nowadays, I think people, like, kind of realize where FlyQuest is, and maybe that's why it's easier to be, like, to go softer on them a little bit, because they've just not shown up to performance, whereas like 100 Thieves, you know, they've had a good series with NRG, whereas FlyQuest has had a tough showing every single time they've played. And that's kind of the like for Nightmare and SSG, the reason why I, like, for example, I was so hard on Nightmare is because they have expectations, because this team, you know, a lot of people think are going to get top 4.
Dang, uninstalling going a wee bit too far, isn't it?
And FlyQuest need to up our expectations after the series today.
Yeah, I mean,
What's going on? What y'all talking about?
Right, they're also coming in as an org that has done well last year.
Jump
But
off
they
the
are
map and
coming in
everything?
with just 2 returning members with Ves and Celos. So there is a lot of new pieces that need to be worked in. There is a new meta that needs to be figured out, and new opponents that need to be figured out too. Because I think a lot of the teams have changed their identity.
We could have watched a whole other match where FlyQuest started. True.
So
I mean, to be fair, I went to go get some snack and hydrate myself.
as well here in our opening week. So now is an
Took a little break.
FlyQuest to really push back and fight back.
But I'll keep that in mind next time. I'll keep that in mind.
The teams look to be ready very
We could
soon.
definitely watch
So
another
rest
match
assured we're
between
heading to
time.
our last series of the day in just a little bit.
Yeah, guys, thank you so much for your patience. We just want to make sure all the players are locked and loaded, ready to go, especially when FlyQuest have their backs against the walls. I like how Dogman brings up, like, how each individual player is so talented on their own. We know what they can perform. We've seen it in the back end, but it's about performing against the best teams in the region.
Let's go!
That's right, that is 100 Thieves, and they will be taking on FlyQuest in their last match of opening week.
Final round. Final round.
Heading into it, FlyQuest,
FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves.
Actually, so he put it pretty well.
I got my money on 100
They don't need to
Thieves.
be, you know, the best team in the world here. They just need to be like, you know, Sentinels, like scrape by this week, try to get to next week, but you don't want to go in that 0-3 deficit like the side of Lunex is in Group B, you know, because that just makes it such a hard next week, a difficult opportunity for you. But, you know, it's not an easy test against the 100 Thieves for sure, but you have to start it out in the ban phase, and we're going to immediately ban out the DD and Mantis for the side of FlyQuest, which is, I think, a unique start. Vicky?
Yeah, when we just saw like 100 Thieves just go crazy with Delena on Elsa, so now Delena gets to get the server admin unlocked, so we have to see how that's going to play out for FlyQuest.
They're saving
but
Mantis.
They have a game plan. They take out the Gambit. They wanted to prio protect the Mantis. You were talking about the Mantis earlier today, and the Psylocke, and that's interesting.
Psylocke and Mantis
Probably gonna
save,
force
huh?
The Gambit ban from the other side for 100 Thieves onto FlyQuest. See how that's going to work out hand in hand. But I know a lot of players are also excited to see more of 100 Thieves with this iteration of the, you know.
Oh, they're taking some time. They're discussing right now. Gambit, yeah.
Flexibility too between the duelists of Delena and Self, and what they could bring too.
And then they're gonna save Gambit, maybe?
To run the triple strat.
Yeah, this is
Or are they
this is pretty
saving?
crazy, and I think this will determine at least my perspective on this triple strategist composition with the Mantis and stuff. Like, it feels like FlyQuest are almost preparing for next.
If
week.
I win, you get a skin. If you win, I get a skin. What?
Maybe that's the reason why they're doing this, because for 100 Thieves, I mean, they've just gotten everything.
Oh, they saved Deadpool,
they've gotten
Tank Pool.
Actually, everything. Like, this isn't except the Gambit, but the fact that you get Vanpool, the fact that you get Elsa, I mean, maybe that's just like a this week type of situation going on, but
Delena on Elsa, a match is GG already.
How FlyQuest play against it.
It's gonna be hard.
100 D's eating, bro. I'm telling you.
Angela, let's get this going, everybody. Our last series of the
Let's
day
go.
close out the first week of the preseason here in.
We got the 2 Korean subs right here.
Diving right into the action with FlyQuest trying to prioritize the Mantis.
Best domination map ever.
The Gambit band, Zelos. Being on the Cloak and Dagger, let's see if this is going to work out for them. But I think one thing that we can take away from today, Dogman, is
Daredevil ban over Elsa?
Utilize on Dom specifically.
Hey, Elsa is strong.
Point. I think that the Ultron itself is just, you know, very hard to KO on top.
They should have banned Elsa. I don't know why they didn't.
Like, easy to play, like for people that can aim.
My ranked teammates inspired them. Damn, they watching you like that? Okay.
The thing that's kind of tough is like figuring out when to use your ultimate. You know, if there's a Magneto.
All right, let's go. This is it, guys. Last game of the day.
Extreme fast TP play. We'll see if Vest wants to maybe go towards the point, if they'll all group together for 100 Thieves side, and maybe we get some one-shots.
We locked in.
Oh. Here too, splitting the attention, but 100 Thieves are already ahead of them as the point.
Watch out, 100 Thieves. Watch out. They being skimmish.
Jeff over from the other side, this time in the hands of Ken after we saw Winnie go over.
Is it just me or is the game looking really, really fast? Do they have it on ×2?
The buff too, as TTK lingers about to get more information and to harass this back.
Okay, I think it slowed down a little bit.
Hungry, looking to sweep in on its next prey.
They were moving.
Yeah, absolutely, just try to like playing around, waiting in the wings. But you know, for in general, kind of comes for that dive early, has to back away to the health pad, just kind of play around.
Oh, taking so much damage.
Oh, TT.
Answers back and finds TTK. Great peel too to help Melio gut up to health thanks to Zelos and Ken. And now with that first pick, FlyQuest do have the advantage for now before they try to re-engage because Vinny does have that advantage.
Yo, TT just got murked.
Going in now too with him going back here, Doug.
Not just me, so it's fast for everybody.
Now on this Elsa and close to that Glartrox.
Do they have it on ×2? I mean, not anymore, right? Because, yeah, they looking normal. Earlier, it was like everybody was hopping and shit.
No worries, though, because then we can kind of clean off our glasses just to see that Melio finally does get taken out and the extermination comes in from
TTK been fitting these games? Man, TT just got to get off that Angela, bro. I'm just saying. I feel like he's better as Emma.
Quickly, but it's not fast enough before
yup.
Now the dance of the Cutterfly comes in. Jolly finds 2 off of 100.
Dance of the Cutterflies. Yeah, I love when Vicky just like starts making up words. Dance of the Cutterflies. But she dead. Oh, they still got the points though. Okay, Magneto swap. Good.
See how this upcoming fight kind of goes as they've already set themselves up for a good position. You know, they can kind of play you know, towards that objective, play towards the point, and allow maybe a little bit more space to come through as you have some solid ultimates. You excelled in the previous fight also to avoid a lot of that damage with the Glartrox, so we'll see if they can keep it up moving forward. Maybe hit a huge Jet Bolt that Self does not have the Ultron, or TTK doesn't have his Meteor M.
I think when you have that environmental KO potential, if he gets protected, looking onto 100 Thieves now with Winnie and Millennia getting to cycle through these drought ults and look for Self and that extermination that rings through your ears. They're trying to boot FlyQuest off this point, and Jolly has a lot of sustainability too with the Freedom Charge. Melio wraps everybody up together though, and it's going to be the Mantis ult to bring them into this point because they have not.
Come on, 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves trying to force them off, and with the itch jump from Ken, Meteor F just to slam down. But
come on.
To help enable Ken.
Yeah, nice job by Vest to block that Meteor M coming down to save the Jeff. In the meanwhile, they're trying to go to the back line, force out that Luna ultimate. Millennia wants to go forward, right? Take advantage, but that Eye's coming through. Maybe debate it out to Lena with the Glartrox.
Oh.
Actually, no, it doesn't.
It doesn't fall off. It doesn't fall off.
Deleted, so everybody's still healthy. And guess what? FlyQuest has a point. No ultimates for support ults on the 100 Thieves side. Jolly and Tuzi with the Dance of the Butterflies, and they're cleaned up. FlyQuest are at 90%.
This is a different FlyQuest and a
damn
Tuzi on this side lock.
Yo, Tuzi going in.
They wanted to prio this. FlyQuest showcasing that they have more secrets up their sleeve, and 100 Thieves are gonna have to recontest.
Ooh, yo, is that it? Oh, never mind. Port.
Yes. At the very least, they get that overtime tick down, but you know they have no ultimates. They have to play slow, and Ken is coming up on another Jeffel. You maybe can get a pick off on Delena or something. Maybe somebody has to go off, but you have to play on the inside angle. Everybody's disengaging that dive coming through. Jolly understands that, needs to live. Good job playing his life for now. Vinny comes out, has that Bane Hammer. Jeff on as well comes through. Maybe they can live and Vinny
Got Jeff ult.
get some more damage off down range, but into the sky that Jeff goes. What doesn't want to get
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Job from Delena to the
Let's go.
That was the player that needed to step up in that previous fight without the ultimate advantage. But they still need to find more. Glawtrax coming up soon.
And with overtime ticking down and Vez having the Eye of Agamotto, look at TTK, who's falling incredibly low. Winnie also close for a reset. Eye of Agamotto comes in, but it only...
shoot him, shoot him. Nice, nice.
Finding Melio right as Zelos calls in the...
Let's go, let's go.
With TTK getting the shish kebab, making sure that the Glawtrox truly eats tonight. And
Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Points, but talk about a dominating first few fights from Flight.
Bro, they gotta play smart. They gotta hold this down.
I wonder if, like, so Ken, I think didn't want to get media remmed or maybe even one-shot / charmed. So that is interesting. That didn't go for that Jeff ultimate in the previous fight. That maybe could have turned things. But the decision-making, regardless, has them at 99%, right? So they're going into this next fight. If they can force out Winnie's ultimate now, Self is on Doctor Strange of all things, right? No longer on the Ultron, so they don't have that crazy healing output. But you can't allow Delena, this guy right here, to get pick-offs like he did in the previous fight.
Yeah, Delena was getting away with it, even punishing the It's Jeff. When you saw Ken trying to go for that up on the high ground after he didn't really hit anybody. Uncontested in the back is Millennia, and Winnie's got the resustainability because with assembling the troops, Jolly and the Freedom Charge is leading the way. Meteor M from TPK trying to find its mark. 2C gets to the back and harasses the only Luna.
Damn, Luna. You were too far behind by yourself.
And Delena comes out on top in that
okay. Delena took care of that.
Yeah, did it buy enough time, right? The Psylocke destined to die in that situation, and hyper-aggressive Delena goes. He fell. No way, self-ultimate's 11-2.
Nice.
They still get 2 KOs.
Block.
By the Vanguard. They're still alive.
Let's go. Luna's back. Whip him. Yup.
He's gotten 2 in the fight. Still controlling the point 2 is 100 Thieves.
Let's go, 100 Thieves. Lock it in, bro.
Zelos and Melio, they cannot catch a break, it seems, and Ken is coming in with the Itch Jeff because 100 Thieves have flipped this from 0 to 99 and are nearing 90%.
Oh, snap.
Close, Vicky.
Snap.
We have to see now, like, what does Ken do with this ultimate?
They might also pour too.
A lot of times he's been dodging. They need to play slow, maybe for that Meteor M. Gets poked a little bit early, but every time, they're playing slow, allowing the team to build up towards those ultimates, and the Glawtrox is still available. And we saw what Delena did before.
Delena's looking for those cough drops, though, shortly before wrapping over to the left side, and they immediately use it. The Glawtrox catching one. The follow-up onto Vez. Big pick. Let's see if FlyQuest can come into the recontest.
He's gone.
Boundary. 2C waking up, finds 2. Can they find a quick 3K? Jumps up, gets stunned. Beautiful safety as the invisible boundary comes in and a dance up from 100 for the sustain.
Wait, he's going to have the dance floor after this. They have to KO the Psylocke. Everybody has to look at it, make sure he can't get it off. Otherwise, we're all dead. Into the sky. Nice. Portal brings it back to his own spawn.
No, they took it though. I was about to say, what a clutch. He popped his portal right in front of her.
They're trying to play around the portal to get out of the line of sight, but it's a back and forth. Meteor him up. They have to recontest on the point.
Oh my gosh.
It is 100 Thieves' point right now, and with Jolly Fun and Millennia, that's how you open things up for FlyQuest.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's a huge pick.
Luna's dead.
Cooldowns out of the White Fox. Can Delena get
oh my gosh.
Now there's just a Doctor Strange to the back line. Meanwhile, Vinny, what do you have for us on the Van Pool? Can you stall it? No portal. The answer is no. The damage boost is too much from 2Z.
Damn, bro. Damn. Okay. They got the first one. This is gonna be 100 Thieves map right here. Off map. Watch. Elsa all about to eat in this map.
Kind of getting cut off early. Still found those prio picks. This Psylocke is on fire.
Crazy, bro.
This is the FlyQuest of those individual talented players.
Oh man.
Absolutely. Maybe it's that
they got triple tank. They win.
Mentality in terms of the fact that they run the Mantis at a pretty high level. Melio
That's
playing
crazy, bro.
Gives him the damage boost. Allow 2Z to pop off like he did. And it's funny because
Fly are gonna have more ults. Well. So, Big.
It's a very
got close. That was very close. Unfortunate for 100 Thieves, but hey, that's just the first map. This map is gonna be 100 Thieves for sure.
Maybe Vicky, we need to increase them again. man, because if they were to beat 100 Thieves today, I mean, 100 Thieves could start off the season 0-2 after all of the expectations that they had.
Can you imagine being like from the AMER region and like watching this right now? America's
FlyQuest 2, 100 Thieves 0. I guess Jeff is S tier.
Outcomes, it seems like.
Bro, we'll see, we'll see.
With the eye of Agamotto, but keep your eyes on Vinny, who's waiting to take into an off angle.
Because 2Z is really good with Psylocke.
To take everybody off the map.
I heard Psylocke got mad nerves and that's why people don't play him, but I don't see it. I don't see it.
No, really nobody knows the best.
I'm telling you, Jeff OP. Hey, Jeff played right, very OP.
100 Thieves already in control. Jolly frozen after being charmed. All that CC used on him, but they still have to deal with the gold.
Yeah, CC used on him, but had no benefits. No value out of it. Woo! My God. Oh, great save. Nah, but it came out. But it came out. Okay, so Sue don't have ult no more. That's good.
Yeah, excellent job from Vinny, who is kind of free on the Van pool because he gets that mismatch.
Bro.
And, you know, drops Banhammer, gets a lot more damage down range than maybe Zealous.
She got a power crip a little bit. Did they do like a secret buff on her?
Well timed by Delena in 100 Thieves.
Why play Psylocke when you can play Elsa?
They still have the damage boost in these like neutral fights where the Psylocke does a lot more damage than you would think. But 100 Thieves finally have the point first, unlike the previous round.
Even playing off of that slight lag here, having that difference can make a huge difference for FlyQuest to make the comeback. Winnie taking the fight over to Ken, who unfortunately gets doped.
Nice.
That's one strat out from FlyQuest, really leaving Zealous and
TTK, let's go. I'm telling you, stay on Emma, bro. You're really good with Emma this right now. Emma's been working for TTK very well all tournament.
Kind of falter. Like they're just losing in these weird neutrals where they probably shouldn't. Ken in that case on the off angle got chased down by Delena.
I mean, if he doesn't like the skin and that's why he don't want to play Emma, I completely get it. Completely get it. I don't like that skin too. The bop ain't it. The bop ain't it.
If you had the dance of butterflies in the last fight, that could have been big.
Look at 2C, damage boosted 2C, and he does have that dancing butterflies, as you mentioned, Dogman. Self playing around the pillar, getting out of the line of sight, does have the extermination to keep everybody up, as Vinny jumps up.
Elsa just needs one ult. Oh, nice! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
This is the 100 Thieves we know, right? I mean,
yup. I told you this map 100 Thieves, man. I told you 100 Thieves got this one. Hell yeah. That's 1-1. Now we're going back to indoor. This is going to be a tricky map for Elsa, but hey.
Necessarily favor the Ultron.
We'll see.
A big deal, like sorry, at a large effect. But I would favor Delena on this Elsa, who will just kind of be able to run free. And I mean, like FlyQuest didn't put up a fight in the last round, Vicky.
Yeah,
they lost every fight.
W Jeff Fijay? What is that? 100 rank 1 Emma. 100-0 is crazy. Bro, TTK just gotta stay Emma, bro. Every time he played Angela or Magneto, things just weren't working. But as soon as he hopped on Emma, bro, very strong. Just stay Emma, bro. Just stay Emma.
Like what they did in the previous fight.
Trust.
They kind of went down one after another, but we'll see if that changes around, right? The first round went their way. They had somewhere, I think, for the strategists to really bunker up and play off of.
Oh, this is gonna be an alt battle.
It's gonna be a lot harder in this round, as it does get a little bit more open in terms of space. So, you know, how does 100 Thieves play this? And more importantly, where is FlyQuest going to put their invisible boundary coming up? And does Ken also try to play for his own life? As TTK is off that mag that he was playing earlier, and on the Emma has looked flawless.
And as we go the distance too, you have to imagine what this does for the Van pool, right? He's got those upgrades already ready to go, as he's one of those characters that like to build up, as Delena has a nice. Great start. Of that weapon, TTK, Psionic Seduction, bringing them all into their line of sight, and FlyQuest are still holding on to these ultimates. Belio looked like had called in that Soul Resurgence, and Zelios comes in with that invisible boundary. A little bit better this time around, but Vinny tries to isolate them with the bubble.
I mean, they're trying to sustain, they're trying to live, but they're still down a member of their team. So the Capel, don't touch the point again. This happened before in the previous round. And now Tuzi's going to get picked up.
Nice.
Charcoal,
Yes, sir.
From Ken. Is anything there to counter it? The Ultron's rage is there. So they get nothing.
Yes, sir.
Point, they gotta change.
Get him, get him, get him.
It's not looking good.
Pressure, pressure.
Delena is having their way right now, literally sending them back to the spawn
Yup.
gates, and is still holding
Good
out
push,
before
good push.
backing away because not only do they have the point first, but Delena
Pressure is real right now. Pressure is real.
momentum and run with it.
100 Thieves, let's
He's
go.
doing whatever he wants, you're right. And I think off of that, TTK swap to the Emma Frost is just sort of stuffed FlyQuest's game plan. Like, it's just given so much space to Delena to pop off and do whatever he wants. So they've had to mix things up, maybe change something. But they don't have Shadows, so maybe you can set up Tuzi. However, it's quite the distance. Look how far back they're playing. You have to use every cooldown to even get close.
And with TC using the
Nice, nice, nice.
Look at the protection from 100 Thieves.
Nice.
On the
No
stage,
value, no value.
No value if you're TC. Melly was also getting focused.
That was a desperate move. Shouldn't have done that.
M goes up, as Best goes
Block
down
that.
onto Delena.
Oh, who we get? Oh.
Making
Okay.
big moves as FlyQuest were able
Okay.
to put the point back in their favor.
Yeah, that's you
Just
talk
reset,
about
bro,
this
reset.
player that he has to be for this team, or that I guess he always is, but the team still somehow loses. Nice job from Vest, because that was kind of hopeless, right? Like, they were sent all the way far back. That's the problem with, you know, not earning the space that you...
Bro, get jolly, bro.
Like, he had to use...
Beat his ass!
And 100 Thieves obviously expected it, patty caked it, lived it. Now this upcoming fight, though, right? You go in the ultimate advantage. Yes, Vest got those KOs, but it cost them the Meteor and it cost them the Dance of the Butterflies. Let's see if they can live with the Shadows now. That's the crucial factor, as Delena has been brutal every single time with the Glortrox.
And the disruption, too, onto the backline from Jolly, who's trying their best to try to split that up from 100 Thieves. Delena has that Glortrox, and they see that Zealous has already called in that invisible boundary. It's up to Melio to see how they're going to be able to try to utilize the Soul Resurgence on the other receiving end as Vest falls so incredibly low.
Get him, get him, get him.
Back up to health, finds another
Oh.
snipe, this time out to Vinny.
Vinny
As
dead.
Had the extermination, but held on to it, so 100 Thieves
Oh, yo, that Magneto combo is disgusting, bro. TTK.
Yeah, and they're going to stagger.
Oh, they staggering. Oh, no.
They absolutely need to stagger. And 100 Thieves, their game plan was...
Oh, he said psych. Oh.
Okay, we have the ultimate advantage. Right.
Bro.
Out of teams, Vicky, earlier,
That was brutal.
Throw that advantage away. Slowly but surely, like Nightmare earlier. You know, for FlyQuest's side. Sure, they don't have a lot of ultimates, but they're going to build it into the Butterflies. If 100 Thieves...
Bro, we got to battle this out.
With the Glortrox.
Ultimate advantage, ultimate advantage.
If I'm a 100 Thieves fan.
It's looking grim, but at 95%, they're looking.
Uh-oh, Salak about to get her ult.
Really only have Ken to make a big It's Jeff move. As 2C also looking to try to utilize the Dance of the Butterflies. Melio trying to go for a flank.
Nice. Nice. She looked away once. Nice, 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 nice.
But is answered by the fate of both from Millennia, who was holding on to it.
Yeah, they get the dance floor out. Self's not going to be here, and with that Ultron's rage, so that's big. Ken's ultimate. He's just going to use it to live.
Yo, 100 Thieves still got 4 ults.
Damage. Elena's still here on the objective, though, but they are missing Self. Oh my god.
Nice.
He gets deleted by that right click from Delena, who hunts him down with the Deadpool.
Get Jolly, get Jolly. Yes, sir. Was that Jolly? Yes, sir. Yeah, back up, Magneto. Back all the way up.
Everybody seeing this understands what we mean when it comes to making sure that the server admin Elsa currently doesn't gap free reign, because Delena's having so much impact and getting these raw picks. It's even scarier in comparison to some teams that want to force out the Gambit, which was the first that we
Sue
saw.
about to get her ult.
Daredevil
Yo.
From the other side, actually, that was a prio pick. As 100 Thieves are working with what they have, Winnie does have that ultimate ready to go on the White Fox. Nice little bubble as Vet tries to push up and has that Meteor M.
Slowly walking up, he's a lot of pressure on him, has to anchor the point, has to find a big ultimate. He has to also counter the Ultron's rage coming up in a second. Jolly trying to force it out, he does, but does he live? No.
Oh, nice.
No. He had to live. Meteor M a little bit late and doesn't connect either. Oh,
no.
Wait, trade it though.
Oh, no.
Delena. Sure, you don't find anything with the Meteor M, but that ultimate's too late from that Fox. The White Fox ultimate gonna get taken out. Invis boundary's perfect. Millennia gets stole upon. Does have the drone. Eventually goes
down. No way.
Damage boosting got it done.
No way.
No way. Slowly but surely they're getting it done. Here comes the Deadpool. Trying to bounce, trying to get those upgrades.
Nice, nice, nice. Oh, wait, no, that's the other. That's Jolly. Come on, Delena, hurry up. Oh, my gosh. Yo, Salak going crazy, cleaning everything up. She about to have the butterfly.
takes. Overtime taken away.
Oh my gosh.
About to take a map off of 100 Thieves. TTK, silent seduction. They flip the point back in their favor, and 2C still has a dance of the butterfly.
Are you kidding me? Overtime's ticking down. They lose Jolly. No way, Delena.
Oh, they lost Jolly. They lost Jolly.
Close to that ultimate. Has now tried to take the start of the Joe, but over he's got eaten by Ken. He got eaten by
Punch
Ken.
him, punch him.
Can they find
It's
him?
okay. Oh my gosh.
Run, Ken.
Oh my gosh.
3 and 2. He's there with the dance of the butterflies in celebration. Because
Nah.
oh my goodness.
Clutch has Jeff.
This invisible woman, and she's gone back into the pit of
Damn.
Flag quest, more like main quest. They heard
Oh
us.
my
They
gosh,
got everybody
bro.
at home and said 100 Thieves, they're the ones stealing the win here. Flag quest, take map number 1.
Wow,
You
what a
win.
battle. No freaking way, bro.
You know, who needs
Yo, Psylocke for the win.
On top of that, let's give you some 5-hour energy. Let's give you all of the caffeine in the world.
Psylocke for the win.
Attack, because that's what we just got. In essence, 2Z's your MVP.
Wow.
And wow, FlyQuest.
Okay.
Performance there.
Okay.
Strong mentals, iron mentals. Now, Vicky, does that shatter the mentals of 100 Thieves?
Yo, Vinny got to lock in, bro. Vinny got to lock in. What Vinny doing?
My brain is shattered right now. What did we just witness? 2C.
Oh, they going 3 tank, 3 sub.
But it was the impact of the rest of FlyQuest to come back in. Ken with an MVP.
Oh, and Delena swap for the port. It was Elsa player, right?
I cannot believe it. Honestly, I was thinking to myself, all right, do I get some coffee? You know, we're going the distance maybe. You know, it's this last series. Well, guess what? I'm gonna get that coffee when we come out of this break coming up shortly, because 2C right now 34 and 7. Look at this. Following up with that.
Crazy, bro.
Got the 9 final hits, dog man.
Yeah, what a Chad, man. Oh my goodness, what a play. And overall, like I straight up I'm starting to be a believer.
Jeff is S plus tier, I guess.
Already kind of been anti-triple. I know they said that's the meta.
Psylocke, my new main.
But
FlyQuest, let's go. She said 100 Thieves.
Like, it feels like the Ultron you have to play back, and
FlyQuest stealing the win here.
Like to set up plays like we saw 2Z do.
There are 3 tanks because, yup, the TP, right? Yeah, no, Delena, bro, really tried.
Because it's, as you mentioned, I mean, 2Z was just
2Z and Delena going toe-to-toe right now.
I am, like, appalled right now. I was there! We were there! FlyQuest!
Damn, crazy, bro.
100 Thieves. This is insane.
Crazy.
As we get set up here, wait to see what the second map is going to be looking like. But before we throw it over to Brick to make sure everybody is ready, we have to see what 100 Thieves is thinking. Because also, like, Dogman, as a former player yourself, like, what does this do to your mental? We're going to have to find out. You know, you can answer us when we come out of this break. We got to get calm and collected. We'll come back for game number 2 on the other side.
Bro, that was a disgusting battle right there, bro. That was nasty. Oh, bro, that was crazy. That was absolute craziness right there, bro. Let's look at what's their name? Navi and VP right quick. I mean, we got little time. Who's playing right now? Navi the last game?
You're going back, you're watching that series with a magnifying glass and then trying to replicate the result.
When they were playing up against,
Establish yourself on point and then literally just refuse to. That Navi did run into difficulty with, but I mean, Jerky on the Adam is going to be able to apply a lot of pressure onto the flyer alongside.
We got like 40 seconds of this. We got 40 seconds.
Very vulnerable.
Trying to see if Pink can find these picks. Looking for Rajaro. That's trying to flip around and sort of.
Oh, they playing Johnny.
Of Peps into various directions.
Terra's on Psylocke.
The Valkyries for Team Peps is trying to get over.
So if Elsa gets banned, go to Psylocke is what they're saying, right? If Elsa gets banned, go to Psylocke.
Jerky's not being able to build up that much ult charge. He took a good brunt of damage, but also applied it back as we see the Living Tribunal skin actually in play as well. Jerky is the golden child. He seems to be able to play anything, and for the golden colors of Na'Vi.
And that's enough. Oh, I was wrong. No, we back. Yeah, no, that's enough.
Welcome back,
Woo!
everyone. I really
Bro.
hope Tuzi has a good physical therapist on speed dial because he is going to need it after that carry. Man, that damage boost to Psylocke was clinical. FlyQuest taking this first map. Yes, you heard me. I'm not mixing up the team names. It is in fact FlyQuest taking that first map off of 100 Thieves. And I think a lot of that just came down to like insane individual performances. Like those were...
They're not looking like Kingsman on the Team CC. Except he's playing meta. It's not gonna be that long till the game starts.
Where we're seeing like the coffin
Right.
dance, you know, like we were like bringing it out for FlyQuest already. We were like, okay, we'll do the coffin dance, ready for FlyQuest's demise. But it was the Uno Reverso other meme, you know, call an ambulance, but not for me, because 100 Thieves look like they're the washed up team right now.
Dude, 2C and Delena 1v1 was crazy. You know what it gives me, like, flashbacks of? I don't think we're gonna see it. It depends on, like, what the pick and ban phase is.
Mantis is not making through these ban phases. Ooh.
Like, you know the ego check real quick? Like, 2C going crazy. Delena can't do more. What is going on here? FlyQuest actually managing to take a map off of 100 Thieves. We've only seen 100 Thieves, like, once, right? And then you take a look at, like, FlyQuest. I don't think they've won a map, like, a single time. Like, a single time in the last 2 seasons.
They're meta slaves.
Not against the MRC Team Cafe Rose. They didn't take a map against Sentinels yesterday. And now we see them take the first map, their first map win against 100 Thieves. What is going on?
Oh.
And it's crazy because round 2 was so one-sided in 100 Thieves' favor. So after round 2, I was like, oh, okay, never mind. Like, round 1 was a fluke. It's okay. Like, 100 Thieves are in control. But even in round 3, for a lot of it, 100 Thieves looked really, really strong there. Obviously, with like Delena doing like the Lord's work on that Elsa, getting away with like literally everything, getting so many great pickups in the neutral, just like constantly pushing the opposition back there. But man, FlyQuest, they're stringing things together. I also just really feel like this composition worked really well for them.
It did. It really did. And I think that's like what Vicky said. I mean, it's because they have 2Z and you can play around them, right? It's excellent play out of the whole team. And, you know, we'll see how it goes moving forward. Like, I feel like this kind of is like an overarching macro situation. Like,
Well, she's sipping on lemonade.
The meta,
I want some lemonade.
This weekend was crazy, right? Nobody understands it. And then everybody thinks they understand it. So then they're all having like massive egos on Twitter talking about how, oh, I know the meta. You're crazy for not knowing the meta. But nobody knows the meta. Everybody is stupid. Okay, you don't have to be.
Everyone's a liar.
Everyone's a liar. Okay, we're all dumb. You can join us in the dumb pool of people because, I mean, listen, everything's going to change up next week. Like, we'll probably see a completely different comp next week with the White Fox changes.
That's true. I agree. Because then you're like, okay, then.
Oh, they recorded this like a week prior and then they dropped it. Is that what's going on?
Obviously, we're on the pre-patch of the White Fox changes and the Elsa nerfs, but
so this is not a footage that's ongoing right now. It looked like this is a footage that's pre-recorded.
Replicate this domination onto a different game mode is the biggest question mark, right? Or will this be another
Midtown
situation?
Okay, they're taking us to Midtown here.
Oh, got me yawning. Midtown every game, huh? Okay.
I think this is a very good 100 Thieves map. You know, I think in the past we've seen them excel on it. But that's also all the 100 Thieves. The interesting part...
Delena ain't letting Soy hit, but W Glaze though. So this isn't live? That's what I'm guessing.
We've had a lot of roster shakeups, you know, a lot of storylines.
It is live right now?
Everything is flipped on their heads when,
like they're playing the game as we speak? Or like when the game starts, like the players are literally on their desks playing the game?
Midtown was a known map for 100 Thieves. But it's
because why did he say meta's gonna change as soon as White Fox get when White Fox changes next week? Like as if they recorded this last week
You lost me earlier.
or a week before the patch update.
Different than what we saw against Energy Shock. So they definitely like tried some different stuff. I don't think they had Ultron in the mix. That seems to be the flavor of the day today. Do you expect them to kind of run it back? Like, what composition do you want to see them on?
Bit confused from what he said. Maybe he shouldn't. Maybe he wasn't supposed to say that.
FlyQuest, at least in this case, I want to see like 2C continuously being enabled, right? Because it could get a little difficult. Once again, like we saw, I mean, we could see like what team they're playing on, maybe being able to find like a better server for them to find that middle ground. But if you could try to enable 2C,
because next week they're implementing the new patch. This week they are playing on the old patch. So that's what he means. Okay, so next week, Ignite, they're playing on the new patch.
If we're moving on to Midtown, you usually see that triple Vanguard hold up on the defensive side.
Okay, so that's what he meant. I thought he was talking about like for us. And I'm like, brother, you are about 3 weeks late.
That coming out, depending if it's going to be 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest, where is that flexibility, right? Kind of goes back to the topic that we keep highlighting throughout the course of today, which is playing Hero Mania, being able to pull basically a hero out of these bag of tricks to make sure that you can showcase that flexibility.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate you.
Particular hero that really stood out, that really like caused trouble in that first map, then you kind of turn the enemy's ban strat like upside down, because then suddenly they feel like, oh, we do have to prioritize that. Like, do we really want them to get away with a Mantis pick? Maybe not, because then they're enabling
Elsa's still going to be hard meta,
right? So like,
I think Elsa is going to be meta for a while.
You initially had kind of like mapped out already for the series.
Yeah, you can't go in with a plan, I think is what we're kind of coming to terms with.
Like, the plan is not to have a plan.
Yeah, kind of, a little bit. Like, you have to be flexible, like we mentioned, but it is an incredibly difficult task for all these squads. But a lot of them are sort of gravitating, I feel like, towards that triple composition like we've seen, whether it be triple with Mantis, whether it be triple with Ultron, sometimes with the Adam Warlock like we saw. But, you know, maybe the shoe doesn't fit sometimes, Zoe. Like, sometimes you can't play triple strategist all the time because, oh, well, we fell off from Mantis with the damage boost, like Vicky was mentioning, giving that to 2Z, but we don't have that anymore. Once we lose the Mantis, I don't think we can just transition that same playstyle over to the Ultron.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be a whole lot harder, right? Because even though you have that extra damage impact, you're going to have to rely on the extermination, too, and seeing how quickly you can get that. And let's go back to the pick and ban phase. A change-up, even though FlyQuest did win that first map, of course, again, domination. It went down to the wire in that round 3. But a change-up would be, are we going to keep Prio banning the Daredevil/Gambit? Can we look at what Delena's impact is and maybe take care of the Elsa instead? You know, maybe they feel like it's still a threat with the Richter Royal Flush. But obviously, with Delena getting so much impact, what was it, like, slightly, so like 19 final hits that we saw, did almost like 38k damage on the Elsa alone.
Yeah.
Obviously a problem in comparison to like everybody else. Vinny was doing a good job on the Vamp pool, but comparatively to everybody else on 100 Thieves, that was the #1 problem because it also forced a lot of staggers.
Yeah, that was pretty much the case already in their match against Energy.
The new patch literally changed nothing but White Fox, not gonna lie.
It was like the issue.
Isn't that what the new patch is for? Shrinking Elsa's HP down and then just helping White Fox self-heal and do a little bit more healing for her abilities.
In a ban priority pretty high up, probably.
This goes to show, I think, to all of our players that are like, man, we got Elsa gapped or whatever. Sometimes it doesn't matter, right? Like, I feel like, you know, for as good as Delena was in that last map, they still took the L, right? Like, that's kind of crazy. So you can't really carry with one character. And I think going to that, maybe, I don't know, maybe they're right about the macro of it, but I'm kind of leaning still towards Vicky, where it's like we're going over to a map where Elsa dominates. Like, I think Midtown is not a great dive map. It's super long range.
Also changed the animation cancel.
I'm a little worried for Flight.
I think for DPS depot. Right, that one too. The bunny thingy, right? The buddy hop thingy.
The Elsa server and admin still is a problem here, Zoe.
Yeah, I see we are heading to Midtown, as you said, convoy map next. And yeah, we're, of course, still waiting for what the teams have in store. I'm also just, like, actually baffled at the fact that FlyQuest, 3 of their players are playing on ping.
Yep.
And they managed to, like, make this look so good. If FlyQuest is taking this serious, Like, how does our idea of this group shift? Because then we're looking at 100 Thieves at an 0-2 in week 1.
Oh no. Oh no. It's scary to bring that up because it could very well happen.
Did not mean
Well,
to scare you.
Well, I'm only scared because I got into a tussle with the 100 Thieves fans before for no reason because they thought I was too biased against their team.
That seems like a you thing to do. Not gonna lie.
Okay, that is. But I like them. I like 100 Thieves' chances, except if they go down 0-2 this week, not a good look, obviously. But I still believe on Midtown they're a very good team on that map, based on how they played. It depends on what FlyQuest does in that sort of ban phase for sure. But I think we could agree that like the ban phases are kind of similar to what we've seen throughout the whole tournament in that Elsa. Like,
yeah, where you can delete Groot in like 3 seconds, right? Like that jump slash jump slash jump slash. Insane, insane.
Into a break, and when we're back, we're hopefully gonna have map number 2.
Did they call a timeout? No, they didn't. They haven't called a timeout. Now this is the final round, I believe. Wait, are we on break? Oh, maybe they called a timeout. I'm not sure. Bro, my boy legs are swaying. They're just not ready yet. So you think they're like really plotting? Who do you think is gonna win, FlyQuest or 100 Thieves? I feel like 100 Thieves is trying to figure out how to deal with Psylocke. Or maybe they're gonna give Elsa, let them play Elsa and diff the Elsa. FlyQuest, bro, 2-0. Let's see.
We still haven't really been able to get an elimination, now starting to trade on either side.
Oh, they got the mag. IMLK falls, which means that Pep's anchor position on that point has now vanished alongside
and
it.
plus they got a ban Mantis.
Takes out the Gambit. Now it looks to turn their attention onto the Mantis as well. And finally they can overwhelm Peps while allowing that first cap to go that way. This is really good as well for them because like now you actually get to apply that pressure onto both the Ultron and the Torch before they can get into a position of cover around the point itself. So both Jerky with the just spam pressure on the Adam as well as Terra getting to set up in any position for Peps to have to clear out first before they can commit to this walk is going to be a problem for this team to have to deal with.
Yeah, I've got a Rage of Ultron built up rather slowly, you got to say, for Team Peps, considering it is 25% on the board already. Level 1 Krug has got the Soul Resurgence if they want to go more offensively. Trust me, using up the Ban Hammer before they're able to actually play it. That's a great dive for FrankieBoxing. He's been able to take out 3 charging through. He's absolutely carved his way through Navi in a split second. Jerky's going to bring everybody back, though, because the Life Cocoon was in hand. He gets taken out. It's only going to be 2, however. And Team Peps actually able to take over the objective. Pink's found and fought off a few more. Now he gets staggered out. What a crazy fight from FrankieBoxing.
Okay, helped by 6. We have to give props where it's due. That was Rage of Ultron connecting at the same time as the Angela Spear damage, which is how Navi just absolutely disappeared in a puff of smoke. Brought back, like you said, by the Karmic Revival, but without Invisible Boundary or Soul Resurgence to be able to stabilize their position on the point. So now it flips to the side of Team Peps. And they can just go aggressive if they so choose, right? They've got the Raging Roll flush. They're going to be able to take a first turn, potentially force out the Invisible Boundary from Navi. But first they open up with the Torch Ultimate instead. There's nothing to absorb it outside of the Invisible Boundary. It just slows everything down.
So you think Navi's gonna win? Navi is winning the entire World Tournament? They were already good and now they have Tira?
But look at what Peps are doing, holding on to both the Raging Roll Flush and the Meteor M, which will
I mean, Tira's a really good DPS, bro.
No eliminations from Navi's end, and Peps are still in full control.
Yeah, it's a lot of ultimates have been traded out, so I am looking at Rajaro switching away from the Captain America. He's going to have his own Heaven's Retribution. Terra's even actually switched away to go onto the Star-Lord away from the Psylocke. Rajaro is so close to having an ultimate as we're watching Terra try to catch up with his European teammates. Just is able to get Frankie Box in as he was trying to come in through the fly-through. 688% on having a Rage of Ultron. He did so much, and after the Rage and Royal Flush, it's going to be enough, actually. Crook gets taken down. This triple strategist backline of Na'Vi is completely splintered. Team PxKAIZEN hold off on this fight, and they still have a Rage of Ultron in the back pocket for when they need.
I mean, they can just go with it first as well. Like, if you wait too long, Jerky will be able to build up to that Karmic Revival. I think they're being very cautious if they hold too close of Rajara using the Heaven's Retribution and just collapsing onto the team.
VP Rad or Na'Vi is taking the whole thing.
Terra on the Star-Lord, like we said, closes up the distance, tries to put the pressure, not this time onto the Flyers, but onto the backline instead. There's the Rage of Ultron. Crook will allow Na'Vi to stabilize through with the Soul Resurgence. Rajara still holding on to the Heaven's Retribution. This might be the way that Na'Vi are able to turn the fight, but they've also been able to splinter Team PxKAIZEN's coordination away, both with the pressure from the Angela alone and the potential damage boosts.
BROTHAS finds a nice pick there, and you've got Jerky. That's 99%. He's come back with the life cocoon, able to bring back people on the objective, even though it's still in control of Team PEP's invisible boundary. Still building. Jerky finds himself a couple more as Terra is very close to a Galactic Legend. He gets an elimination just beforehand, and they've managed to find themselves some space. PEP's not wanting to dedicate anymore. They don't have anything else to dedicate, to be honest, but they can build up a Royal Flush as it's hit 99%.
I mean, that one fight.
I haven't seen anybody play Adam Warlock in the NA server.
Does he manage to build up another Karmic Revival? So really, you're looking at Terra with this Galactic Legend, which is exactly what IMLK will be looking at. The Star-Lord Ultimate with the Meteor M, so that Protoss can hold the Soul Resurgence and try to have the sustainability to match Fate's invisible boundary. As level 1 Croak is going eerily low, Terra opens up the fight. So far, PEP's actually not going for the Meteor
Flag
M.
Quest game started.
Through it with the Soul Resurgence, but
I don't think it started yet. Yeah, it hasn't started yet.
Day 2, we are here to fill you in, starting with day 1, Chip. I mean, we saw kind of the debut for a lot of these teams, some of them knocking off the rust, others coming right into the new form of what roster mania is. Day 1 has come and gone.
Are they about to start?
Day 2, though, you were the caster of it, man. What did you see?
I don't see a countdown.
Describe it.
Sure, I'll keep it quick. I think teams started waking up. We saw them actually perform and step into their shoes a little bit and shake off some of those nerves. A lot of the series going to game 3, and they were much more intense than I thought from day 1.
Well, listen, man, let's go and kick it off with Nightmare versus we lost. And this was a close one. I mean, the word to describe the first match was probably the closest match right there with it that we've seen in Ignite yet, or at least this year, too. Both these teams kind of flex that they are the dive ones. But what did you see breaking it down? Because there's a lot to highlight.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to discuss. I mean, like you said, very close, 99 to 99 on Dom on map 3, off the rip. And even then, there was ultimates coming in at the end that almost looked like it was going to sway it back in the favor of we lost. Nightmare did look super solid. A lot of these similar comps, Jeff was seeing a ton of play. We even saw Spider-Man, Venom, all the stuff you would expect. Psylocke was in there too. Daredevil was available. I mean, these teams are just very aggro, but they are incredibly fun to watch.
Yeah, for me, I mean, it just popping off. And I felt like Nightmare had
within distance or space to receive the sustain and falls. Heaven's Retribution lands onto Team PxKAIZEN's whole backline, and Baby Bat gets cleared when he's isolated. Great play from Terra to jump onto the Gambit.
It's stalling Baby Bat more, so it's now 66% to having that Royal Flush now. IMLK stalling for a little bit in this position, but is somebody going to be able to actually go for a pop play? 6 can. He has had to give up the ultimate, though. He's 55% over on the Ivagamoto. Heaven's Retribution is going to be used on the other side, as well as the Inferno landing down from above from Ping. So finds the elimination onto Frankie Boxing, however.
Let's go, Terra. Let's go.
Give Na'Vi something to at least play around now that it's reached 9 99%. Everybody is dropping like flies. Terra switching over to the Star-Lord has done so much to actually confirm these eliminations. And a Banhammer held on to for quite some time, but trust me, now deciding to pull it out now. Meteor M forced out from IMLK. Could have taken that into the second point if they felt that Team Peps were going to have to give this one up. But they're still using these ultimates as they're being built. Very close again to a Spider-Man flying back from Pink, but also an Aya Bagamoto as portals are going to come out on both sides. Jerky switching over, not going to matter too much. Team Peps
they got
giving it
that.
a good go on this first point, but now the finding
they started.
the gear shift.
Try to prioritize keeping that Mantis again. It is tough because that would mean that we're going to see that Elsa go through. And
Hey, Tira.
It's like you're just like trying.
He needs to come back to 100 Thieves ASAP.
Different type of pizza or whatever. Like it's like you know what you really want at the end of the day. Why are we having this discussion? You know.
Yeah, it's definitely super deep strategic plays here. We get to witness in each of those matches as the teams are figuring out their own game style or play style rather, as well as of course their opponents. So things have to be very fluid, very open.
Yeah, you think about too, like getting iced out, right? Because momentum is everything. I like to call it out as it is because it's a long delay and you want to be able to get fired up and get right back into the action. But to be completely transparent to everybody wondering what's taking so long, it's just about selecting the server that they're going to be playing on. We keep mentioning it with 3 players on FlyQuest playing on Ping. It's about finding that middle ground between these 2 teams to make that decision to come to an ending point here to figure out what this next map is going to look like, because currently FlyQuest in this best of 3 are sitting at match point, dog man.
Yeah, match point and FlyQuest, you know, they've looked good in the past on these map types, you know, but they have to really come to terms with the fact that, you know, like you mentioned, there's 3 people on Ping, and it's always going to be a discussion over what server you have to play. You know, because playing on Ping and Marvel Rivals is not easy. You know, like you'll have, especially for the projectile characters, your aim is going to be even more delayed, and it can really throw off a lot of your synchronization in terms of like your aim and all that sort of stuff.
And of course, we do hope that none of these delays are impacting the momentum of the team here. Both teams are still looking to get their first victory.
1-0. Let's go. Midtown. 100 Thieves, lock in.
Can 100 Thieves tie it up, or will FlyQuest run away with it?
Yeah, lock in, bro.
What do you think? I'm thinking this is gonna be an extended series, and we're actually gonna have to stay past 12 o'clock. It's gonna be past midnight, and the series is just finally gonna end 9 to 8. That's what I'm gonna say.
Well, it's a good thing that I'm on complete degen schedule, because it goes hand in hand with the way that I've been gaming too.
Me playing at 40, 70 ping. God damn.
And we also obviously come to an agreement in the what server we're going into, because I actually heard through the grapevine that I believe 100 Thieves wanted the Dallas server over the Virginia server that we just played on in that last game. And we're gonna have to see how that is influenced into FlyQuest and the way that they approach this, because it does make it easier for 2T to pop off. And as he's hovering over that Venom, we do get to protect over that Van pool. So no Elsa, no Gambit for 100 Thieves. Whereas 100 Thieves wanted to prio the Loki protect, and because they prowled that first, that means that they won't have the Gambit, because it had allowed FlyQuest to get that second ban next.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of teams take us to like Shin Shibuya and stuff, where you know, you see that type of hero, but the Mantis getting removed based on what we saw in the last series, I think adds up. But for FlyQuest, what do they want to do? Right?
Also hit GM today, pretty cool. Hey, congratulations, bro. Hell yeah. Get to Celestial. Grind it out.
Nope, gonna be towards that Mantis, so they don't want to necessarily get that one-sided matchup.
I haven't played Marvel Rivals in 3 days. Ever since Ignite started, I haven't played Marvel Rivals. I played that Magic game one time, and when the stream was lagging, or the video was lagging because of it, I haven't touched Rivals yet.
The Loki Protect, though, when they saw that 100 Thieves had banned out the Gambit, which means you will not get the double Raging Royal Flush. I'm excited to see how this is going to play out. Of course, since we are moving on to Convoy, the Invisiwoman Hover, it's going to be the next ban, so you will not.
So they banned Elsa and Gambit.
Coming out online if you get that God of Mischief copy.
They banned Elsa. They haven't saved Elsa, but they're saving Wolverine. They're going Wolverine route.
So we can play the Wolverine, and we don't want that Invis on the opposite side. Does that mean FlyQuest go for the Invis ban too? Like, maybe just like, based on what we've seen earlier, we could see that. The group ban would kind of make sense.
They're going for Invis right now. I mean, not Invis, Wolverine route.
But that still leaves
Damn, but they got rid of their invis.
However, Groot not available for 100 Thieves. Meanwhile, FlyQuest can't play the Invisible Woman, so they would have to rely on, you know, that.
FlyQuest didn't save Gambit, but Tankpo instead.
So this should be unique. I think it's a very interesting end.
Seems like it.
Like ban phase, but 100 Thieves. The fact they get to play Wolverine is nice based on what we've seen earlier, and a lot of really good Wolverine players take the stage.
And Vanpool, right? Because we know how Vanpool likes to scale
Vanpool.
throughout the course of these games, and since we are on Convoy, you know that we
Vanpool. They don't say Tankpool, they say Vanpool.
Those upgrades over the long term, and seeing how this is gonna work out, right? FlyQuest just getting set up.
Hey, Bubba.
Gonna be able to load in shortly.
What you doing down there like a little gremlin, huh? Yeah, you caught.
The Magneto, you talk about the Magneto getting
What?
those bubbles. It's gonna be
You wanna come up?
for Zelos to be able to get away with this, but at least they won't really have to worry too much. Aside from Self, that could get a kidnap out of the Eternal Bond onto that Cloak and Dagger.
They're thinking hard too, Vicky. Like they're going over Melio to the Namor. He was hovering bucket.
Good boy.
Like I'm curious how Tuzi does without the Mantis damage boost. You know.
Alright, Kino. The game started. We gotta lock in, Bubba. 100 Ds versus FlyQuest.
For FlyQuest, but regardless, they still had to think heavily about it. Starting off, though, 100 Thieves is on the attack with that Phoenix alongside their Loki Invis backline.
Ooh, Tusi, though, gets called out immediately by Dylan and says, it's fine. I don't need the Elsa. I can be just as explosive in dealing with so much of this damage.
Oh, Milio playing Namor.
Two out originally from the side of FlyQuest with Tusi coming
Let's
back.
go TTK. Stay on Emma.
The Squids are also there, and Melio is the next victim. 100 Thieves, they're upset, and they're clearing the point while painting a path for themselves to that next checkpoint.
I'm curious what they run after this, because I don't know. I don't personally. I'm not a big fan of playing Psylocke into 100 Thieves comp. I mean, they have Invis, they have Loki to peel. Tuzi's gonna hard shoot tanks, I suppose, but he needs to not get picked off like that previous fight. It's always tough against a full counter.
Okay, Bubba. Okay, go over there.
And they're already fronting to back their way towards the very end with 3 minutes left.
Go over there.
Melio making that swap up to the Punisher with Jolly taking so much damage. The kidnap, somebody save
This is the Doom match stage, right? Why everybody even choosing this map?
Next pick here as the Deadpool ultimate comes in, and Tusi isolates Winnie. Tusi getting a really big pick off here to flip this script, and Tusi unfortunately gets called out by TTK because the TTK Emma is out. And with the Silent Seduction and Millennia with the Invisible Boundary, it's too much sustain. They're looking to try to recontest, but with right now 100 Thieves just being able to get to the point, there was no stall.
Smooth sailing.
Loki copy too. Oh god. Oh, that's pretty bad. He's going over to Jeff at the very least. They're going to switch to full dive, and I think that makes sense. Like, first point, it's tough. I don't know, man. Like, just playing Psylocke, I don't even know how he got Winnie. Like, Winnie's movement must have been terrible there. Like, he had all cooldowns up, and Winnie just doesn't teleport away or use shift or right-click. Like, he's got everything and just gets two-tapped by Tuzi without damage boost. That's pretty embarrassing. But
embarrassing!
They at least don't have ultimates used in the previous fight like Ken did, and they're also still pushing forward at such a blistering pace.
Yeah, they are. They're moving. Already past halfway.
4 minutes to go. They're gonna be able to just hold forward.
Oh, Jolly just dying, bro.
And Self being on this
Wolverine going in, bro.
Zelos taking an off-angle position. Already used up that BRB, it looked like here too. Gonna have to boost up into that Sia shortly to follow up with Tusi and the Dance of the Butterflies. Melio is on that Daredevil though. That's another.
Oh wow, Rocket only has 2 ability buttons.
In the form of the Invisible,
E and dash.
Ready to go, just waiting it out shortly because right now FlyQuest in a contest on this point. They're so close to that second checkpoint, but he brings him back, kind of forces out the recontest, and Winnie finds Jolly. That's 3 out for FlyQuest. 100 Thieves. They're mad. They're looking to speedrun, and look at this time bank. You still have 5 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is what
Yo, 100 Thieves pissed.
That's what FlyQuest is.
A lot of people choke on this portion of the map, so let's see how they go. Let's see if it's gonna be a continuous smooth sailing.
Just like we've seen Jolly feed multiple times over.
All right, now Milio swapped to Phoenix.
Convergence is always going to be a struggle unless you're on like that first point where things are very, very centralized. It's not been easy because Self just gets that chuck from Vinny and then can just kind of grab anybody he wants. Also, they just sort of secure the payload the whole time. So look at this. It's just been moving non-stop. Barely anybody's touched. Finally, we use ults.
Yeah, this is one of those really tricky chokes too, where once you get held here, it can be difficult to make a comeback. And I like the way that Flag are at least able to recontest the first
Absolutely
time
right.
they hold back 100 Thieves, because with this 4-minute time bank, it is dwindling down. But look at Delena, does have a reset, as well as TTK with a Sonic Seduction. As Self is waiting from the side, looking to see if they can try to get a kidnap. But with the Dance of the Butterflies, TuSi's trying to isolate them, and it still fights Millennia.
Yeah, that was well timed. I mean, perfectly timed
Wow.
that in terms of the ultimate. The follow-up was there. Used the See You Later earlier. They didn't use anything, right? Self just wanted to get some positioning, maybe try to get the kidnap or something. But you use that ultimate, you send him back to spawn, and you just got to keep setting up these dives without getting picked off, right? Melio, who is now on the Phoenix, can try to match on the opposite side of the map. Delena.
What can they do here, huh?
Regardless, you're still trying to play dive. Oh my goodness!
Oh,
Delena's got
wow.
the Melio.
Wow.
What the hell was that?
That was just on site.
Well, Delena back to the drawing board. Delena, every time they go around that left side corner, it's just been absolute execution. Putting them in the microwave, quite literally, and with 100 Thieves at least coming right back around to follow up. Jolly has a survivability with the Freedom Charge.
It really feels like 100 Thieves are like kind of on autopilot, right? Like we're just going down in weird situations. Invisible Bounty to counter the Phoenix on the opposite side. Did they use anything else? It looks like Vest did use Deadpool ultimate. So it's one, or actually 2 for 2 in that last fight. And they still want to stall. FlyQuest is trying to get more out. Delena's going to commit the Phoenix ultimate to counter the cap in a weird situation. But luckily that burn kind of goes through the walls regardless.
I do have to give a shout out MVP to Millennia, who had great reaction time, knowing that they wanted to completely dive on them. The It's Jeff, can they stop them as the protection comes in? They cannot get the kidnap here, and the It's Jeff is running away. Ken kind of sending them over to the left side, and Delena getting some revenge onto TuSi. The BRB will bring TuSi back at the very least. That Dance of the Butterfly is very close to being online, but they will have to deal with Winnie getting the copy onto Millennia with an invisible boundary.
Yeah, this is getting really messy. 1v1 on the high ground, meanwhile between Melio and Delena. He had to fall back towards the main side. Jolly trying to distract. Here comes that Wolverine ultimate. Did it even connect on anybody? Might have been Vess, but he's got that heart pocket, so that goes to waste. Sadly, TuSi does fall to Delena though. He's been hunted down on the high ground by Delena.
Oh, they're calling him out. Melio's trying to get away. They're trying to use the comps to call out where Melio is. But with the Sia, Sellers actually brings it back to health. So is Vinny, though, rallying up the troops of 100 Thieves to try to...
Let's go, bro. Let's go. Get up in there. Yup.
Though, leading everybody forward. Self fights fast. The BRB is getting so much impact, and the Dance the Butterfly.
Let's go.
No,
He's one.
And nobody's looking at Delena.
Oh, nice.
Lived so long, kind of crazy. Delena finally taken out by TuSi, so there was at least one person. Passive used. Self also needs to keep going.
Nice.
Poor guy. Keeps having
Nice.
having to anchor the cart.
Yes, sir.
Nobody's gonna anchor versus TTK.
Yes, sir.
25 seconds left. 100 Thieves cap out.
You know it's serious when the TTK Emma comes out on board. And
that's what I'm saying. TTK, stay on Emma, bro. Stay on Emma.
Almost consistently through that right side once they broke through.
You said, ew, nasty Emilio. That was a nasty kill. But that kill alone couldn't help them secure the defense. Because Delena's Phoenix was still nastier.
Pinpointing the threat that has been TuSi, preventing TuSi from getting actually set up. And it looks like TuSi had enough. Also,
very nice. Very nice.
I think it is interesting too because we saw so much prioritization.
Very nice. Very nice.
Earlier, but they're just not wanting to play it anymore. They're just not confident in how either Self plays it or whatever. But they're playing their triple defense. And considering it's like you mentioned, like TTK on the Emma was sort of that just counter to whatever FlyQuest were doing dive-wise, and it's always gonna be tough. Like we said, I mean, dive on Convergence and Convoy.
It's gonna go to. On the Deadpool map. And he's gonna go to a third game because I feel like they're gonna do a very good job defending right here.
Thieves just walked down FlyQuest really without falter.
I never called myself that. I hope you detected my...
The way that this series has been going already, though, Dogman, no one really predicted this. I hope everybody's awake, ready to pay attention, because FlyQuest have a mountain to climb.
Oh, we awake.
Have that minute and 25 seconds. Will it be
definitely awake.
FlyQuest try to get this payload to that finish line too.
I think this is the only skin I don't have for Cloak and Dagger.
Enough of that extra healing too, and gonna see if they can try to paint that path with the Eternal Bond. Jolly as well on that Groot. And it's great too because they don't really have to
love to see one of my mains in the game, man.
Beam at the 100 on top of the Groot wall.
And they're gonna play full front to back style. It's on TTK to not go down or Self on the height, but he wants to keep that pressure up, obviously, and they want him to by hard pocketing him, making sure he uses cooldowns to stay up there. Vinny's even coming to help out. Cart's still pushing forward, by the way, still in charge of FlyQuest's command. But they still kind of have to press on forward. These strats are building ultimates in the meanwhile. Vinny gets pressured but has to back up, and Self still control the height. Gonna do a ton of damage here. Ultimate's gonna be built up maybe shortly for the defensive side or offensive, because Ken's 80% towards that copy. So maybe they play slow, try to build it and then go in, but maybe it's red because, oh, goes down.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yo, I love that the Doctor Strange has mobility like that now.
Right there, Winnie too, being able to have so many off angles with the clones. Delena
Wow.
finding Ken before he could get into the safety of the spawn room gates.
Yo.
Thieves are holding back FlyQuest all the way in the doors.
I was just saying, like, you don't really see Adam players on the NA, but hey, 100 Thieves is not just an NA. They rep NA, but they played with many other regions.
In this case, they're still down 0-1.
They have so much more experience than other people.
Copy still available for the offense. Will they make a play? Everybody's stunned temporarily by 100 Thieves on the high ground due to TTK.
Wow, did the Wolverine just snag somebody?
Almost online for Delena. TTK has been a menace, but they swat the Mosquito with Melio and those claws. And
Yo, TTK got to get off Angela, bro.
Revival, gonna be able to have Delena
They're back on Emma.
Different off angle. You see the lamp that were forced out. Melio though gets the kidnap, finds Delena, has to prevent this passive from coming off.
It's a very slow team on offense versus this triple composition. Interestingly enough, the res does come out. Invis boundary, they walk right into it. Best goes low and falls. This is what we saw in the defense as well.
Oh my gosh, bro. Oh my gosh. That was disgusting.
And with the copy, Winnie also gets the get ready, set, go button, because Rise again, my friends. 100 Thieves get to play extra aggressive. Now you're down to a minute and less than 35 seconds on the clock. Although FlyQuest, they do have some ultimates online, Dogman, but I feel like they just have.
Bro, that was disgusting by Delena.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, I understand the cooldowns are incredibly strong for 100 Thieves side, but if, I don't know, I'm just wondering how FlyQuest choked this, right? Like, it just seems like they have the entire
3 tank, 3 subs. Delena being on Adam is like, it's basically what is that?
This is looking a lot like Mace from earlier on Nightmare. Like,
he's a hit scanner, and Adam is perfect for him. Whoa.
They've gotten something
Whoa.
Here either, so finally this might be the end, but we're committing also Tuesday's ultimate, so now it's turning from an underinvestment ultimate.
Okay, yo, they coming back.
And that was with Self still getting the Meteor M onto the Eternal Bond too, it looked like. So being able to try to slam it down, FlyQuest get to excel, and they painted the path here. Even after losing out, I gotta miss it, but the TTK stall comes in, and they finally brute force their way at least through this lane, but there is gonna be a recontention from 100 Thieves.
All right, back to Emma. Let's go, let's go.
I mean, we have to do something about Vinny.
That's what I'm saying, back to Emma.
And for FlyQuest, so he should be able to get this off for free, especially with no Magneto for FlyQuest's side. Meanwhile, Jolly with Melio, this has to be big. Jolly as well, the ultimate could go huge. Suit tries to follow up his Wolverine in the sky. Connects onto Vinny, who has the ultimate. They get saved by the invisible boundary, and Delena's found Vess already. Clobbering time is huge, but they're in the invisible boundary.
Wow.
He got melted down after the clobbering time, and with the Eye of Agamotto, 100 Thieves.
Yo, Doctor Strange got caught on the pillar. On this corner right here. So he didn't die.
No recontention from Vez, and 100 Thieves.
Wow.
Stop FlyQuest from even getting one.
Easy. Easy.
Yeah,
let's go.
I think based on what we saw from FlyQuest on the defense, I mean, you're trying to play dive, you're trying to do something.
That's 1-1.
And then they go to that front-to-back style, not even with the Moon Knight, not even with the Storm. You know, can't find anything onto the high ground because they're hard-pocketed. Sure, there was some slight mistakes out of 100 Thieves. I think there was some autopiloting going on, obviously. Like, Delena got 3-tap, third point. Winnie got combo.
That's that 100 Thieves right there.
Like, that did happen.
That's that 100 Thieves right there.
I mean, that's maybe the fault of
Look at that.
Right? Maybe that's their themselves, right? Like, it feels like
hell yeah.
Were to lose a team fight, it was primarily because of themselves. They did something stupid. Meanwhile, for FlyQuest,
with no Elsa, I don't know. They don't seem so. They don't seem so powerful without Elsa.
For Mace, it's kind of the same thing here, right? Like Vess
Game 3, yes sir.
Whether that's on Vess or the squad, that's kind of on them to figure out.
That's why I dwelled back on like that nightmare topic point, because it's kind of repeating itself just in a different form, where this is the 100 Thieves instead of like the space station games that we saw earlier on today. TUC, unfortunately, you know, cannot do more, even making that swap over to the Bucky, making you also wonder, like, is this going to be the duelist lineup that you want to rely on in comparison to what we saw from TTK and Vinny when they also had self-swap up real quick to Lena? 17 final hits. The consistency is there, even if Delena had lost out with the rest of 100 Thieves in that first map, Dogman. But then you have to consider that the next map will be up to FlyQuest. Where will we be going? What server will we be playing on? We're gonna have to find out on the other side of this break.
That was dope. That was dope. Hell yeah. Bum bum bum.
And take first.
Yeah, it feels like the secret to being able to make this flyer composition work, especially with the Torch Ultron, is the Star-Lord ban. It does have to be removed from play. It is your most consistent and hardest counter. So I imagine Legend 6, you're going to be able to get that Peter Quill on.
Them join them, as it seems that Peps is still committing to the strategy and playing off of it.
I mean, Crook also was potentially on that rocket to give Terra extra mobility.
1-1, who's taking 2-1? I got
Mantis to be able to have that damage.
I gotta say 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves gotta be the one, man. 100 Thieves gotta be the one. Look at the way they just performed. They took away.
Because surely now
Hold
they
on.
got a good.
They literally took away their Elsa and they couldn't do anything. They were struggling. And as long as TTK stays on AMER and the healers and everybody just play around Dilemma, TTK gonna bag this one. For sure, for sure. For sure, for sure, man. I'm very confident in that. Man. But FlyQuest, they are putting a fight, but the way 100 Thieves is moving, oh my gosh. We'll see. Domination, are they going to play Domination next or push the payload? Either way, man, I think 100 Thieves is going to definitely bag this one for sure. For sure, for sure. Woo! How about you guys? What y'all think? What do you guys think? Who do you think is going to win?
As we actually get to see, yeah, there we go, Banhammer onto the Star-Lord before you can build up that Galactic Legend. 6 opening the way with the Rage of Ultron, and Na'Vi just disengaging with the cover of their own.
Yeah, being able to trade out the Rages of Ultrons on either side, as trust me now giving up some of the space in this play. And IMLK trying to wrap around with the rest of his team on this high ground, seeing if he can deal with Terra that with this drone on him is such a pest. 6 goes down, Galactic Legend is going to be used from Pink, however, able to get one. It is going to force out, trust me, to use some of that sustenance, but it's not going to be enough. Pink actually finds so much. The switch is a good one, whilst Na'Vi make it to 60%. Peps find their own change up and it works wonders.
Oh, they get to hold the Raging Road Flush as well on the side of Baby Bat. Like, Pink does it with just Galactic Legend alone. So now Fate's hands are tied, essentially, for
Galactic
having to hold
Legend, huh?
against the Gambit Ultimate, which means you have to get yourself onto point to be able to use it and still potentially win the fight. Gorgeous spear coming on through from Rajara, displacing Frankie Boxing. And trust me, in the meantime, he's a one-man army clearing up the high ground and taking on the triple strategist line solo.
Yeah, it's just the picks in the neutral. It seems that Na'Vi might have to use a little bit more to buy out the time, but it's seeming like it's going to be Na'Vi actually able to take this point. Often using 0 ultimates, just off
the way Na'Vi be moving, they're
going in
they're disgusting.
Frankie Bonksy being taken out as the first elimination in that fight.
I mean, Terra with this Galactic Legend too. Like, Team Peps, you're relying on Meteor M being able to absorb it. Potentially, they could go for Heaven's Retribution as well to try and just shut down this position of Navi's high ground control, which is going to be so problematic for the Ultron to have to deal with. There's the Raging Wolf Flush, but it's not in time. Frankie Boxing is already down. Galactic Legend comes on through from Terra. IMLK trying to absorb the majority of it with the Meteor M, but that will be broken. And the tank falls to 6 to take Terra.
That Ultron is crazy.
Jerky's just
but Jerky out here. Jerky out here.
Takes to the high ground and clears out the high skies.
Holy, Jerky's hitting all of those shots. It feels like it. Trust me, it's a spam down approach. Still waiting for the cooldown on the Banhammer. Invisible Boundary is going to allow this fight to go a little bit more, as it has reached 99%. Sick hit some really sick shots, but he has to go over towards Doctor Strange for the portal. Can't quite make it in time. Navi winning out on domination 2-0.
Wow.
But Peps, there
they're
are
strong.
Some moments that make you think, okay, this team just needs a little bit more time in the other. Mechanically, they're sound, but it's now these fast fire adjustments that have made the difference.
I smell convergence, and I smell a Star-Lord save on the side of Na'Vi if it isn't a ban on the side of
Terra.
Because, like, honestly,
when did he switch to Iron Fist?
Been able to slot a
did he switch to Iron Fist just to show Iron Fist's highlight? That's funny. Are we back? Oh, we're not back yet.
And draft somewhere. Like, really, potentially, Na'Vi would be up. Yeah, but I mean, Loki's way more problematic. Loki, Mantis, Adam,
oh, they playing in this map? Let's go.
And lasting longer in these fights. But it is a Mantis versus, like, a one-sided... not Loki. It is a one-sided Gambit. So Gambit versus Mantis is interesting. It's whether it's going to be much of the triple strategists in play.
I mean, Terra is already on this Namor as well, so we already called that Jerky was going to be on the Atom. If they're playing on Domination, they're absolutely going to play on
Navi is good
if it's free and available. But
who's on BP?
Should be able to keep a closer eye on things like the Daredevil.
Nobody's on BP. Nobody's on BP.
Looks like it's going to actually be two strangers, but keep your eye on.
It's probably them.
Like, we've got a Hulk on the field. That means fastball incoming from this Wolverine for Navi to have to think fast and deal.
Oh,
with.
why no BP?
Think fast is
that I'm not sure. Maybe because the thing just won't let him play.
Great play up actually was sick. Trust me, goes in for the counter dive and it gets the pick on.
Yeah, the thing won't. As soon as they pick BP, they're gonna choose the thing, and then BP's just. He can't. He's unplayable.
At the very least, nice coordination from Frankie and Six.
Super unplayable, like unfair.
Forces the self-res out of Cherokee
on some sad
shit. Is actually huge, especially the closer he gets to that Karmic Revivalist. Perhaps they're doing a very good job of trying to take a lot of space with just IMLK jumping with those incredible leaps on that Hulk. But Terror on this Namor, 65%. Just getting to look at the Vanguards and just charge up the Trident again and again and again since the ammo is infinite.
They finding a couple more picks. And it's pretty much the hold right in front of the spawn doors that Peps has to try to break here. Haven't seen too much of the fastball actually make its way through, but it's more the fact that the strategists are building up these ultimates. Gambit.
I mean, he was looking like they were going to use it. There we go. Everyone's lined up. Everyone gets it. Terra is actually in Blessing of the Deep at the moment, so not using Horn of Proteus to interrupt the movement
shotgun.
of Peps forward, rushing like a wave towards Navi's defenses and overwhelming it.
Yo, Punisher's shotgun is so strong.
Where the go button was going to be, but Peps making sure that everybody was.
I love using Punisher's shotgun a lot more than his primary.
Navi.
No Hella either. Yeah, apparently Hella is very easy to dive this season. So people are playing either Elsa or Phoenix instead.
Well, Trustmate's already pulling the attention, allowing Na'Vi to get through the choke without having to worry about Pink in the close quarters with that last stand. The Venom soft dive created the space, and the rest of Na'Vi's team now get to find the eliminations. Venom diving yet again, disrupting the disengagement. Rogero at maximum charge. It's just going to be absolutely melting through those Vanguards.
Nice headshot.
Crush, holds Frankie Box in the
Yo,
loft.
Mantis is so strong.
To bring them down, but Na'Vi, they're still giving a lot of respect to what Peps can do. They don't want to overextend. They have to address the fact that yes, Invisible Boundary can slow them down, and yes, Final Judgment can absolutely shred through both the sustainability of the Mantis or the Invisible Woman ults.
Oh, posture check, Moxie. There's about to be 12 ultimates in the server. One's being used already, and it's a combination of the Beast of the Abyss and the Horn of Proteus. Turret is going to come out from 6. Does have the final judgment. Has decided that he wants to go for the ability instead to see if Trust Me can be forced out a little bit more.
Oh my gosh.
To get into the backline of Protoss, the only player from Team Peps that didn't have an ultimate was him, and I feel like everybody else was.
No, that's crazy nice.
Final judgment being used and is
crazy.
Oh,
why did they corner themselves like that?
Very quickly. Got the ultimate as well from Emma Frost, just silenced anything.
Why did they corner themselves like that? I don't understand.
Very fast.
I mean, they had the Karmic Revival too. If their hand was forced, they don't even use it. They still have it available to weather the storm of a one-sided Raging Royal Flush, which Peps were able to utilize so efficiently last time, but not this time. As Pink is clearing up all of the spaces, they want to try and intercept.
Oh wow!
Run away since
what
the
a great grab!
So far away from the Adam's position, it's highly.
He got ult. He got ult.
Is enough to bring him back. Jerky's just going to try to close up the distance. He actually runs to the other side of the map to pick up both Trust Me and all of the rest of Na'Vi's Fallen. Level 1 Crook with the Soul Resurgence, allowing Na'Vi to come back into that fight, but walking directly into the invisible boundary to slow things down.
Oh, this is absolutely mayhem. I think
yo, they brawling hard right now.
Stimulate me with how these fights are going. The Team Peps are just sort of
everybody's getting down.
Before, and Ping now seems to be getting going with these picks, but it's overtime. Not really too much liberties to be taken on this attack.
Oh, can Mantis do this?
Does approaches, but Crook is bound too. The spawn is really close. The checkpoint is an ebb away, but it's
Mantis is goated, bro. Mantis out here fighting.
As Peps now have to fly in with the Angela, as Pink is the one to use it.
Wow.
And just before
level 1 Crook, goated.
Hold it down.
Goated. That's crazy.
I mean, Na'Vi, every time that Mantis is in meta, level 1 Crook is just someone that you really have to watch out for.
Bro.
Like, Trust Me's able to just hold the fort on the actual convoy itself.
The China series is happening on April 10.
Fate in the backline, frying everybody. Oh, there's a Hulk in front of me. Yes, incredible shots hit by the Mantis, not
bro,
the melee
Mantis
character.
is nasty, bro.
So poor IMLK just has a very bad day.
It's just Team Peps picking this map too. I think it just feels like I'm like low-key time skipping, you know, from like the TVA.
No way,
like
Jerky's gonna play Spider-Man?
It's so discombobulating to follow along, but like those kind of fights have always suited Na'Vi. They've always suited Heretics. And I admire Peps trying to like play in that style. But it was so much like there was that big play, 5 ultimates waiting for a royal flush. The Gamma gets taken out, 6 gets deleted as that final judgment comes in, and Na'Vi still have a Camera Revival to sit back on. That can't be allowed to happen.
Yeah, it's less Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., more Agents of Chaos for Na'Vi's real way of play. And I mean, like, honestly, for them, that fight was 100% worth. Because you force Peps into burning so many ultimates. If you lose players to them, you've got the card that brings them all back with Karmic Revival, and your ultimate economy is in such a greater position, which is something that Team Peps now will have the opportunity of taking advantage of, given that Pink has moved over to the Adam Warlock. Na'Vi actually, despite taking us to Museum of Contemplation, a map which has a ceiling, are going to put Terra on the Ultron.
Whoa, how's he swinging like that?
Just look to stabilize their dive. Trust me, Jerky able to hit into the backline, try to take some of the space away, but Terra, there we go, finds one of Ultron's greatest counters, which is a ceiling fan.
That was the shortest campaign of playing Ultron I think we've ever seen. And you got Jerky that was just on the solo duelist for Daredevil, which would have been a tall order for him to close some of this distance, because IMLK is just enjoying and reveling in the chaos that he's forming, able to get these like dives in. And Peps, just
all the space
look at how they're playing. There's so much space. Everybody's playing so fast, and you can see, like, Trust Me.
Yeah, everybody should know how to play
with the help of Fate, able to achieve a couple of picks in the
oh
end.
man! Oh my gosh! Daredevil.
Reign supreme. Na'Vi have just pushed Peps away in Rajaro. No, there's no way. He's setting up a portal.
What is he doing?
Moment to stop IMLK portaling Peps back onto this convoy.
He gets him.
Oh, there's no way he actually
no
did.
way he did it.
Got him.
Wow.
It's done. Peps are going to
That's
try
GG.
and touch, but I mean, Na'Vi, yeah, they're just not
That's
going to allow that to
GG.
happen.
Wow.
Oh my
What the freak, bro?
Rajaro
Navi out here gaming, bro. Navi out here gaming.
Level
That's crazy.
If we've seen one since Schmungus played last. Oh.
I will do. I'll do an ad read, I guess, to an extent, because it's like if you wanted to see how that play looked, you can also go into game and watch the replay straight after this series to check it out yourself. It's a shame that we missed it. With,
hey, Navi is fun to watch.
But
I mean, obviously, because there's Terra in it. I enjoy Terra's gameplay very much.
Making the adjustments from yesterday
Terra.
against Shikigami with stuff like the Torch, Ultron meta stuff, and using it against Peps, who on this map,
bro, GG, Navi on the top.
The same
Navi.
That we saw against Terra to come from.
Let's go.
Oh, I mean, trust me, Jerky, they were like the main ones who allowed Navi to break around. Like, we saw Terra try the Ultron, doesn't work, goes to the Psylocke, but in
Shotgun
the meantime,
Punisher is scary. I just don't understand why they cornered themselves over there.
Pep's backline, forcing them to
I feel like that was a bad call right here. This was a weird situation.
Then erodes away the space that they have to work with and allows Navi to just slip through the lane checks. All of the flanks, all of the angles get consumed by the attack, and Peps get split into these individual pockets of fights that they have to take, to the point that they lose their players.
All right.
Now TSM struggled a little bit in day one to find their footing. Lunex did look strong, but for me, it really all came back together, and you saw that teamwork come to play with TSM that fought back, lost one game, and then won 2 in a row. Shiv, what do you see?
Yeah, we're consistently strong, and I think TSM struggled on Dom, but then they just got their footing with this new triple composition. They started running this more brawly, beef front line, triple on the front, and then allowing their, essentially one duelist on the Star-Lord, who looked really good, obviously. But yeah, it was unstoppable. As soon as that switch came in, it was like the cart stopped moving, everything was stationary, and they locked in for the next 2 maps.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of triple Vanguard, and I think it was cool that back in the dev vision, they showed actually how well triple Vanguard works at the highest level, but you have to have an anchored duelist. A little bit in SSG, we saw that whenever you had Nectar as the Star-Lord, and in this case,
that's insane, bro. I feel like FlyQuest is gonna win. I mean, FlyQuest is not gonna win. 100 Thieves is winning for sure.
And we'll see if that's just part of their flexibility or, one of the team packages that they want to run moving forward. Lunex, though, they've definitely proven themselves as a team that's going to be tough to beat.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, shout out again. Regis looked really good in the back line, especially on map 3 there. Looked like he did not miss a single bullet on that Punisher, and that's always hype, right? So the team stayed consistent, but again, TSM, the compositional change that they made, I don't think that Lunex could find a solution. So they're definitely going to have to look into that in the future.
Year 2, if there's anything we've learned, is that the MRC teams are not going to be easy beats. Lunex proved that, and we're going to continue to head into that with Swamp Gaming versus Cafe Rose, who obviously had the upset of the tournament, at least expectation-wise, to get FlyQuest a quick 2-0 in day 1, now playing what was now, I would deem some people's America's favorite, right? Swamp Gaming, what they've shown. And the number one thing I've seen from this team is that they have so many ways to beat you, right? It's not just from one role or player. I'm personally, if I had them circled on my calendar or schedule, this is a team you have to do a lot of prep for.
Yeah, it was awesome hearing Coach Fox essentially break down how they discuss their ban strategies per team, and then also how they're not afraid to switch in things like Days out and bring in a Madian who played incredible there as a duelist swap, and being able to do that with different priorities of heroes that they play is really powerful. It's tough for teams to scrim against, which is what he was mentioning.
Yo, I'm going to be honest, actually, if you look at that also with Sentinels, is this the year we see more subs come to play, right? It doesn't mean like a player's bad. It's like, okay, this is just a different flexible package we can play. The more heroes you bring into the game, it's going to be kind of more common that you have these specialists in different, team comps that you want to run. And I think that's going to be honestly super interesting on both a viewer and caster, position for that. But yeah, man, the backline for Swamp Gaming.
Any new leaks?
It was not an easy win
what is this?
At all. I mean, you may have looked at that game and thought it was going to be a quick one, but Swamp Gaming, they even put on social media like, okay, hey, tip of the cap respect over there to Cafe Rose.
Yeah, Cafe Rose has been stepping up.
Best in game? Storm is the best in game? What?
We're going to struggle a bit up at this elo, but they have nothing to
Navi bold? Yeah, Navi was crazy.
They're not afraid to step up in these moments, taking things like domination to map 3 off the rip and look super confident. And there was a point where I was like, okay.
Never let someone with OW make a tier list for rivals.
Swamp Gaming locked in and just looked really strong.
Absolutely. And then it takes us to our last match of the day.
Because how is Gambit and Mantis down here? Why is Wolverine and Ultron down here? Why is Magic down here?
I would say coming out of day 1.
Wait, why is Darkchild down here?
Big time Titans, especially in
What?
this sport. For me,
What the freak is this?
they were just kind of back to form. I think like day one.
This guy, I think he's trolling. He has to be trolling.
But man, this is proven to be the team to beat. They look tough.
Yeah, they tweeted something out like, hey, we're going to shake the cobwebs off and our games are going to be easier for us. And yeah, they really did just that. I mean, SSG is no joke. Obviously, Nectar is disgusting, but they tried to match comp and domination. And TLC, Team Liquid and Citadel, looked just so good instead. I mean, I don't know that you can try to copy comp into a team like that. I think you got to try to find a way around it. So they really struggled there. And then
yeah, without question. Day 3 is going to be full of matches as well. There's going to be a heater on y'all's plate to watch. A lot of bangers out there. Get ready for some action. We're going to jump right in. Already, day 3 is underway, and we have our predictions ready for you. I mean, obviously, this is really tough to get predictions in. We've only seen these teams on a very small sample size, but today we have some matches that will definitely show a lot more of the path to the finish line in the preseason. Now we start with Swamp Gaming versus NRG. Talk about starting with an absolute heated banger. Shib, I'm going to give you the floor first. Who do you got? Because these are the favorites amongst, Group A.
I'm going to go with NRG here. I think NRG looked really solid in the 100T, and I think they can keep that ball rolling. I think they have the confidence.
Wait, what?
Right now.
What is going on?
Obviously really talented, but NRG keeping it moving, I think, buddy. How about yourself?
Yeah, it's hard to go against Velocity and all what they...
It sounds like they're playing a video that's already been played.
2 days in a row that they are just looking all the part, and so I think they continue that train and look to be America's favorite. But we'll see, because this one is going to come down to micro decisions, and I think when you look at just the coaching behind it and kind of the battle plan, NRG excels in that.
Oh, I think because they're taking, it's like they're taking
second matchup. We have we lost.
They're just replaying the video we saw, a video that played earlier today.
I think we both got the same.
Yeah, I think we have to stay this.
Yo, this going on for a while though.
Is the way you've got to think of it, especially when you're doing predictions like this. It's got to be we lost.
I mean, if you look at it, hey, it was the fastest ever we saw a best of 7, and what we lost did. So maybe Lunex, it kind of sparked a fire under them, and maybe they looked back.
That's right. Energy Shock going up again.
Like you mentioned, they're very blessed. The 100 Thieves, a team that everybody thought was just gonna, maybe, it's crazy. Like the fact that everybody thought.
I didn't watch the Energy and Swamp Gaming yet.
That potential elimination.
While they're getting ready, we're gonna watch this one.
The 2 undefeated squads so far. Portal play on the right side. Yeah, that's quick.
Oh, and with the fastball special, wait, they came and they chose violence. They're looking around. Where is everybody? And they go and they contest with a border play of their own from NRG as Daze gets sent out like a Pokemon. Finds Madara, isolates him, gets sent all the way up. Somebody call the Amber Alert. He tries to puts up the shield, and that's a big
what a strong start.
For Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, this would be an interesting map to see if Shock doesn't actually manage to get eliminations against that, right? Because this Wolverine with the Hulk just gets thrown in there all the time. You're getting 1 by 1. The Daredevil gone. That's a ton of damage removed, and you're against Mellow on the outside, just poking you down. Right now with this Wolverine, he's kind of been so free with the Invisible Woman matchup as well. Finally, they're able to take care of him. But this map is just so open that you kind of have to take advantage of that. The first point given to NRG, so great work out of them, and they need to keep this pressure up and make sure they can maybe build ults and not let Swamp Gaming get any KOs on the opposite side.
Crazy to see how already that dominating factor here for NRG to still take over the point over Swamp Gaming, despite Swamp getting that first pick here. Daredevil now going over to the side. While Madara gets stunned, the Rogue getting caught. Forky Dog following up to get that next pick, but it's still in favor for NRG Shock, who are nearing that 25% mark. Daze is looking for the next victim before finding the Venom. He isolates him. He already popped the armor, which means he has no.
Yeah, we waiting for the final round to start.
Could do from Chime, who is very close to having that ultimate before backing up, and now you have KAIZEN is going to be able to get that reset.
Yeah, he somehow lived long enough in Bruce Banner form. But go in immediately with the Fox ult on the opposite side. Is it matched by anything? It's matched by Velocity with the Gambit ult, immediately in the Chime as well, but can do it after this, right? Because Mellow, who's got the Glartrox ready to go, is out into the backside. They get rid of Medora again, by the way. I think that's 3rd fight in a row that he's been first picked. Window does trade at least 1, so Mellow only finding 2 is something, but the Wolverine just smokes everybody else out of here. You can't really win anything else. They're just going to stall the point. But regardless, I think for Energy Shock side, like they're up and they're still delaying, by the way, but Madara's got to slow it down a little bit. Like he just keeps being the target of focus for Swamp Gaming every single fight. They built 63%, which is nice, but you used both strategies ultimates in the last fight.
Forky dog.
I think I'm a little worried for them moving forward now.
Yeah, even though like, see Madara like on the road, it was very difficult. Every single time Madara tried to go in through one of those chokes and try to harass the backline, he just kept getting shut down. Although the stall was beautiful from Energy Shock, and now you get to turn into a Buster Hulk. The trade-up though, and just trying to delay here from the road before the retake comes in from the back end of Energy, trying to flip it right back in their favor. Force Strat to back away and split his attention over to the devil of Stinkers. Window also comes flying and trying to get the follow-up, but Mello has been shutting them down, getting so many of these picks already from the very beginning from Swamp.
Yeah, this has been an interesting map, I think, for like Stinkers too, because Stinkers hasn't been able to do much on Daredevil, considering this is like such a open piece of land, kind of. Like it's hard to kind of get in. But now Madara finally goes out with the ultimate against Valentina, though, right? So he's gonna keep, or they're gonna keep everybody healthy on the backside. Madara is gonna slow down their ultimate charge, hopefully for him, but has to back out of there with their lives. Otherwise, this would be potentially brutal. But they do have the Gambit ult coming into it. Surely it's read by Swamp Gaming into the sky. Doesn't catch anybody. Oh no.
The fact that he missed right there too, you saw the White Fox go push all the way up, and that would have been a huge first pick considering that Chime is at 91% onto the ultimate. Stinkers waking up a little bit, finding Valentina, the backside getting torn apart from Swamp Gaming after we were just highlighting how good it is for them to try to kite away, and now Energy Shock, they take the point back.
Yeah, they've actually, they've really done a good job at just like living, even though they're down one in these cases. And yeah, like you mentioned, Chime not getting stuck in that ultimate was huge. And on the White Fox and the triple comp has looked great. Also, the charm is something you have to kind of worry about too. And now you have to come into this, have a big Lartrox, but it's gonna be tough against these strats. You know, maybe you can get it in the middle of it. We'll see if it gets deleted though. As you can see, they're playing patient, they're playing slow for it, but does Energy Shock get caught out? It looks like yes, Windows goes down.
Oh, huge here with the invisible boundary, allowing Forky Dog and the rest of Swamp Gaming to get a little more aggressive, but they have to try to re-push here because at 99%, is anyone here to force the overtime? It does, and with 2 picks in favor for Swamp Gaming, they move in for the free real estate. Energy Shock just trying to back away, trying to delay what could happen with Madara being the only one left. It's just a matter of time before the flip comes through and the reset for Energy Shock, but I really like the way that they've been trying to play a lot more split. Mello just trying to take an off angle here, and if you take a look at these ultimates, Swamp Gaming don't have that sustain, where Energy Shock really don't have it either to really match, but the velocity is the closest one to that Rager Royal Flush in this triple strat lineup.
Yeah, at least they get rid of Mello's ultimate, and, you know, I like how they play this in this sort of triple hit squad with all their strats at the same position. Stinkers gets pulled away, but heals back up to full HP, slowing down Window is huge. If they can find Window early, at least get some cooldowns out, that's nice for Mello to build up towards his ultimate. Crash to go off as well, and Window gets removed early on, and that was because of the cooldowns they used earlier. Now with Hulk going off, this is going to slow down anything on the opposite angle. Stinkers pops the ult, but they're missing your backline. Kraz is destroying everybody. That's free in this fight. Stinkers, what can you do by yourself? The portal, it might be too late from Window now as they're down one by one. We're headed to the next round, Vicky, as Swamp takes the first one.
Kraz opening the door real quick. Hulk plays. Stocks are still up after the action we were just seeing yesterday. And now Kraz is here to put on a display. Beautiful retake here from Swamp Gaming, and a great way to start our first round within our first series of the day, dog man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see how they keep playing it, because I mean, for Energy, like, the tough part is they have all these ultimates that are like, you know, let's group up, play together, right? But then the problem is that that's against Daze and Melophobia, who have ultimates that, you know, can benefit from that, right? Like, everybody kind of groups up together. Oh, great, we're connected by a giant wolf. Oh, awesome, we're connected by Melo with the Glartrox, you know? And I don't think this fight's going to be any different, because they could go for a fast play here, Vicky. Like, we've seen Portal TP plays happen, right?
Yeah, a bunch of times, right? I mean, we literally just saw the TP plays from both sides at the very beginning of our first round. We even saw a Dr. Strange man go out just yesterday. It was kind of crazy trying to deny our first series the opportunity to recontest, yet to no avail as we come out of the gates. It was actually one of the Swamp Gaming's series just yesterday too. So with Window now rolling out, Madara having the Heartbreaker, you're talking about Forky Dog and the sustainability that both Forky and Valentina will have for this first fight.
Go in, I mean, early ultimate from Forky with Daze, but Daze actually got charmed out of it, I believe, so his ult gets set down.
Wow.
Forky with the KO onto Velocity, or rather not charmed, it was slowed down by Madara's ultimate because of it. It was sent down lower. Daze does get one on the trade, though, so they're actually coming out on top. Swamp is one by one. Also going with the team up with the Hulk that get thrown in there. Valentina slowing down this push. After Velocity's Raging Roll Flush runs out, everybody the Avamoto again. That was big in the last map from Scatter, but this time it's slowed down because of Velocity's ultimate. They're able to go ham. Madara finally getting those KOs with Window, and with that, they're getting the revenge, right? That's the big thing. Daze was slowed down in that fight due to Madara's ultimate, and honestly, that's the kind of takeaway I'm having here, Vicky, is that Madara is playing so much better now on this next map.
It's a lot easier on this round in comparison to the first round, I feel like, too, right? Getting all brawly once you come out of the tunnels, it gets a lot easier into trying to take over that first fight, and now they have the momentum and the point first as well. Chime, even on Energy Shock's side, also has that Kumihyo Unleash, whereas Swamp Gaming, you have to be careful because you know Mello is gonna get a little sneaky and try to get that Glartrox over to the side of the point to get everybody off to get environmental KOs.
Yeah, great point, and I'm sure they're gonna play around on the opposite side. Daze going in early first. I mean, they have to give up point control basically because of it and then come back in, and it works. Oh my goodness, Daze fully countered, like you mentioned, is playing towards the main. Forky trades back Window, though. He's trying to negate this backline presence, but he'll take that trade. He can come back quickly on the Venom, and Chime also just trying to stall it out a little bit longer into that Fox ultimate, just kind of dumping around, containing the objective, but eventually, you talked about him, he's hard to contain. Melophobia with 3 in the fight.
And off of the Glartrox KO onto Chime, who was in the middle of the Kumihyo Unleash. Unlucky, and a stagger. If they could find this Venom would be even bigger, but Window managed to get away just in time. Sinkers could let the Devil out, followed up with Madara, who has the Heartbreaker, and they've been timing it too, because look at Forky Dog. Close to that invisible boundary, that would go big, because Swamp Gaming will not have the sustainability if they do not call it out before the Heartbreaker comes in.
Oh my goodness.
I'm back.
Shift, but no, nice job. Guys, back to the team, Vicky. That was smart.
Had to use the restroom.
Huge movement by the side of Chime, but eventually it's taken out. I mean, too many.
I don't know why they're not starting yet. Why? Where's the 100 Thieves game, bro? Like, what's taking them so long? They're literally just replaying what they played early on today.
They're going to deal with the objective as well, unless they can maybe clutch up with Straddles, but they're going to have to try to wait for player advantage again.
Melos is built different, like, consistently. That was insane here. You see, let the Devil Unleash gets domed to the head real quick, while Melo
Get domed to the head.
has to be careful. Looking on the other side of it,
Get domed to the
isolates
head.
him. Window will be able to come back with Beast of the Abyss, but look at Velocity. He's got the Rage and Royal Flush, and together with Chime, they can deal a lot of that damage output together with Window if he wants to get the anti-heal down.
This is tough dealing with Daze's Fearful. I mean, he can play Wolverine, he can play the Daredevil, and it doesn't really matter what you ban besides that, right? You get rid of the Gambit, but you still have to deal with him doing so much. They go in, Raging Roll Flush, like you said, Vicky, but can they find anything? Can Sneakers find the KOs? Yes, finally, able to take down Forky. That's a huge one. Avamoto's massive, though. It has been on the 3, but Sneakers was not one of those, right? Everybody else run down. Sadly, it was a huge ult by Scatter.
Damn, Quadra.
Follow up because of this man.
Is it going to be a Penta?
Nice plays by Stinkers to go in aggressively with the Raging Roll Flush. Just gets those cooldown resets, and I mean, Swamp Gaming strategists that can't live against that.
It's one of those moments where if you're scattergagging, you look behind you after getting 3 and the eye.
Who wins this game?
No follow-up potential. Unlucky because Stinkers is just having his way with that backline. And look at this. He's about to let the Devil out with already 58% in terms of his ultimate. And Renko is right there, still holding onto the invisible boundary here. And they are able to flip the point back in their favor as Swamp Gaming were nearing that 86% before Stinkers goes back up again. And Daze is not having a good time here with Swamp Gaming forcing out this fastball special.
Yeah, nice reads by Renko there. The switch to Invisible off of the last map has been massive for them. Also, the Glartrox to the backside. It gets healed off. So great work out of the strat play. And then, honestly, yeah, Forky switching to this Invis has been massive. The Force Physics to bring Madara back in. Melo's there with the follow-up. And really, this entire fight feels like it was kind of carried by Forky Dog. Praz slams down to the ground. Stinkers, too. Daze on the opposite side did get countered by Renko. But it didn't matter because of, well, the presence of everybody else in the squad. 94% too. They have to get a quick TP off play.
Oh,
otherwise it's over.
Crazy.
The way that they're playing, once they get to dive in, grouped up together with nobody able to touch, they cannot. With them trickling in, Energy Shocker out.
Damn. Swamp Game, that's one.
Fashion, get to take the first map.
That is one.
Yeah, huge map win out of them. I mean, it was so back and forth. Like, it just felt like whoever the Daredevil is being focused a little bit more on that map, and then same thing with Dave and stuff. But I don't know. This doesn't feel like enough of a change to me. I like the Star-Lord Protect. Like you could see their idea was okay. You know, the Rogue team up wasn't.
Well, Energy chose 29-9.
Was kind of shut down by Swamp, so we have to go back over to Star-Lord. And you know, I guess in their head, it's like, okay, every time we do the Raging Roll Flush with Velocity on the Gambit, every time we press the ultimate, it's not a free fight win button like it used to be in the previous patch. And the only way to make it a free fight win button is to, you know, come
Elsa's the new Bucky, basically, bro. Basically, Elsa's so broken. I love it.
Very similar thing, Vicky, that they did in the previous map, running out the Hulk yet again, team up with Daze.
Oh, so hopping off here of the Jeff, so you won't have the Jeff and Venom team up real quick. Chime just making sure to check. And nobody is dwelling around here from Swamp Gaming. And just changing things up before Renko swaps right back over to the Jeff. And it's funny too, because every time I look at Jeff with those big eyes, man, I can't help but think about.
So they banned Swamp Gaming banned Daredevil, but Daze know how to play Wolverine very well. Gambit is not banned on the other side, but they banned Elsa, but they saved it. That's why they have it. Loki just getting banned. Straight up. No copy, no jutsu, no Kakashiing.
You know, they're trying to counter this hard engage by the Vanguards as long as like Window can live, and he's actually done a really good job at that. I'm just kind of curious how Madara plays this too, because they do have the invis to potentially counter that wolf and stuff, but it doesn't matter. Sneakers just gets deleted on the inside angle. They go for their dive, and well, it doesn't really happen because you just come back to peel the wolf. You go for those team up pulls and pushes again. We're just gonna try to farm ultimate now at this point, right? Like just get that Star-Lord, get that Gambit ultimate, but. You know, you already lost the first team fight and you're down a minute, Vicky. That's kind of rough.
And now Chime is kind of in the back line too. They've noted where he's at, and Daze getting called out by Stinkers after they were able to isolate him over to that side, and Daze says, I am out of there. He dipped so quickly over the top of that roof, while Velocity's still over to the side to take a look at that Raging Royal Flush. Forky is ready with the invisible boundary to try to match that, but it's so difficult
you about to get his ult?
To survive when you're also at threat of these antis. By the way, Chime is not contested.
Oh.
And gets stuck in the room of death, it looks like, because everybody's forehead is touching the roof.
Yeah, this just ain't it so far, man. Like, they just keep doing the same thing over and over again. That's 2 fights now, and Melo's just been doing whatever he wants on top of Forky getting those pulls. There's just not enough damage. Like, I don't even think we forced out Daze's passive once. He still has the overhealth if he goes to 1 HP.
Damn, look at Wolverine flying like it's Dragon Ball Z. Oh my gosh, bro.
I mean, this has been brutal. I really, looking back at it,
that's crazy.
How it's gone so far, just because we're trying to play this Gambit stuff. It seems like, I mean, so far, you can kind of ignore playing Gambit comp. We'll see in this upcoming fight, though, as we do finally have that Star-Lord alongside the Raging Roll Flood.
I agree. Some teams are better with it as a slam down on the last stand.
Wow, wow.
It's hit its
bro
with the bullseye, and now it's another stagger pass coming out on the hands of Swamp Gaming onto NRG, then Kraz, of course. The fact that Swamp Gaming have allowed this whole comp to work to help to deal with any sort of dive oppression has been chef's kiss.
Yeah, it has. I mean, they have to make this fight too. They have to make it work
bro.
Here. Either, you know,
Hulk just keeps throwing Wolverine in there.
Gambit ultimate, at least get the Star-Lord ult in the sky. You know, maybe we can get KOs even through Straddle. Finally, no, Velocities can't get picked.
Nice.
You're the only ult. We've played, Vicky, they've played for
great Kumio charm kill right there.
The entire game. And they haven't even gotten it off once. We're at 50 seconds left.
Bro, they gotta get off Brew, bro.
Picks, the stagger KOs have been brutal.
It's so hard when Melo is looking down the lane, able to find some of these trickling in strats are trying to back away, and then you have that one really big satter between Daze and Chime. Stinkers is now going onto the Wolverine. They have their ultimates online. Swamp Gaming are holding onto theirs. Daze is close to another final stand, and with a winning hand,
let's go battle.
It's gonna be a winning hand or a losing hand. We have to see with the invisible boundary window does find Valentino.
Oh,
that's a big pick, oh, Nine Tails to keep you alive. Madara tries to send Melo though on again Juicy, and with an Eye of Agamotto and misses.
Oh, Eye of Agamotto. Oh, but he got it though. He got it though.
Meteor M to try to help him reset. It goes up. It slams down on
the
Dog. Big pick off as Valentina does make their way back though. The sync could come
he's dead.
Delay. Energy though have now already planted their feet on this point, and it's back to the drawing board as Swamp Gaming may want to recontest here with Forky Dog having a portal.
Yeah, they did a smart play. Scatter was the last one to die on the Doctor's range, so Forky has to support in the
okay, he bought some time. He bought some time though. And then he could come back. He could come back. Portal's still gonna be up.
Runs out, so we have really nothing to sustain. but they got the retouch. I imagine they just want to build.
Ah, come on.
Or build ultimates for the next fight. It was a valiant effort. It was tough because I think Scatter going down. It's always rough to see your is camped by NRG. Go down last just because you're like, damn, that's the one guy we need to die first if we want to lose anybody, right? Like, it's tough, but regardless, NRG's.
It still hasn't started? No. Bro, we still waiting. I don't know what's going on.
But as long as they can keep that up, just don't get staggered.
I have no idea what's going on. They're just replaying the beginning portion of the stream.
As long as they can do that, they're probably fine.
Cozy podcast.
At least the end of the map, because that was a long hold for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah,
Cozy
like
cast?
That go button, right? That's the win condition that you want as another kidnap comes
in, man.
From the hands of NRG, and the final stand tries to come up with Stinkers. At least Chime follows up to find Scatter in the process. Kraz, though, has that same stall potential that we keep seeing. Galactic Legend is online, and guess what? The Rage and Royal Flush is short to follow. And with a stun on Tamara, with them losing window, they can go back to the drawing board. Swamp Gaming trying to get into position, and here comes a Rage and Royal Flush. All that's on red, it looks like, as Chime is flying around. Melo's looking up. A great protection, but they need to shut down the Starlet in the sky.
Yeah, it really is just press Q when you win the game button with those two, right? It's tough. But I like the switch for Stinkers over to the Wolverine as well. Like, how Scatter Genji's playing this Doctor Strange is hyper-aggressive, so as long as he can maybe pick him off and, you know, they can play to counter Scatter's aggressive playstyle as well, maybe get bubble to Stinkers, he could have the advantage. But Daze just comes from the sky with the Wolverine, or with the Hulk for now, but they have to give up space. Oh my god, what a yeet of a brutal. I don't think that connected. It hit the wall, and now he's back. What a brutal situation for Window, as that's a reset back to spawn.
Yeah, that's the final stand right there that the last stand that we were used to seeing here from Daze, and now NRG after great stall now coming out after being able to go Omega Buster World Breaker Hulk, and I'm just, again, a beautiful display of the Hulk's plays that we've been able to see. Fastball special still in hand, and Swamp Gaming have these ultimates online for exactly after you just saw them just use up two. He yeets them out. The Groot is the victim on the other side. They try to pull him back, but he's slicing with 99 wood cutting. Window tries to run away.
Oh my gosh, bro. Shred City.
Yeah, that Glortrox connecting on the two allowed them to get those KOs, but somehow they haven't lost too many people. They have only 5 seconds to touch, though, and somebody's got to get on. They're brought back by the Wolverine in the skies. The Meteor M! Madara! What a dunk!
That's crazy.
Them on this map because these
it's the way he looked at him, too.
Scatter is going to come back with that Doctor Strange ult, but it's a little awkward now. We want to probably reset, get back to 6, and then come back into the fight. But that dunk...
Bro, I don't know how pros bunny hop so well. That's what I'm saying. Apparently they have the jump on the scroll wheel, so and then it makes it easier for you to jump. So you got to put like your jump on scroll wheel, and you just got to time it.
Here comes Chime, though, floating in from the high ground. Nobody to contest them. See Valentina up on the high ground, too. And with no final stand here in the hands of Daze, Stinkers has it instead and has found Scatter consistently, at least with the BRB and the rocket swap up from Porky Dog. They can come back and go in for a quick reset and a recontest. Overtime taking away. Energy cannot get off this point.
They about to make it. Oh!
Wait a second, the Raging Wolf Flush alongside the Wolf Ult, yes, but are the KOs here? The anti comes out and they
okay. That Daze had that.
To do something, but yeah,
they made it to the checkpoint.
He's being countered a little bit too hard, I think. You know, off the Daredevil and onto the Wolverine has been a unique swap, and it's kind of worked for them so far, Vicky, as Stinkers was able to close it out with NRG. They are moving to third phase.
I agree. I like the fact that they were able to make that swap up with little, you know, they have very little time.
The other day I absorbed a maximum pulse and threw it back and hit the Iron Man in the air with Meg ult. Also, yeah, I have jump on to scroll wheel, but it's still hard. Bro, you dunked on Iron Man? That's got to be one of the most satisfying ults for Meg. Does it charge up to 100% immediately if you snag it away? If you take Iron Man's ult away, is it 100% charge immediately?
Hulk mode on the back line with Renko going down. Eventually they come back for him though, and they get him out of Hulk form. So honestly, with how many ults were committed, I mean, Velocities gets the fall back. They use the Glortrox. They also don't have the Wolverine ult. You gotta feel somewhat decent about it as you come into this next fight with 30 seconds left. It's last fight territory, but considering how things worked on first point, this is a solid situation to be in for NRG.
It is, at least though for Valentino.
75? No way. And that's a one-shotter to a squishy, basically, right? One-shotter to a sub and a DPS.
Before the kidnap comes in and it finds window, big pickoff. You won't have the wombo combo with the strangling prison. Gambit never folds. They move up. Chime has that extra damage, and so is Mara.
If it goes over 100, it breaks and you lose your ult. Right, right.
You have the dance up. You have the meteor M, the weight, but with no follow-up, the hits does not come in. The meatball is back in the fryer, and with the invisible boundary from Renko, every one of these teams are trying to stay alive, even getting booted out of the Nine Tails forms of the Kumio Unleash.
Yeah, they have to remain healthy.
Daze is about to get his ult.
You know, full stagger composition with Scatter going onto the Angela as well, just to kind of flow around. Forky's going to come back onto that Rocket Raccoon to make sure his team has the BRB. Kraz does get taken out of Hulk form, though, back into Baby Bruce in the top. And oh my goodness, nice ultimate as well from Window. Connects onto two. Daze and the Anti are here. Scatter's gonna fall. You don't have any more front line. This Wolf ult needs to go big. And it might be, no, not really, because the healing is too much there. Madara gets the pocket, chimes there with the follow-up, able to take down two immediately after that ultimate from Window. Nice job to follow up there.
Madara has been playing on fire. The Vanguards haven't really been enabled from Swamp Gaming here, and with Scatter getting kidnapped again now from Steve.
Yes, sir.
Even after making the Angela swap, nobody is safe on the other
Wolverine
side.
versus Wolverine. Who gonna stay on top?
Here to try to get another dive, and with Madara getting stunned this time at the hands of Daze, Swamp Gaming, they don't have that sustain. Look at Valentina and Forky Dog, even with a BRB, it's just a linger. It's just a matter of time before Energy Shock get this payload to the finish line.
Oh my god. What a play by them.
Wow.
With no time left in the bank. Full cap out the map, Vicky. I mean, that's not something I think we expected after first point, right? Like, that was insane. They were just so telegraphed, I think, on the first point, building up towards that Raging Wolf flush with Gambit and Star-Lord. But the real switch was just Stinkers going. They stayed vigilant and also rebounded. That's the big thing, is not tilting in these moments. And Energy, you know, remained strong and looked to tie up the series.
And you know what helped out with that, though? And even though Velocity did get picked up a few times, it was the swap up over to the Wolverine. The Wolverine was that day insurance policy that they needed to help cover that backline to make sure that these Vanguards aren't a problem, specifically Kraz, who has been getting shut down consistently. You get some of that extra health, too, with the shield packs before making a quick little swap up here, getting the extra speed boost over to the Jeff Bubbles. Forky Dog swaps over to that Invisible Woman that you were mentioning. And it's that push and pull game that you have with a different look. Valentina going over to the Luna Snow. Chime already up on the high ground is going to be able to do a good amount of burst damage already from the high ground here on the building.
Yeah, that's very interesting. He wants to play the Phoenix as well. You know, just wants to play it slow with the strats, just kind of play to counter the Vanguards a little bit more instead of play the Star-Lord combo. So it's a bit more neutral fight, I think they get. And also, boom, another cap by Stinkers.
Oh, whoa.
Physics negates it for now. But he still has the passive because the heals here from the backside angle. Cooldowns out used by both squads, but nobody's down. Valentina, knowing that he's not really dove upon by much, right, just goes for that Luna healing on the backside, right, just knows front to back style, has to play that versus the thing. Early swap over to that. We'll see if it pans out for him, though, as this fight is just a brutal brawl on the point with the thing in the hole.
Oh, the bubble! The timing to that. This is going to be so difficult for Daze to make plays happen. Running Wolverine against Thing when they're ready to duff him here. It's the 1v1 of the Pain brothers, and they find it with the Hulk jumping in thanks to the invisible boundary.
Bro, why is 100 Thieves not starting? What is going on?
Like this, and this has allowed Swamp Gaming to take the point first. Could expect here a portal play from Energy Shock just so that way they can try to recontest, because Renko does have his own invisible boundary.
Counter portal. And then the kidnap. Wait, did he get the portal off though? I think he did. So the portal is still there, but they're still in the spawn kind of because of this Wolverine. So it's getting messy. Velocities goes down, and they take the first point because of that counter portal from Scatter Gengi. So that was sick by Scatter. Good read, well timed as well. Like, you have to just take the point, go for that portal play, and they do it well. I think that also, Vicky, like, they just had such a more well-practiced first point. Like, you could see NRG was a bit more, I don't know, awkward. You know, getting picked off, not playing for the win condition as hard as Swamp was. Like, they knew they played slow. They had first support ults, first strat ults, and NRG couldn't do anything against that. Now they get to play aggressive in the second phase.
Right, because the one big thing that they really wanted to focus on was the invisible boundary played very aggressively, also cutting out their line of sight. A kidnap, though, Kraz is in some trouble. Could get a reset.
Hold on 1 second. Let's see what's going on. Oh, wait, it's starting? Bro, wait, it's starting, bro. I came to this guy's stream. Hold on, the ad is gonna be long as hell.
Shortly with the World Breaker, but with Gambit never folding. Raging Royal Flush, you're gonna have the dance off and set. Into both worlds, the Meteor M comes up. Dinner time as the Apex Predator is hungry. Coming out to play. I have Agamotto, but with the stun! I have nothing! As the dive down comes in, it finds Scatter. Thankfully, at least for Kraz, he's got the World Breaker. If he didn't, he would have met himself back in the spawn room gates with Scatter. But that's 2 out for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, they're still kind of working themselves forward. That was a huge ult by Stinkers, but it didn't end up.
Wait, so on this end, so they're playing, but I don't know why it's not playing on the Marvel Rivals. What's going on?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
So they're playing, but the Marvel Rivals live is not showing this. Why is that? Okay, they're finally here, guys. They're finally back.
Match, I've only...
Holy.
Took a while to get there, but I'm sure the map.
Oh man, they're finally back, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
that took way too long.
You know, once we get to it, that's
crazy.
We love fun. We love fun here, and well, I imagine game number 3 will be fun.
All right, game 3.
You guys something, by the way. Okay, it's past midnight my time, and it's not my fault. So it's Vicky after dark.
Final round. Holy crap! Final round. Let's go.
Number 3, Zoe.
Heart of Heaven. Ping issues, man. You think that's what it was?
Since you know, some people might have lost the thread as we headed into our one of those.
That was such a drag.
Obviously, FlyQuest took that one.
Okay.
Away. Lots of fantastic individual performance. The Mantis went through. Tuzi was super enabled on that side.
Oh man, we're here now.
Yeah, Tuzi.
Oh, such a dreadful wait.
The pocket for him, and everything was kind of working because of the composition they ran. And
it was the ping.
Like
wow.
Still a pretty close map number 1, regardless on domination.
Ping issues, huh?
Not the same kind of situation.
Woo! Final round.
Situation that FlyQuest had in the positive sense.
Yeah, and that led us to map number 3. 1-1 the score. Which team is going to get the first victory of the opening week?
FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves. 1-1. This is the final round, guys.
This is where it all comes down to the wire.
Yes, sir. Let's see who wins.
Because we are moving on to Heart of Heaven, Dogman. And it's been kind of crazy with the back and forth that we've had between both of these teams, but it's important, right? Because this is the opening for both these teams to really start getting ahead of themselves. This is the second series that 100 Thieves actually gets.
If I waited this long for 100 Thieves to lose, bro, I'm saying, bro, 100 Thieves better win.
Their very first map, want to make this fair, and we see the double Elsa ban from both sides.
Hey, Bubba.
Yeah, that's definitely what we want to see out of FlyQuest, I think, in terms of getting rid of the Elsa. But yeah, for 100 Thieves, they always find themselves in situations like this. I remember they're like always a team that's a part of these delays. It attracts 100 Thieves for some reason. I don't know, but the Daredevil Protect comes through on the opposite side, and then they go for that Loki ban to maybe try to get that one-sided matchup that we saw on the last map.
See, as I believe the server that they also decided to be on now is going to be North Virginia. So having that agreement at the very least, while the Daredevil's protected for 100 Thieves, FlyQuest, they were able to protect the Gambit, but now that means that they get to ban out the Gambit from the other side because they ban out the Loki, so they would rather still deal with the Gambit from them, get the Rage and Royal Flush into the win condition. We know what Melio could do just with that. The Mantis, though, do you want to give the damage boost over to the Daredevil is the question. And with that Psylocke being hovered, that's the respect that we were expecting going
They protected Daredevil.
Here, Dogman 2C has just gotten so much value.
And Psylocke is banned, but they protect the Gambit.
I think
Both Elsas are gone. Let's see if they protect Elsa here.
You know, does that on the opposite
Angela.
let them go for that Mantis Protect potentially to counter it, right?
Huh.
Because we know that's available. Maybe they still want
Right, you could scoop off people a lot in this map.
That Psylocke, but like you mentioned, a lot of respect towards that one player, towards, you know, giving him that character, considering we are on part of heaven. So I would be
Venom.
to see what FlyQuest can run on this map. Maybe you do more divey stuff yet again. We'll kind of see.
Venom, huh?
That first point I think is a little bit more open, obviously, but 100 Thieves going for that Angela Protect for TTK. Meanwhile, still had that ban pool kind of go through.
The thing is, they're not.
I mean, it's not really been.
FlyQuest is not threatened by their Angela.
The entire ban phase until now for FlyQuest going for that Protect.
Okay. Different little look, right? Because we did see on the.
That's what I'm saying. Why are they putting? I don't understand.
Vanpool for themselves, kind of swapping things off here with Jolly too when he was forced over to Thing. And here we go. This is not a drill, guys. We are getting into our final game of the day.
Let's go.
Man, you know how I felt sitting on the edge of my seat seeing these two teams get out, but this is where it actually ends.
Yeah, you've been itching for this final map. Finally, we get to see what happens between these two squads. And I know we've been waiting for a while, so I apologize for that. But you know, like, worst case scenario, you farm a little bit more drops and stuff, right? You can get that beautiful Gambit skin that we have in the drops area of your Twitch stream. But if you're watching us on YouTube or on co-streamers, thank you for tuning in and thanks for watching. Huge shout out to our co-streamers for also, you know, sticking with us and watching throughout today. So you guys are awesome for watching all of this. But you know, for Team FlyQuest, Vicky, what do they do to try to cut back from that map? Because it was a really hard first point, I feel like, for them.
And I think it goes down to, like, which game mode you feel like you're suffering on, right? We were talking a little bit about it earlier today with some teams that may not be able to find their strike. And now with FlyQuest kind of going into a different look with 2C being on the Vanpool, we have to see if they get that sort of impact with the side lock. Of course, they will be able to have access to that Gambit, and that could benefit Melio, who is on the Daredevil, Jolly on the Angela too. FlyQuest start things off on the attack, and 100 Thieves, because we also have to mention too, Dogman. It's been a little bit, just so that way you guys who are just tuning in can know, this is going to be FlyQuest's map that they decide on, as well as a side here.
They're slowly walking it up. And you see traditionally this height needs to be controlled by this defensive squad, and yourself, he's kind of looking for, you know, that height to try to control it. In the meanwhile, kind of full surround, both Angelas flying over is a bit aesthetically pleasing. But, you know, in the moment, you know, this entire point needs to sort of get surrounded upon by the offense for them to really have a shot at diving this back line of Melio and all the other triple strategists running around, or rather, Millennia and Winnie on the height.
We're going to talk about the Vanpool.
They're going in, guys. They're going in.
Now going to be able to wrap around, but Delena is the one on the Psylocke to showcase what the Delena Psylocke could do. Sadly, we won't get the mirror match because the Psylocke was banned on the FlyQuest, and this forces Ken to back away. Nice little reset here if he can, but he cannot. Now I was thinking that there's going to be maybe some backup from Jolly, but this
we got
is the
Psylocke
Delena
out.
show. If it's not on the Elsa, it's looking like it's going to be on the Psylocke.
Yeah, so if they ban Elsa, play Psylocke, I guess. I think that's the way to go.
And then also staves off the aggression from FlyQuest. Now we're already down a minute off the clock, right? FlyQuest have at least
Rogue, Mom, get the camera.
You know, on that Rogue, so they can go aggressive potentially with a full triple comp dive, but Tuzi gets stunned in the middle of his ult, I believe. But same thing with TTK. Meanwhile, with those Deadpool ults out, not a lot of actual action happens on the inside. Maybe some cooldowns forced out, but Tuzi goes down on the other side. So Vinny gets the better of him, caught out in that engagement.
Calling him in here before closing in the gap. Vinny is going to be able to control this right side, splitting the attention of FlyQuest. You can see Melio going up on top of the roof. They're trying to pinpoint where Melio is, thanks to TTK being on that Angela. And I'm going to say it right now, Dogman, with the Rage Royal Flush, they need to get things going, but there's really not a follow potential here because currently Melio cannot let the devil out. Currently it's stuck in jail. The ultimate's not online. Celos though fights Aletta. Millennia, the follow-up right here as 100 Thieves are dropping. Winnie will not be able to use the itch jet for now, but with the dance of the Cutterfly,
wow, from sky high.
And with Delena being the last sole survivor here for 100 Thieves, there's only so much you could do. Vinny jumps right back around to keep the stall going, but they wanted to waste more time away from FlyQuest.
Damn, they're taking it.
Push, nice little engage on the outside. They try to come back with a jet ult from Winnie to maybe stall out time. Come through, but it's not going to be there in time. Point cap by FlyQuest. It took a bit, but you know, with 100 Thieves and how they played it, it kind of makes sense. I believe FlyQuest, you know, slowly sort of surrounded 100 Thieves, got some important ults out, and were able to kind of work it into, like you mentioned, with Melio going off in the back line and then having some pretty good Gambit ultimate timings. Now we go into the second phase of the map, though, as FlyQuest, still have some solid ults to work with. They'll be against this Rocket Raccoon ult and 100 Thieves. How do they want to play this? Do they want to dive onto Ken early, or Zelos to try to force out that invisible boundary in this fight?
Especially like with Melio here, letting the devil out, compared that to Self. They can try to follow that up between Millennia and Self to get that damage output. Delena too, and trying to build up that dance of the butterfly, trying to move up. There goes Asia though, the invisible boundary from Zelos as the Heartbreaker comes in. It tries to take that away, but maybe popped a little too late, and it's fine because Melio unleashes.
Damn.
Follows up, and that is FlyQuest taking over 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they're starting to string together a few fights, and well placed with that invisible boundary. Now Millennia goes back over to the Invisible Woman, tries to get off that Rocket Raccoon that we used on that first point.
GTK on the
and
thing.
Maybe they're finding that BRB a little bit easier to take care of. They're also switching forward to that front back off that we saw in the previous map. Tuzi caught back towards his own, or back towards their spawn, due to them just switching to this full thing composition. They're again playing this, trying to counter the dive style, and it's working. Melio goes down too.
Talk about the push and pull right now.
Yo, Su Loki carrying right now.
They were able to bring it right back to talk about the front to back composition, and they were able to also split a lot of that attention, both from the left side of the bridge to the right. And now Ken does have that Raging Royal Flush, but really no follow-up to go with it. Only really that sustainability if they try to go 3-2-1. On one of the strats here of 100 Thieves, Winnie taking a different off angle on the Loki.
Yeah, this is what I'm a little worried about now for FlyQuest. How can they deal with this back line? Is it too tunneled? They already go in early. Nice job with the DP ult onto the back line, so they're going to be trying to pocket each other. Meanwhile, Vinny separates them from everybody else, and Self is there to follow through. Invis eventually goes down with Zelos. Ken there with follow-up too. Sent back to spawn. Meanwhile, a Deadpool ult committed by Vinny on the opposite side of the map. Their strategists are kind of stuck in spawn, so I wonder if they're actually going to find anything in this case. It's Millennia to go down. Nice job from Tuzi.
And with the Dance of the Butterflies now coming out, the dash out too, Delena just dealing a good amount of that pressure, but not being able to find their mark. Jolly does
think destroying flying comps right now? Really?
Comes out, this time from Winnie.
Right, because you can like jump up to them, right?
TTK goes crazy. The TTK clobbering time is among us.
Yeah, TTK has been great, kind of flexing over to the heroes that are needed.
Hey, does a clobbering club still exist?
Great job just kind of stuffing out FlyQuest dive, and now they're switching full to it, right? No more Angela, we're onto that Captain America. Still trying to go for that surround on the triple Vanguard comp, but, they're committing so much to getting one in these fights. Like to see if they can continue that momentum moving forward against Self, who has ultimate.
Jolly 2 trying to pave the path for the rest of FlyQuest. Zelos has that invisible boundary that you were just mentioning, and with TTK going down, there is no clobbering time. Self does have let the devil out before Vinny comes in and tries to harass this backline with Vanhammer. Delena,
nice.
The 1-2 and the Scooby-Doo onto Melio to get that first
1-2 Scooby-Doo.
Rogue now trying to provide some of that help on the peel line from the strats, and with Gambit never folding, they're going to be able to try to match up from each side.
FlyQuest comp, not actually Flyers, and yeah, Clobbering Club still is here.
And that was out of the Raging Royal Flush too, that they were trying to use.
Yeah, you talked about how Delena's played to this map so far. However, he's missing part of the team now. Can he avoid Jolly? The answer is no. Captain America tracks him down, and we don't really have any ults either for the side of the defense. Self gets to go forward with his ultimate, but not having a little help, I think, just from Winnie. I mean, can he live long enough? Nice job avoiding all of the damage, but the answer, no. Portal comes back out of spawn. They're going to touch last second. Delena maybe thought he could get through that portal. No!
No!
What a mistake.
No way. Alright, well, the fact that we were on Delena, I'm sorry, you got caught in 4K. Dang, right through the portal, up to the side.
Damn, bro.
It's fortunate, at least, for FlyQuest, because look what they
I mean, good thing is that wasn't like the overtime situation, but that's crazy. He fell off the map with that ult.
To win no matter what, just because it was like Winnie holding down the fort until Millennia got back, but yeah, caught in 4K for sure. Now we go to third phase, a minute left to go. FlyQuest actually getting this thing kind of pretty far forward, right? And I think Dive actually does pretty solid on this next point, on the third point, with the flank angles if they're controlled by Jolly, right? Shutting down Delena. Aggressive ultimate from Millennia to go deeper to the backline.
To be honest, I think it wouldn't have done anything. Yeah, there was a lot of them. If they all bundled up, it would just tickle them. Scratch some itches on their back.
Look at the back line. assembling the troops, though, from FlyQuest to meet Jolly with the Freedom Charge. Invisible Boundary called in from Winnie in the form of the God of Mischief, and with Millennia in the safety over to the side, is going to be able to find Bez. Vinny closes the gap too with the bubble, and it's going to be 100 Thieves taking over this point. FlyQuest playing very spread out, but they do have the Raging Royal Flush to recontend in the next 17 seconds.
I was wondering if they would have any more stagger KOs, but you're right. It's as you mentioned, Vicky, like double strat ults, they just used the low-key in that fight. But TDK's been big with some pretty large clobbering times, right? Even in the middle of strat.
Oh.
No! Zelos dies with ult during the Gambit ult. That's brutal.
That was such a big first pickoff, though, here. 100 Thieves recognizing that. Millennia with the Invisible Boundary with 2 people out, though. Clobbering time comes in, only finds Vest, but it's just enough. With the 1v1 over to the side, and Ken trying to fight for their life originally.
Wow.
He comes back around. The help! He gets 3 together. Delena and TTK.
Wow.
Originally on the point, as Delena now comes out from spawn room gates, and with overtime ticking down, they cannot get off.
Gambit too nice.
I guess they didn't.
Gambit too nice.
Fire Zelos just because Ken, you know, already got the ult out. At least the rest of the squad can get value, and then Ken just decides to do everything else by himself, like you mentioned. But now, in this upcoming fight, Invisible Boundary to counter potential ultimates from 100 Thieves. They can get that out, maybe get some KOs. Best could also slow down the ultimate charge from Delena if he goes at the right time, but Ken's already dead.
Wow.
Oh, with Ken going down, at least Zelos was ready with the Invisible Boundary. That's just one victim on the other side, and with FlyQuest,
Oh, man.
into the 100 Thieves
Oh,
spawn.
man.
Or not, with Delena looking at the dance of the Cutterfly, only having that, and nobody else from 100 Thieves. Let the devil back in, because FlyQuest have actually pushed this payload to the finish
Holy
line.
crap.
Dogman, they had little to no time on
What's
that
gonna happen?
second
What's gonna
checkpoint
happen?
Recontested with that portal play.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean,
What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
Towards the very end, and you know, realistically, it's because like, well, Delena did his part of the
Kino,
job.
you're getting
He's going for his
getting
ult
groomed
early,
after this,
also found
Baba.
the KO, but,
We're gonna
maybe
shower
after
you
the
and
Invisible
cut your
Boundary
hair and all that.
or
It's
even
grooming
combos,
session.
But he couldn't because Vest had his ultimate on Rogue and just removed Self. Like Self was at his ult, but his ult charge dissipated in front of his very own eyes and just didn't have any follow-up after the Invisible Boundary. Plus, the aggressive play afterwards was just clean. So, you know, there's a lot of things culminating right now, Vicky, I think at a macro level. You know, time of day, maybe these players are getting tired and stuff, but that was still a very clean end towards the very end of the map for FlyQuest.
They're getting tired.
Though, that miss on the cutter
They're getting tired for sure.
Had nothing to do with the ping out there. It's okay. You got to reset. 100 Thieves now on the attack have to get this payload to the finish line. This is an insane final series, Dogman. We weren't expecting this.
Please give us 1 minute each overtime.
This is a great way to finish off our first week within the
Bro.
Ignite series in the Americas region. Welcome.
Are they going in?
Because 100 Thieves and Titans within their group respectively are here clawing for their life, and FlyQuest have Jolly on the Hulk.
Yeah, it should be a good changeup, I think, to see Jolly play that Hulk. And again, and for FlyQuest, you know, honestly a good spot to be in after what happened earlier. You know, go to this map where you maybe get Delena off like the Phoenix and some of those sort of, you know, hit scan heroes that he's incredibly strong at. Same thing with the Psylocke, but you know, at points FlyQuest have done a great job, at least in the mirror. We'll see if they can keep it up. I think that Jolly's already out of Hulk form. Never mind. And Bruce Banner
nice.
got taken out by the rest of the squad.
Bruce gone.
Down the Hulk player.
I was gonna say, like, Delena just pinpointing exactly where he is from the other side of the waterfall. It looked like he was all the way far in left field, as Jolly's gonna be able to get back into Hulk form, come out of the spawn room gate. The next reflect here is Self.
Let's go.
Zelos. That's 2 out for FlyQuest, as FlyQuest now
Let's go.
get the portal play to at least get back onto the points, because currently 100 Thieves with 3 minutes.
Nice, nice.
They're looking for more of these daggers.
Yeah, this is kind of brutal because, like, what we saw from 100 Thieves and FlyQuest, also portal cooldown used, probably is not going to matter in the grand scheme of things because they should have it up by second phase or by the next.
TCK on Vanguard pool.
If they get a few holds, but regardless, like, you can see, like, FlyQuest on their defensive holds just sometimes get caught out in their setups. Like, Jolly's on the right side angle, has to try to jump back to the squad, you know, goes through that back angle of the waterfall side without a strategist, and he goes down. So, tough situation for Jolly specifically, but great track down by 100 Thieves. We'll see if they can keep it up on their attack, whereas FlyQuest on defense, I think, aren't the best team at playing reactionary.
The Daredevil was like, nope, I see you creeping. I see you.
It's the bouncer making sure that you'll exit your way if you are the Daredevil from the receiving end. Delena does have the dance of the butterflies, though. Look at where Delena's going to come from, as Zelos again are very close to the strat ult. TDK tries to isolate them. Nice little bubble here. Self jumps in, finds a dive onto Zelos, and Melio then gets a trade-off. But FlyQuest are down 2 members.
Oh, nice.
Coming in online. You want to hold on to that for the
nice. Self is going in, bro. Self is moving.
Yeah, that was a beautiful engage, and I think every time they've had like
nice
Deadpool ultimate for the side of 100 Thieves, they've just taken full advantage of it, and then also they go in immediately with like.
Look at them b-hopping, bro.
Towards the back line.
I've never seen Sue Storm b-hop before.
Getting hit by it, so they can't patty cake it or just absorb the damage. And yeah,
what the freak?
From 100 Thieves, we'll see if they can continue it though. They have double strat ults, but it is the Rocket Raccoon alongside the Invis instead of double Gambit in Invis. So realistically, FlyQuest can take advantage with these combination of ultimates and maybe slow down their backline too after the Invis boundaries pop.
Oh snap!
But with the Heartbreaker, that's actually enough to take.
Oh my gosh!
That was big from Vez.
Oh.
This allows FlyQuest to at least regain control over this point, because you do not want the speedrun here. When you have 3 minutes, you have the Vanpool ultimate just to look at them too. At the same time, Zelos is the one taken out, but Zelos will come right back around with the invisible boundary.
Daredevil versus Daredevil.
Yeah, that was a clean engage by them, but now 100 Thieves kind of.
Let's see who wins. They both got Elsa out the picture.
Like you mentioned, the Heartbreaker's gone. I mean, how do they live this? They have invisible boundary, but they lose Jolly early. He has to come back out of spawn still, waiting for the Invis. Kind of awkward corner to retouch. But they have
there it is. It's a Devil out. Devil versus Devil.
The Zelos, who is invisible, to outlive it, but with the damage we see later, can they get the KOs through it? They can't.
Oh man, but letting the Devil out, it looks like purgatory as the caps are going out.
Both cap popping their stuff.
Vinny, the freedom charge boosting up into these ultimates too. Look at Ken, the Rage and Royal Flush. Do they have the protection as Zelena now jumps into the backline? They try to shut them down. Self then finds Ken. It's a trade from both sides.
It is a trade. Wow.
For FlyQuest to help with the sustainability.
No healers. No healers.
Dive it around the point, in the meanwhile trying to stall it out as long as possible. Melio does
nice.
One, but
nice. Let's go. Nice.
Portal is here, so they did get that cooldown back, by the way. Does have a BRB.
Well, you guys have more number, no?
This delay has kind of panned out because of Zelos' TP back from Doctor Strange, but they don't have any straddles.
Oh, get him. Oh, get him.
Talk about that sustain here. Millennia is going to be the one to help everybody for 100 Thieves. CTK to get into position as he activates it immediately and finds Jolly. Melio cannot run away.
Nice.
Private 1v1 over to the side as Zelena comes out on top. That's 100 Thieves wiping out FlyQuest. Best is the last one alive. Jolly's going to come right back, but this is 100 Thieves finally getting the second checkpoint. They did waste a good amount of time here, though, Dogman. There is 3 minutes at least extra on the clock for the 100 Thieves to work with, so they need to get up and see if they can build up the space.
Yeah, honestly, if you're FlyQuest, their delays are looking pretty solid. When they can play dive, it looks pretty good. But, can they keep up that pressure in the third point? Because honestly, 100 Thieves still have a pretty good time bank. 3 minutes in the third point, there was a lot of stall for sure. But will it be enough? They need to string together at least a few fights together.
Nice.
Find, KOs like this against Self without any ultimates up. That's exactly what you want to see as 100 Thieves are trying to force out like an early straddle somewhere.
Ken too with the itch Jeff trying to get everybody off the point. Melio close to letting that Devil out, but it's up to winning with that Sia to help enable Delena. TTK looking to the back. Their Heartbreaker is the first one activated, diving into the backlight of 100 Thieves. Winnie needs help. Winnie getting that ultimate taken away, and Millennia no
way
from the strats of 100 Thieves. Zealous and Tusi capitalize off of this. You have 2 minutes, less than 25, way more than enough time.
Yeah, there's no rush.
Especially with these ultimates coming online still.
Yeah, 2 minutes left to go. Excellent fight for FlyQuest to win. And they actually have a great, win record, I believe, whenever Vest does pump that ultimate with the Heartbreaker. Just kind of going in free 100% win rate so far. But 100 Thieves, we're building up that bank of ults like you mentioned. You have Kuzi committing an ult in the backline, early dive too. TPK is a little bit later.
Oh wow, they survived that.
But they actually forced the invisible boundary out from Zelos too, so no more straddles on the defensive angle except the Captain American ult. And will that be enough to save anybody here from the stance of the
Nice.
It's not, and I see what Ken's trying to do here with the itch, Jeff. You could get these environmental KOs if you could manage to pull it off, but they're getting shut down, and now 100 Thieves A minute and less than 35 seconds on the clock, still have Self and letting that Devil out, as well as Vinny, that could boost up Millennia's ultimate into getting that invisible boundary, because you want to make sure with Vez getting so much impact with this Heartbreaker, Dogman, it's been dangerous here, especially when it comes to dealing with it from the strat lineup of 100 Thieves.
Captain America and Daredevil's ult.
But I mean, they committed for both of those strat ults. So now Vinny going in with the cap.
Vinny popped it.
They have invisible boundary too afterwards, but they would preferably win this fight without it. Regardless, Start still pushing. Pulled in is Tuzi. Nice job by Millennia and the squad to read that. Come back through, finding that stagger. Invis boundary still sitting here, and really no ult. Jolly has to delay because they've lost Melio. They have nothing else to really touch, and they have to commit the ultimate. Jeff ult's going to be a little bit late. At least the invisible boundary is used, but after this, Daredevil should go off on Self.
And Self and TTK have so much to harass them, dealing a good amount of that damage. Before diving in, Delena's a finishing blow to find
Yep.
Tusi was unable to pop that.
Jolly.
And Vez is the next to go down. Melio making the
nice.
Over to the Bucky. Can you even get
that's it. Oh, get Jeff. Get Jeff.
Can they stop him?
Nice.
The finish line. We are going the distance. 100 Thieves with a limited time bank. Slightly have more though than FlyQuest.
Yeah, we're heading back 1 minute on both sides.
Oh man, 1 minute each side, bro. We got 1 minute each side.
Almost like a
100 D's got 20 seconds.
Looked great on offense so far.
20 second more.
Honestly, FlyQuest delay. You talk about it, like their third phase at the beginning looked good. But then they have to use Zelos' ult a little bit too early. You know, and Ken on the Jeff as well. It's hard for him to really connect, I think, with the squad.
Bro, I gotta get an electric chair, an electric table. Sitting down for this long, woo!
Like, we'll see what happens for FlyQuest on their attack. Maybe they can mix it up. They still have that Gambit advantage, but just didn't use it in the last defense. Regardless, we'll see if FlyQuest can snowball it moving forward. Losing Jolly on the defense, and then maybe was not the best for their defensive side, but on the attack, they did a very similar thing in picking apart 100 Thieves.
Cracking up, Leg Day, talk about Zelos KOing himself with the Daredevil Reflect. Let's not shoot out the Invisible Woman primary out here. When you get the Reflect going in front of your face, it can get a little tricky too when you're also trying to heal up your Vanguards, and then you get caught with the Reflect right in your line of sight. But getting started here, Dogman, you highlighted it perfectly. 100 Thieves now up on the roof getting ready. It was a little bit harder for FlyQuest to try to take this first point initially here, and now it's going to be a reset on the sides.
Yeah, let's see who can actually strike first blood, right? With both of these teams running Daredevil, so you can see through the walls and stuff, set up the dives a little bit easier. You look for that target who is caught out. Now, both of these Deadpools, though, just kind of looking at each other towards the main side, trying to take specific angles as Melio tries to set up his dime.
It's a bubble party, though, as girlies say Jolly.
Oh,
seeing if they could go for something.
Almost got shish kebabbed.
The right side of the map.
Almost got kebabbed.
Rooftops. Breaking the whole house down, though, it's going to be Melio just trying to focus down on that cap.
Oh, nice. Let's go, Vinny.
Zelos and Ken being the first to go. Yes, we're seeing FlyQuest, though, specifically Melio wake up, says, I don't even need some of the ceiling, but 100 Thieves still have
14 seconds. Hold it down, 100 Thieves. Hold it down. He's going to port.
With this recontest, allowing FlyQuest to come back from the spawn.
Bro.
Looking for the Daredevil. They came back for the peel meanwhile. So
oh no. The healers. Oh, we lost Rocket.
Able to find out Witty, nice job. And that also removes that BRB.
Let's go, Self. Let's go, Self. Let's go, Self.
That should be enough potentially as
nice. Nice.
Unfortunately for FlyQuest, overtime takes down.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. 100 Thieves.
The fact that they were able to focus on that.
All they got to do is just hyper push now. Hyper push. Get rid of the back line and it's game.
So before that second to last fight, they still were able to clear the point. It wasn't enough time to allow the Gambit to come back together with Zelos too. So we got to see some swap ups because it's going to look a little difficult here for Fly.
Oh, now they want to play Cloak. Now they want to play Cloak and Dagger. I've been telling everybody, play Cloak and Dagger. Now they want to play Cloak and Dagger. I'm telling you. Self with the carry with himself. Okay, hey, okay.
With Vinny building up that ultimate so quickly.
Let's go.
I think it was it Vinny or no, it was Vinny in that last fight. He was the one on the Deadpool, but like he built up that ultimate incredibly quickly. They dove in the back line first. They ended up.
I meant to say by himself.
Also onto Melio's flank ended up panning out for them, Vicky. But imagine.
Hey, I still got it, bro. I still got it. Hey, we get it. We get it.
They need to get only
Bro, let's go. They about to push heavy. This is it.
But they only have a minute to do it.
That's so true. You're absolutely right. We're gonna have to see if this was worth the wait. At least for now, it is. And
yeah.
I'm also just really thinking about how important having that Rage of Royal Flesh would have been. Imagine for FlyQuest if they were able to get that reset, but they didn't, and that's the main part of the series here as 100 Thieves coming out. Delena popping up on this side lock. What do you think, though, Dogman, of Zealous being on the Cloak and Dagger?
I mean, he's shown it before. He knows what they're trying to do. They're trying to go for that dive, you know, sort of play as well. So, you know, he's trying to, like, potentially fade it. You know, maybe play back with Ken as well. Maybe to try to build towards that Cloak and Dagger ultimate, because like you said, you know, maybe if you could build it in the middle of the fight, it could be actually fight winning versus 100 Thieves, who are, again, trying to set up these dives with Delena and the rest of the crew. But, again, fighting for those angles right now, pretty much across the whole map.
Both of Vanpulse to 2C gets it slightly first. CTK is going to be able to match him eventually, but it's about peeling for this backline first. They try to harass both Millennia and Winnie, and with the follow from Nez, they do find Millennia. TTK now looks at them back. FlyQuest in some trouble, as they're going to be able to try to tie it away, with Vez getting another one. Instead, they actually reset. They stopped them from trying to push over to the left side. This is going to be 100 Thieves looking to get a reset.
Let's go.
Less than 25 seconds. Melio is waking up. He's filled two.
Where's Self at Self?
Where's the portals coming out? There's that phase in the Cloak and Dagger you mentioned earlier. Already 80%. Needs to build in the middle of the fight. Vez trying to fight towards that point. They lose Melio. That was a lot of the damage coming through too. Tuzi's now swatching over to the Gambit because it's one of their strategists in Ken going for the portal play. Stalling out now is the tanks, the vanguards of FlyQuest. Back to the portal, get back towards that spawn. Zelos 95.
Come on.
He's built it, and he's back towards the point with the Cloak and Dagger ultimate. But can they find the KOs before other strat ults are built? 100 Thieves not even close.
Oh no!
Can anybody else go down too? Here comes the Deadpool.
No!
And maybe, just maybe, Delena needs to find more kills. He goes for the stance of the butterfly. The BRB brings back TTK.
Cloak dead. Get up in there.
TTK trades back one. It's messy. It's back and forth.
TTK. Lock in, TTK. Let's go, Self. Oh, let's go. Yo. That was disgusting. Oh my gosh. 100 Thieves, let's go. Yo.
No problem. Don't worry
bro.
About it. We'll play on whatever server you want.
Bro, by heart. Oh my god, Self done carried, bro.
The series.
Oh man, Self the GOAT for real.
Implication on the line that we could potentially be going to
wow.
For the first time the whole tournament.
Holy comeback.
Would have been crazy. So, yeah, I'm just happy for
oh my god, Daredevil for the win. Daredevil for the win, bro.
Yeah, that was a really fun end though, and well-deserved win. I think
wow.
Pop-off moment towards the end.
Hell yeah, bro. 100 Ds, bro. 100 Ds on top.
Wow, man. The fact that TTK was able to get back, it looked grim. Jolly was waking up. Vez, by the way, popped off.
Damn, look at the finals.
There was nothing else Vez could really do in that situation. Can you imagine?
54 elimination with 26 final hits.
But you know what? Maybe we could say that for another day, because 100 Thieves are your winners. Self
Daredevil dip right there.
Final hits on the Daredevil. That also comes to show you why
they stole that game. They're thieves, yup.
So it's kind of like that pick your poison thing.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Elsa, or do you want to deal with the Self Daredevil?
Wow, what a game. That was worth the wait. Well, what do we wait? Like maybe like 15, 20 minutes? Worth it.
You know, what he could do for the squad, but it's like you said, going over the Daredevil. And man, what a fun way to end the day. I'm curious how Zoe wraps this up, because that was a fun 2-1 for 100 Thieves.
Wow, what a battle. That was a crazy battle, bro.
An incredible
the last overtime battle.
I almost feel like being held hostage was worth it at this point. I love that Self, the newest member of that team, you know, the one that slots in for their former star player. That's the one who's like closing out the series with a 3K, getting 100 Thieves, the first victory on the board. That's some good script writing. Right?
That was good. That was definitely worth it. I enjoyed that very much.
Too, to to lose in that fashion for Fly.
This right here.
Imagine how they're feeling right now in a loss.
Oh my goodness.
Sure, you know, it's definitely going to be tough to bounce back from a 0-3 weekend. But it was still a very impressive end, I think, in that 2-1.
Damn, FlyQuest lost 3 times.
Like setting up this series, right? We did not expect FlyQuest to come out on top of this one. We really did not at all. The fact that it was so close, I don't think anyone saw that coming. What we really just wanted to see is FlyQuest making adjustments, FlyQuest looking just more in sync, and I feel like this is exactly what we got. Like, they really identified what their win conditions are, what works for them in terms of composition. Like when they got to play that dive and it's not being shut
oh wow,
down,
they all look so tired.
Apart, like
you can see it under their eyes.
Really good. They're looking really confident. So I do feel like they turned things around.
It's midnight for them.
End of week 1. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Yeah, it has been. And also shows the importance of having literally some of the best duelists that we've seen perform in the past. Be able to have a little bit more.
That Daredevil gameplay was crazy.
That has to be a highlight because a lot of the players are going to probably talk about it. So I think focusing on that and focusing on what FlyQuest can do next week, it's not going to be the side quest, guys. I had to say it again at the very end, that everyone was talking about in the last 2 days. It's going to be a different look. We know that these are such talented players. We see it out here against one of the best teams in the entire region, and look at how far it went. You look forward to now FlyQuest versus Energy when we're like, oh man, like it's quite a gauntlet run, and now it's kind of a different story after this performance because there's a lot to dissect for them in this upcoming week.
Absolutely, I do love that because initially,
oh man,
I mean, again, we all had expectations on FlyQuest just based on the individuals and of course also the bias of what the org itself was able to do last season. So for them to kind of find their stride at the very end here definitely puts them back into the conversation in the midfield. It is a short turnaround. It's not the right sentence. It's a short group stage. That's what I meant to say, because with going 0-3 in the first week, that essentially just means that you low-key, high-key have to win every match next week. So it's an uphill battle for them if they want to stay out of the bottom two.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, it's just you know, no matter how you slice it, it's tough, right? Like, even if you were to, you know, give any of these teams that have gone 0-3 some props, because they definitely, all of these teams that are in that potential elimination spot do deserve them. But you know, we can give as many, you know, flowers as you want, because it doesn't matter how many of those flowers you have when they are whittled away in your hands, because every single opportunity you had, you've lost.
What's happening?
Sorry, it's just what happens
at
past
this
midnight,
hour.
you know?
It's like I unravel. You start with like t-shirt quotes. I do love that.
Poetry.
Actual poetry. Yeah, but I mean, I'm just glancing over at FlyQuest's schedule coming up in week 2. Energy Shock and then Swamp Gaming. Those are the 2 matches they have next week. That's tough. But they played it so close against their 100 Thieves, so that should then, of course, make you feel hopeful about an opportunity there against those 2 teams.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I think that there is a chance. And I think we can offer that same opportunity to the Group B side too, right? Like, Group B is just fighting tooth and nail to get qualified, right? So a match that I'd be checking off, I think, for a lot of our fans out there is going to be Nightmare versus LoonX too, because LoonX also are 0-3, but have had close 2-0s too. So, you know, that'll be a really fun game, I think, end of the day next Monday, or next Friday.
Yeah, it's always such a dumb thing to say. It was like, those are quality losses, right? Like, the pieces are there. Like, it just all came down to either they kind of fumbled and couldn't close it out at the very last second, or the opposition just popped off left and right. And like, every once in a while, another team is just on fire, and then that's it. That's a GG. Nothing you can do about that. You just
GG.
Days like that. But yeah, it's,
GG for real.
Extremely interesting first week of play here. I think we've learned a lot. Mostly about the fact that we may have all had a pretty wrong read on some of those teams, which I do love. I love that they come in and prove us wrong.
Yeah, me too, because then you get to kind of figure out, okay, what's going in Americas? Imagine those who ended up going to sleep right before that final map like played out and saw how close it ended up being. It was definitely worth the wait, and now people get to really dissect what happened. And then looking forward, I think it's the best birthday gift for myself to be able to see how everyone's pick'ems are not only in the trash bin, but it's like unpredictable, right? This region has come out from the MRC teams making adjustments in the 2 weeks that they had on a new patch and a new season, seeing what they could push into the MRI. It's been nonstop close competition. Like, despite the 2-0s, it's been very back and forth. And we've heard it from so many different players across multiple regions here between EMEA and NA, where they talk about, all right, well, some of us are still figuring out the meta. We're even hearing other players in our past interviews talk about how
that's
they
crazy
excel when they play what they're comfortable with. Except next weekend, we
that's
will have
crazy.
a different patch in the tournament server. We will have the White Fox buff actually come through. We will have those Ulcer nerfs come in, and we have to see how that.
Next week's gonna be with another, with the updated version of White Fox and all everybody, the nerfs and stuff like that. Oh! It's about to be crazy, bro.
Is it worse? Well, guess what? It actually works out in different types of game modes. The Ultron coming out too on domination. There's a lot to break down here. And
bro, FlyQuest got murdered.
Influence some of the teams that excel, especially
that's crazy.
On the triple strat. So my eyes are also on Sentinels.
FlyQuest got to go on a side quest and level up before they fight again.
Will we actually see next week? Valentina's White Fox, for example, was absolutely lights out. So I am super excited to see which teams will benefit from playing on the most recent patch and which teams might start struggling there. Is there any team that comes to mind that could be on either side of the spectrum?
I mean, I think
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Who gonna win? 100 Thieves. That's all that matters. That's all we got to focus on. All right, guys. I'm going to call it here. Appreciate you guys for watching another Ignite Day 3 with me. Man, that last battle was insane. That was crazy fun to watch. It was worth the wait for sure. Oh my God. Next Friday, they're going to do week 2. And it's going to be with the updated version. So that's something to look forward to. Until then, I'm just going to start grinding Marvel Rivals. Try my best to get to Celestial and Eternity. And yeah, man, I got to say, my favorite team for the underdog so far is Cafe Rose. And Spaceship Gaming. And what's their name? Swamp something. That they're all very exciting to watch. So I'm looking forward to next weekend. I'm gonna call it here. If you guys are going out, be safe. Make sure you drink your water. And yeah, I appreciate y'all, man. Peace. I'm gonna see y'all soon. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Oh, subscribe and turn on the notification for more. Hit that like button. It helps me a lot. Appreciate y'all, man. Love you.